Okay. Alright, let's start the stream here. I will wait a couple of seconds for it to start. Strange detection down in Yuba City. It's like Modus the Veer satellite detected something happening at the river bottoms, it looks like. South of the Yuba City airport, but when I go to Go's live, we don't have a heat detection, so whatever that was must have been extinguished already. Let's get back to the main fires. So, wait for people to trickle in here. We're going to monitor the Dixie Fire. My apologies first for being on at 1:30 in the morning. I actually was in a bicycle wreck, but I'm totally fine. It was a bit of a walk home. So I'm pretty sad to see what's been going on with the Dixie Fire, and I heard another one started. Well, it's yesterday now, but basically today. That's right after midnight. We got a new one. We got a new one by Dobbins, and that one has evacuations. And we can still see the GOES satellite here by Buller's Bar. Juan Brown at Blanco Lirio channel was talking about that today. He's the man. And he said it started up by Bullard's Bar. I didn't get to watch his entirety of his stream, which was like 40 minutes or so, something like that. But he's pretty awesome. I wish he streamed more often. Let's see here. I'm trying to get everything settled. I hope that I'm louder now, and I hope that the audio has improved. I'll continue to try to do that. But we do have a detection of heat. That is, let's see, what's gray? Gray is 6 to 12 hours old. Up by Bullard's Bar, and according to CAL FIRE, the last update that we had, which was at 9:15ish p.m. on the 20th here, just yesterday, it's past midnight, so it's the 21st, that this fire is around 90 acres as of several hours ago, 25% contained, affecting Yuba County, but that's kind of in a awkward place. Well, you're kind of next to Nevada County, and Placer County, it all kind of intersects in that general region. And there were evacuations. I'm glad to hear that it's 25% contained already, just in the same 24-hour period that it began. I'm also happy to see that it's not large enough really to be on Modus and Veers. Either that or Modus and Veers just haven't flown over it. It's hard to tell. Either way, I hope everybody comes through that okay. This is nuts. You know, I'm in a state of it's not really perpetual shock. It's perpetual agitation, though. We really can't turn our backs on these or take a nap or go to sleep without new fires breaking out daily, or old ones that seem to be under control or just mild, becoming monsters. As we try to take a nap, I'm looking at Tamarack, and that's just a bloody mess. I mean, look at this thing. It's still heading for Nevada, and it's just completely surrounded the area by Markleeville, which they were able to save, but some structures were lost. I do have some videos and such I'd like to share tomorrow. I'd like to go to sleep sometime tonight. If I wasn't involved in the bicycle accident, I would have been on earlier today sharing those. So yeah, I have somebody near the Tamarak fire who's been giving us videos, and he's totally awesome. He's one of our resident firefighters that comes in the channel here, Iceman, aka Cogito. No, it's Cogito. Ergo sum. I need to work on my Latin pronunciation there. Okay, so welcome if you're just joining. I am trying to get a handle on what just happened today with the fires. What were the developments before I go to sleep? If anybody wants, go ahead and ask me any questions in the chat, although everybody's probably asleep. 8 hours ago, CAL FIRE Butte County said there's a new fire in the area of Dobbins and Yuba County. You may see smoke in the area. This fire is not impacting Butte County. And, the link to the incident is here at, it's called the Frenchtown fire. And if you know anything about the counties of California, in fact, Broadcastify kind of has a handy little map here. Let me take a look. If I could bring it over just to show you counties in general. Let's zoom in. So you got your Yuba County is this skinny mini right here, and Butte is more like a big, puzzle piece. And Yuba County is skinny, and it meets Sutter County where Yuba City is, and then on the other side of the Feather River, at Marysville, it begins and goes up the canyon for quite a ways. And Plumas County is another big puzzle piece that's next to Butte. So the Dixie Fire is in between Butte and Plumas, straddling both, with Butte not being affected as much anymore. Basically, it's gone north and up the canyon in elevation. Higher elevation into the mountains at Plumas County. So it's basically where the Dixie is. And down in Yuba, kind of right here, is where this Frenchtown fire is. And we don't have a perimeter map of it. In fact, with the MODIS and VIIRS satellite, we're not even seeing a detection here, unless you flip it on over to GOES Live, and then you can see that here's Oroville, here's Paradise up there, and this is southeast, quite a ways west of Bullard's Bar Reservoir. So if you're familiar with this area, not that many people are. Oregon House is right here, and impacted communities would be those: Dobbins, the Thousand Trails area up there, and eventually perhaps even Browns Valley. Just depends on where this would be traveling. I don't see an NC web for it yet. I will check it. If we could turn on wind. Wind in general, kind of shifted. We have it coming out of the mountains and heading towards the valley, so it might actually go towards Oregon House, if I had to guess. Frenchtown is the other community down in here that is affected. Didn't even see you there. And lots of historical assets, as well as properties and people's cabins and rural properties out there. So hopefully that'll be all right. I want to go ahead and take a look. This is what we have as far as the Frenchtown fire is concerned. I'm going to put this link into the chat here. That should replay when people, wake up and perhaps watch this video in the mornings. This is my link to the Frenchtown fire. Hello, Raymond Scott. Benoud. I'm so sorry, I just butchered your name. Welcome. How are you? This night shift. We're working the night shift. I heard about this, and limping back from the bicycle wreck, I had scanner radio on in my pocket, and the most active channel was the one for basically this area's fire department, but it was really not talking about the fire much. We had a lot of sheriff's office activity for Yuba County, but they really weren't talking about the fire. And I've been monitoring that off and on for the past 4 to 5 hours with nothing really to report. And so that's why I don't have their radio chatter on right now. There really isn't that much radio chatter to be heard because the Dixie Fire, which is, let's turn this back on. They're using different channels. I am very antsy about how close the GOES satellite image. This is live right now. This is, very, very fresh. The red is not very accurate, but very up to date. Very, as in usually like updated once an hour, kind of up to date. Satellite detections of heat. And so we have that up creeping over towards the Prattville neighborhood. Prattville, the town, is underneath this Lake Almanor, but where they call Prattville, which is right up in here, and it's even threatening Almanor West and Chester. So I want to verify evacuation levels. We'll do that in a moment for Plumas County, but we see that it's active in the canyon up on 70 here at the Feather River Canyon, and it kind of hopped over, and it's just heading north over towards Chester and Almanor West. So welcome if you're just coming in now. Raymond says, thank you. I'm used to my name always gets butchered. I'm sorry. If you want to type it out, I'll say it right. Yeah, give me a pronunciation key there. So it looks like winds have shifted from what we were expecting, and the fire just blew back on itself, best that I can tell, because these yellow heat detections are from a little bit further in the past, and the like 24 hours ago, 24 hours old, and the red is less than 12 hours old. So if it was 24 hours ago over here, it makes sense, because when we just turn on the wind plot, we see that the wind has shifted and it's now blowing south in this section right here. We still have it blowing north in this section and kind of curling around. So it's kind of like the fire behavior is it's kind of pulling winds towards itself. And they're interacting with the canyons in unusual ways. But that's what we see, these fires creating their own weather, and that's why you see swirls around these so often. So it's slightly good news for the actual moment. If the fire burns back on itself, it just consumes more of its own fuel and doesn't spread as much. But that's just my, 5-minute analysis by clicking on these buttons. We should look at the, quote, latest updates, which are, of course, hours old now. I want to cover the Dixie Fire first. So we do have, here. There's not much else to say about the Frenchtown fire. I can't hear any chatter. We know that it's up by Buller's Bar, and I'm going to be looking at actual news media updates here. First, let's go to InstaWeb and see if we have an update on the Dixie Fire. That's 6 hours old information, but I might as well read it out. We don't have an InstaWeb for the Frenchtown fire. Yeah, that would basically be a CAL FIRE thing. And, I just showed you all we got. A very sparse outline of what it is. So we can look at the Twitter to see if there's a new Twitter. Yeah, 7 hours ago they did mandatory evacuations up by Dobbins in near Organ House, and this is somewhat sparsely populated, so it was probably door to door and reverse 911 that they did. We do have an image here. So it was out in the brush. There's a dozer going by. Let's see if we can enlarge this little video. I'm sorry for the extremely loud dozer sounds. This is pretty typical. It's foothills in this area, and it's basically oak savanna with scrub interspersed. Lots of that, knee to waist high, dry golden grass that'll leave stickers all over your shoes. If you make the mistake of tennis shoes and you walk into the step 3 feet off the road, you're going to get into these this grass that leaves these little tiny burrs all over your shoelaces, and you'll be removing thousands of them for the entire rest of the evening. So here's the dozer crew working the scene. They're unsung heroes in firefighting, really. This is the Frenchtown fire. This was courtesy of the Twitter here channel. Let's see, this is almost over. I think it's repeating itself, yeah. For courtesy of CAL FIRE's Nevada, Yuba / Placer County unit. So they said that it was approximately 70 acres, and that was 3 hours ago. A spot fire north of the main fire, which is the Frenchtown fire, is approximately at 20 acres. Resources are committed throughout the night. They are saying there's a 25% containment on it, and considering it only broke out today, I hope they can wrap this up really soon. This is hope. This is not me speculating on when they can. Okay, Raven Scott Benound. Aha, I said it right. And I try to get people's names right. So let's see here. There is a California statewide fire summary. Today, more than 5,400 firefighters continue to battle 5 wildfires / complexes that have consumed over 233,000 acres of California. To date, more than 273,000 acres have burned. And there is a resource breakdown here. There are state, local, tribal, and federal resources assigned. More than 135 fire crews, nearly 80 bulldozers, 75 water tenders plus, and over 420 fire engines. You're not even mentioning the aircraft. So I guess aircraft couldn't fit on their little poster. Jeez. So let's see here. That's a general video on the wildfires. Let's watch a little video that they had. Let's see. They have an organ house evacuation center. Okay. On Marysville Road. So we will continue to monitor that situation. I want to go back and revisit the Dixie. They had a little video, and there's a very typical image. All too common now. I hear the skies are a real ugly color in the mountains and in Nevada again. So announcement, there would be a Dixie Fire community briefing, streaming live on Zoom and Facebook. Yeah, let's see if we've got that. We have a 6-hour ago video, which I believe I opened here. Yes, this is the one that was 6 hours ago, but it is 39 minutes long. So I'm not sure that we want to open with that after all. I thought it was 9. I did not see the 3 there. So what I can do is revisit this, and I'm going to put that link to this video right here in the chat, just in case people want to right-click that, open it in a new window, and watch that later in case I can't quite get to everything. In the chat, I noticed this. Where are the structures that were lost? I know there was a neighbor in Belden yesterday who said they lost a home. Oh man, thanks from a Rush Creek evacuee. That's so sad. So he says it was in Belden. A friend of a friend's house was lost. That is just looking at the chat there. So, and then somebody else says Susanville and all bedroom communities haven't had power except for brownouts if they are on since the 18th. And pg&e has declared imminent failure by 7 p.m. tonight. You know what? I'm holding back a sort of a perpetual dismay / unbridled rage regarding that murder company. I better not even address it, or I'll go into a fit. All right, let's go back to Modus and Veers. I was hoping that Seneca would make it. I was on pins and needles last night for Seneca, and also, the Caribou Power Station, which I think they'll protect. Let's see, where is Seneca on this map? Let's go to the Forest Service. And yeah, there's French Bar, Caribou. Feather River goes up that way. There's the powerhouse at Seneca, and at Caribou, and we're looking for Seneca, which is, well, there's Butte Lake. Let's go to, I'm just going to type it in. Oh, I was there already. I just needed to zoom in because I'm blind. Please, please, please don't be fire here when I push the button. Yes. Yes. Okay. It's not there yet. Excellent. I'm so pleased. I'm not pleased to see it spreading out this way to the east. And I'm not pleased to see it spreading to the northwest either, but at least that place that's dear to me, it seems to be unaffected so far, knock on wood. Let's see what is affected and impacted. So if we get the dots off of here for a second, we've got, it's a lot of wilderness and a lot of people's homes and cabins as well. And I'm trying to see if there's any historical assets or something on the landscape that would give me a point of reference. I don't see one particularly. I do hope that they have fire lines in place from the previous fires of the last 4 years. They probably do. But it's ugly. This thing exploded. And it's headed towards, which lake is this one? This is Buck Lake. Yeah, that's right. Bucks Lake and Butte Lake are two different lakes. So the way I remember which one's north, which one is south, is kind of crude, but that's the way it was taught to me, is picture somebody bending over. Butte Lake is at the top. I'm very sorry about that, but that is the way to get those two differentiated. So up here you see the Butte Lake. It is not impacted yet as far as I can see. Oh, it is. Never mind. I lied. But let's go down to Bucks Lake. Knock on wood. Its shoreline has not been affected yet, according to the satellite, but it may be somewhat soon, depending on the wind, where that blows tonight. So we do have wind blowing away currently, away from Bucks Lake. The fire, in fact, may blow back on itself on a southeastern edge where it was spreading towards that lake, towards Bucks Lake, because we have winds going tonight towards the north by northwest. So that's good. We like it when winds blow fire back on itself because it stops spreading for the moment and it will start consuming its own fuel. There's only so much that in the land that can burn. And so if it goes back up on itself, an ideal situation would be it goes down, up, and then eventually burns itself to a much, either out or to a much lesser conflagration. So that's the Dixie. I'm trying to find a quick summary on it. We can go to InstaWeb. In fact, I'm sorry. It's late at night. That's what I meant to do first. I was hoping we would get a nighttime update. It looks like 7 hours ago is the latest that we have to report. So with the Dixie Fire, as of 7 hours ago, that size was 61.3 thousand acres. Still 15% containment, which means there's been no improvement in the last 24 hours. In fact, there's just been a lot of wild spreading. The containment is basically in the canyon where the head of the squid is pointing towards Orville, so to speak, or octopus. It's losing its shape. It was a clearly defined squid yesterday, and now it's looking more like a cornucopia. Kind of like a triangle. So down here in Highway 70, near its point of origin at the Cresta Dam near Pulga, down here is where we have containment, and up here we have a mess where it's all over the place. There's been a lot of anger directed at Cal Fire because it was looking like things were dying down when it suddenly exploded. There's a whole lot of anger. The most of the anger now is the wrath is being turned on Pacific Gas and Electric, who are basically all but taking credit for starting yet another major structure and landscape destroying fire. No fatalities yet, knock on wood, but there was a minor injury. So I'm barely holding back my wrath right now, and I'm just going to button my lips about that. The time for the pitchforks is later. So, hey, Sean Connor, welcome back. I'm looking off at chat. Off Caltopo, it looks like the Bootleg fire, it has started to calm down when the part of the front reached a fire scar from 2018. Yeah, and when it merged with the log incident. Yeah. That happens a lot. That happens a lot because if you've had a fire in an area, like, say, 2 years prior, that means 2 years of brush have grown up at the base of standing dead trees that are dead and dry all the way to the center. So whenever you have a fire the next year, the next fire season, or the one after that, they are way worse than the first one, because the first fire was chewing the limbs off of trees, but since it was alive at the time, the center of trees doesn't burn. It's full of green sap, and it doesn't really burn. It chars the trunk and it burns off the branches. So you have 2 years of drying out. A couple of years later, or 4 or 5, and you get, even 6 years later, fires ripping through the area, and they are worse each time, because each time they go, they kill more vegetation, they dry out the wood even more. And so everything is actually worse. Amateurs and people will think, oh, well, they won't have much to burn once it reaches that point. No, it's going to have a lot more to burn, actually. There's a lot more fuel, because you'll have the all the brush growing back, plus the dead standing trunks. So Sean says, I have family on the Dixie Fire, including my stepdad. He's worried about the fire progressing towards Quincy. Yeah, so am I. Let's look at the outlook. So we know it's big, and I've already read the statistics about, the acreage. There's still around 3,300 personnel on the scene, and here's the overview. Where's the rest of the information? Hello? Where's the outlook and such? Crying out loud. We may have to go to CAL FIRE. So let's go to CAL FIRE incidents of 2021. Check out the Dixie. Well, there's the Frenchtown. Dixie. View its details. Current conditions. When was this updated? 8 p.m. It's now 2 in the morning, so 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, this is also 6 hours old. The Dixie Fire burned actively throughout the day, moving to the east and north, as we saw on the maps. Firefighters continue to aggressively fight the fire while increasing and strengthening control lines. The fire is burning in a remote area with limited access and steep terrain. Yeah, the high Sierras would qualify as steep terrain. Isolated thunderstorms are possible this evening, but most likely will remain east of the fire. We'll monitor that in a second. Drier southwest flow will move into the area Tuesday, pushing all thunderstorm concerns well east of the fire. The fire will be active overnight. Tonight, firefighters will provide structured defense in the communities at risk and construct direct line to secure fire perimeter. Additional firefighting resources continue to arrive in order to help battle the fire. I heard Australia is coming. God bless those Aussies. And perhaps other countries are sending help too. So, yeah, I don't know why CAL FIRE linked to itself. This must be so people could copy and paste to other websites. And evacuation orders, warnings, or road closures. We have the usual collection of links there. I don't see any new evacuation orders. We know that Jonesville, Philbrook, and all the High Lakes areas within Butte County. And evacuation warnings now are in Tehama County line east to Old Loma Rica Road. Carpenter Ridge east to Skyway. Skyway, as in Paradise. North from Humbug Summit line to Butte Creek. We'll check this map in a second. Skyway goes for a long ways north. But that's another one of those PTSD twitch, That was one of the roads that people were trying to evacuate years ago in the Paradise Fire. All the Fish Creek area within the Lassen National Forest Area Road is under evacuation warning. Polgara and Philbrook areas east of the West Branch of the Feather, west of SR 70, north of Magalia. Ouch. Sorry, I have a literal ant in my pants. Crawling on my knee. Okay, I just slapped it. Hopefully it's dead. Excuse me. Intersection of 70 at Polgar Road, south of the Plumas County line. These are all evacuation warnings in Butte, Meadows, and Inskip. So let's take a look at the current map for Butte County evacuations. Where is... We can find it off of the Butte County. The current map. Here we go. Looking at the sheriff's office. This is why they can't have a direct link. I don't know. If you're just joining us, open question answer time. We're looking at the Dixie Fire, the Frenchtown fire. We'll get to the Beckworth. We'll take a look at that. Excuse me. And Tamarack in a moment. So, wow, yeah, they expanded the evacuation zones a little bit here. Yeah, when they mentioned Skyway, it was like, really? Yeah, because it's down here by Magalia and Paradise. So, Inskip, Lovelock, those areas over there, looks like they're under warning. The wind, let's take a look at the wind. Let's move this back to Cal Fire. What is the wind doing right now? It is blowing to the north for the most part, but here we have a deviation over by the canyon, and I could see, this is where the Forest Service map ends. I could see why they're concerned about the Magalia area, because over here it may not look like it has red dots and may not look like it's on fire, but it's smoldering. So even though it may be contained over here, these are still high mountains and ridge tops, and the wind could carry embers. That is how Paradise was lit on fire in the first place years ago in 2018. Basically, it skipped all right over Concow at first, traveled a great distance, and ended up over in Paradise right about over here. I mean, it was up here in these hills and mountains by Polga, and it went and skipped on over there. So the fact that we have smoldering right here and the winds are blowing right towards this area, from Magalia to Lovelock, Sterling City, yeah, I can see why they are under evacuation warning. This is not again. This just not again. I had plans to visit this area to document with video and photography the aftermath and recuperation of the fires. I did not expect that we'd have another this year. And when they said the word pg&e and started under power lines, I had an actual tick develop near my left eyeball. Really again? So I will stop on that, otherwise I'll work myself into apoplexy. So I'm checking again the GOES satellites, and looks like the red is where the current satellite detections are at, and that is south of Almanor West, and it's uncomfortably close towards the Prattville area. Well, that sign on the road that says Prattville. So I don't like this at all. There's a whole lot of historical resources here. I got a lot of family that owns property up there, and I'll be calling them in the morning saying, "Is your cabin still there? Do you know?" That's just becoming an everyday activity. But we got to stay Butte strong, Plumas strong. Well, West Coast strong. So let's look at the Tamarack for a moment. Let's see, we have, let's do a refresh here to see if there's just anything new. I don't see anything on the CAL FIRE for Yuba County here. Oh, that's right. We were going to look at Windy, weren't we? Well, that'll be killing two birds with one stone, because Windy will show us if there's any lightning going on right now. That is what they thought might happen tonight, that there might be thunderstorms in the area. So let's pull Windy on over here. Excuse me if that makes anybody car sick. Wow, we got some powerful winds on the coast coming down from Alaska. And there's a typhoon. Wow, somewhere over there. Let's stay on track though. So going here to the mountains, the Tamarack is right here. We have wind basically pushing it towards Nevada, towards Minden and Johnson Lane there. I will see if I don't know if Windy wants cookies, but it wasn't behaving very well. Let's see, rain and thunder. Thunderstorms. Aha. We don't see any. Okay. So they either haven't materialized or didn't materialize. I'm not sure when they were forecast, but that's what CAL FIRE was saying. Let's go look at the wind and see if there are other layers. We can see, if you go to weather radar, little lightning flashes. This is how you monitor lightning. Let me go look back at chat. Yeah, Sean Connor says, I have family on the Dixie Fire. Yeah, oh, sorry, I already read that. Raymond says, beautiful area, family around Susanville. So do I. I come from a gigantic family. I've got them everywhere. And they were on pins and needles last year. And, you know, it's just everybody's in twitch mode. Sean says, I'm very nervous for when it gets later in the year when the winds start to blow from the northeast because of how much drier the air is than the northwest. It's very true. Northeast winds are coming out of the deserts. California's worst fire season is the Santa Ana wind season, also known as now the devil wind and the Diablo wind season, but it's all pretty much the same thing. California's always in a fire season. Everybody's trying to get people to stop saying fire season because winter is the worst part of the fire season for California because the Santa Ana winds are like dry hurricane force gusts winds that come out of the Nevada desert. They go like a roller coaster up over the mountains and then they whoosh back down into the valley at 90 miles per hour sometimes or even higher. And that's why Paradise was a November fire. I mean, it was November 8th, I believe, 2018 or 10th. And, it's winter. But that's the season for the winds. It's going to be late October, November, December, and January. Those are the worst months for California fires because that's Santa Ana wind season. It's not constant. They can predict them kind of like days in advance, but they can't really predict the severity. So they'll tell people red flag warning, and if they're intelligent, power companies will turn off the power. But the last several years they haven't been, and that's why we get these monster fires. Most of them started by Pacific Gas and Electric. When I say most of them, I mean that. Most of them, the ones that have killed people and erased towns. It's technically human-caused fires, but in reality, if a corporation isn't a human, they should be calling them corporation-caused fires, and then people would be getting out the pitchforks. I'm sharpening my pitchfork right now. But we'll get to that tomorrow. We'll wait for investigations and such to conclude. So, let's go back to the wind. And we've got Grass Valley here. We got that swirling phenomenon where it's like, let's go off this way to the northeast by Truckee. Some wind is going to due north towards Portola. Some of it's headed back towards Grass Valley. This is, the wind doesn't want to make up its mind. So the Tamarack has a pretty clear, being pushed towards Nevada and towards the south end of Lake Tahoe. if we can verify that by zooming on over to it. And CAL FIRE is mimicking just what Wendy is saying, that the winds are basically going north. And Minden is in the crosshairs. I do want to know what they say on InstaWeb about this subject. I'm still sick. Bear with me. I'm kind of working through this head sinus infection deal, and I'm a little slow. So you can keep me on track if I forget something. Do say so in the chat, like, hey, you were going to cover that thing a minute ago. I won't be offended. In fact, I'll be incredibly grateful. Okay, Tamarack Fire, the InstaWeb, we last have an update 5 hours ago. And let's look at our, I'm just going to go to Outlook. We know that it's bad. We know that it's been spreading. We know it's been traveling. We covered that yesterday. So the current weather outlook for tonight, which is now, isolated showers and thunderstorms in the evening and overnight. The minimum temperature will be 50 degrees near Tahoe at the Tamarack Fire. Max humidity around 65%. That's a silver lining for the night times around there. Chance of wetting rains is 15%. But you know, thunderstorms and this kind of spitty rain that barely wets something can actually destabilize a fire rather than what we would assume. We would assume that it would be like, oh, it'll make things more moist and everything will get better. But in reality, that's not wet enough to prevent lightning from really screwing everything up. And it's not a celebration. You know, when like some thunderstorm comes in after a wildfire, unless there's serious downpour, there's more complication than help, because it can bring the winds, it can bring the lightning, and this fire is big enough to make its own lightning, and so destabilization is unpredictable and not exactly what you want. I'm not the weather expert on this, but it's just, you know, what firefighters have said, and it's not something to celebrate. So, outlook on the Tamarack, the planned action is to continue structure protection efforts at all areas currently being impacted by the fire, and begin securing established line around Markleyville by mopping that up and improving that line. This is echoing what we were reading yesterday. Continue the construction along the north flank to limit fire spread in the north towards Highway 88 and Carson Canyon. Yeah, they're going to be trying to protect Minden up there. Extend containment lines in Division Oscar. Staff Division T Tango as resources become available. And wow, Staff Division Tango, that means nobody's there right now. We can look at their little map and see what Tango actually is. And begin line construction at Highway 89, progressing to the southwest. Look for direct and indirect opportunities to protect all the values at risk, and which means drive around and look for structures to save, like a patrol, and particularly threatened our values on the northeast flank. I bet that's, if I had to guess, that might be where Tango is then. It's also where the wind is blowing. Evaluate and establish additional management action points. Let's go see if we can find a map. Projected incident activity is fires anticipated to continue to be extreme and very active as warmer and dry weather conditions return. Fields are critically dry and fire indexes are at record levels. Fire spread to the northeast is anticipated, yes. We know that because fire is a slave to the wind. So let's look at a map for Tamarack. Try to figure out where is Division Tango, which is unstaffed. That's the southeast. So that's actually less of a priority. I can see why it was unstaffed. So this is where they really want to help the situation. And I guess that would be Division Kilo in general. So up here, that is Minden, I believe. The town just to the north, and the winds are driving the fire in that direction. So let's get away from this map. Take a look at this one. This has topographic information, but it doesn't enlarge and looks kind of like a mess. So it's going to be easier to just look at CalTopo to kind of look at this perimeter. This is probably what they're using in like really big presentations. We do have a Google Earth perimeter, but okay, they didn't pencil in the center. Grover Hot Springs, I hear they saved, which is good. So this is me getting home after midnight and catching myself up, and so yeah, a cyanophyll one says, "Can you hear it, my voice?" Yeah, I am slightly pissed. Excuse my French. I'm really tired of this company burning down my homeland and killing people I know. All right, so that's the Tamarack right now. That's the 6 hour, outlook, 6 hour old outlook that they were showing us. Yeah, that is Minden. I just confirmed it. Looks like the current location of the fire's big hotspots is directly on the intersection of, 89 at Woodfords. So somewhere in here at Woodfords, we do have a heat signature that's large enough to register in space, which means half an acre to an acre in size generally. But they are doing what they can for Woodfords. That is under evacuation. So, fingers crossed, and we're hoping for the best for everybody in that area. Where we have another hot spot is over towards south of Carter Springs, up in the hills. So Carter Springs is definitely at risk here. I do wonder what's Minden like? Do they have evacuation warning there? Let's go back and look, because I actually skipped over that part. You would think InstaWeb would say where the evacuation is. Hello there. There's related links. I'm so frustrated. We need to have one-stop shopping for evacuation orders and fire information. Why are there a million websites that we have to go to? Like Facebook would probably have better information, and there's something terribly wrong with that. Oh. All right. So let's go back to CAL FIRE and check out incidents there. 2021. Where's your Tamarack? Details. Yeah, they don't have it either. Wow. All right, so we'll get to that in a second. Sean, do you have a link to the Tamarack fire evacuation? I have a curiosity about that. Sean says, have they confirmed it burning into Nevada? Well, we can. We can. Where's there? See that? Right there? This is the Nevada line, running right through that diamond of red, right there. So yes, confirmed. I can do that for you. Sorry, when you zoom out, you can see the line right there. It's funny how they cut Tahoe into almost a half. It kind of looks like an oyster. If you think of Tahoe as an oyster, the left half is in California. So, yeah, it has arrived. The Tamarack fire is leaving California just like everybody else who can. Sorry, sarcasm here. California's a lovely place, but the management sucks. Goodness gracious. It's I better button my mouth on that subject again. So let's look at the Beckworth. Shunk says, last I heard on Evacs, I heard there was an optional evacuation orders in Douglas County. Wow, okay. And Cal Fire, we could always just check Facebook, because apparently that's the place to get your evacuation information. Okay. So I'm going to refresh Butte County to see if we got anything new. Like on the Dixie, I don't see anything. So also refreshing on Yuba to see if there's anything new about the Frenchtown fire. Nothing new there. Okay, so top stories. We've got Northern California wildfires. Now 40,000 plus acres. Dixie Fire grows by 10,000 acres on Monday. Yeah. Dixie Fire forces expanded evacuations, which we just read about, and I showed you the map. Anybody just dropping in here, it's open question and answer time. I can't let that autoplay. We'll get copyright stuff. Yeah, Pacific Gas and Electric. Okay. Let me pull that off the screen. I do have other resources, like we can look at the cams. Okay. The Greater Tahoe cams we have access to. Let's check out the Tamarack first. That's the easiest cam to click on. The Hawkins Peak. Yeah, we got fire here on this cam. Let's do a 6-hour time lapse. We got that dirty, wet ash on the lens. We had a nice aerosolized sunset there that was purple and blood orange before it flipped over to infrared. And we're seeing a smoldering landscape in general. That's huge. And the fire, one of which was headed northeast, the one in the distance, and the one closest to the cam kind of creeping up that hillside and hanging out there. On the west flank is what they were calling it, I believe. So let's look at other cams on the Tamarack fire. And it's actually easier to go with the mini map. Slide that over. Let's check out the Bald Mountain, Nevada cam. Should be headed slightly toward it, but off the screen, because that one's facing south, well, west by southwest, and the fire's going north by northeast. So it should be coming pretty close towards the cam. So let's look at another 6-hour time lapse. Yep, we had that lovely blood orange with purple for a moment. And here comes the fire. It merges with the cloud, the heat signature, and the actual flames. They're both going to register bright white. So, one day we'll have FLIR, I hope. FLIR cameras would be the bee's knees. The FLIR is the one where you can see color-coded heat signatures. Like in a structure fire, you would, at the end of it, you'd see the fire chief go around with FLIR, F-L-I-R. Look them up if you never heard of them. They're just a completely amazing tool, and they show you hot spots. And even if there's not a fire, if you wanted to figure out if there's if you want to weatherize your home and see where there's cold coming in through the cracks in your doorway or whatnot, it would give you a color-coded image. So that one wasn't very exciting. The Hawkins Peak, yeah, it totally changed direction. Wasn't there one, to the left? Here's the one where Sarah lives. Hi Sarah, if you watch the video later. Let's do a 6-hour time lapse. Also looking at Tahoe, just south of the lake at the Tamarack fire. Oh yeah, that's aerosol purple. I love that color. But it's over the ridge. Is this stuck? Come on, go. I have to refresh that. That got stuck. Give me my time lapse. Okay. Let's do it again. 6 hours. All right, looking back at the chat, voluntary evacuation has been issued for all residents of Leviathan Mine Road. God, I was looking at that as a historical asset. It's a Superfund site. It's an abandoned sulfur mine. It was an open pit mine up at high elevation, but it had some pretty extraordinary remains of, wooden beams and stuff. They had collapsed, but it really looked like a place I wanted to go and photograph for my Ghost Towns video documentary type thing, history, and not paranormal, but history. And looks like it might just burn up. I hope they can save it. The fact that it is a Superfund site, and they don't want to lose the millions they've invested in capturing the leaching sulfur and sulfuric acid coming out of it. I would reckon that they try to protect that. If they don't, then we could go back to this huge amount of pollution that would come out of the Leviathan mine. Basically, just up in this area up here, Leviathan mine was owned by Anaconda, which was a big name in mining and making electrical wire. Let's find a better cam. It's probably visible from many different ones, like even from Snow Valley. I bet you could see the heat signature from quite a distance. Let's see if I'm right. There's like Tahoe. We're looking south from it. Or smoke, at least. Those are headlights of cars and such. This is out of focus. No, it's actually not. It's a lens flare from the moon. Wow. Okay, but yeah, you could see this smoke and stuff in the distance. There's the lake, and there's the fire going by on the very left side there. The flashes could be anything from headlights. Oh, there's definitely a flare up. So it's just now really becoming visible because the last frame here is current. From as far away as like almost the east side and almost the north end of the lake. Let's look at the Carson City cam. Maybe there's something to be seen from there. Like, wow, is that the fire way in the distance? That's possible. Let's do a 6-hour time lapse. If we do this during the daytime, we can ask people, hey, anybody in Carson City? The fire would be way over here. Let's see. We do have the haze, the smoke trail. Yeah. Wow, look at that. There it is, peeking over the ridge. Goodness. There's something over here, too. I mean, it's so wide. That could be it on both sides. Yeah, look at the sky. Look at it, the heat just sort of lighting up the sky on infrared. That's heat up there from the Tamarack fire, visible from a cam on Carson City, in Nevada's capital. Wow. Yeah, this thing's a monster. Elijah, hi, welcome. Oh, wow, and FLIR is a cool stuff. Yeah. Sean Connor says the link for Alpine County evacuations is down for some reason. Of course it is. Wow. But, that's Alpine County is really sparsely populated. They call it Alpine for a reason. It's small and it's high elevation. And while there's a lot of people during the summer, their population is highest in the summer, it's all but abandoned during the winter, the most rugged parts of California. It's kind of the thing where like everybody knows everybody, not only in your town, but like the 5 around you too. So it's a real tight-knit community. So they can kind of go door to door, and in a way that's better in a fire situation because everybody can, like in law enforcement, can say, "Did you check on old Charlie's place? He doesn't have a TV. Let's go check on him." It's that kind of a lovely small town kind of a feel. So let's check out more cams. I think that's about it from what we can see with Dixie. These could have swiveled let's look at Ridge Tahoe and see if it was ever facing south in the last 6 hours. Then we're going to go up and see if we can look at Dixie Beckworth. I already checked the cams earlier today for looking for the Frenchtown fire, and nothing was there. We could do a precursory check, but I don't anticipate it. Looks like the camera is facing the wrong direction. And hopefully the fire won't get this far. We'll never see it on this cam, but nothing surprises me any longer. And yeah, we see this some clouds go by. And I think these are clouds up here at the top, and the haze is this layer in the distance. All right, let's go check on cams. Going back, we know Grass Wake Up website. This website is janky. It's a beta version of it. So let's see here. Where is Frenchtown? We got Alta Sierra, Colfax, Limerica, Bullard's Bar is this. There it is. There you go. So this could theoretically be on at the Siller Brothers Tower. Sometimes they're easier to spot at night. So let's go last 6 hours to look for the Frenchtown. Oh, hey, shut my mouth. There it is. Well, shut my mouth. This is what my great aunt used to say. But look at all the activity. So we got the dozer crews out there. The night shift is on it, and those are heroes. And we only hope that they can work through the night when it's cool and get a good containment on it while it stays a small 40 to 90 acres. Because that's the rule, is contain it by noon the next day when you have humidity drop again. That's what firefighters learned as the best situation for containing wildfires. That's the best possible outcome, is if you can contain it by noon the next day. Otherwise, it has a great possibility of getting out of hand, and your likeliness of containing it within the week or even within the month disappears after that. It's a very steep curve, I should say, of likelihood. So let's go and look at others. So we see the fire right in front of this Siller Brothers Tower cam. The Collins Lake is looking in that direction, but it's quite far away. Let's check out Jacob's Ladder. We might see everything in the distance. Let's just go to the last 3 hours. See the stars going by. But it's kind of aiming up at a mountain, so it's out of view. I was wondering if we'd see a smoke column. If you guys have just joined, we're trying to get eyes on the Frenchtown fire, which is by Bullard's Bar, up at Frenchtown/Organ House. And we did just see it on the other camera. Here's the Organ House camera, and we can see the fire clearly in this frame. This is current right now. And when we click this button, we can go do the time lapse for the last 6 hours. I want to do the last 12, though, for this one. So as you can see, we got a Oak Savannah Hills, Mediterranean Greece kind of climate here. This is a place I'm very familiar with. Then as you get higher in elevations, the oaks give way to pines, and oaks are fire-resistant trees, and pines are fire-promoting trees. There it goes. There's that ugly smoke column, and we got trees in the way. You'd think they would have mounted the camera a little bit taller on this tower. That would be good. And let's see what happens when we flip over to nighttime infrared. There it goes. Yeah, there's not much to see on this one. Oh, whoa, I stand corrected. That was quite a flare up there. We can go back and see what time that was when that flare up, that huge whoosh happened. It's in 24-hour time, though. Let's see. Yeah, so that was approximately 15 after midnight that we get this massive whoosh and flare. We do see it, as far as we can tell from miles and miles away, die down a little bit there. Who knows what it hit to make it suddenly whoosh like that. Alright, so let's go back to camera map, and I want to see if we can put eyes on the Dixie. So a lot of cams up by Paradise and Magalia because, you know, pg&e, which was ordered to put up these cams by the state, so that, you know, we could watch from our armchair all the fires that they start. Now, they put a lot around Paradise and Magalia, where they more than likely just started another fire, which I'm going to button my mouth on. Just rest assured, I am sharpening my pitchfork for the day that I can finally just let loose, and I'll make a separate video on how I feel about pg&e. How about that? Let's stick with fire and observation right now. This is the Jarbo Gap cam, looking up the canyon. This is the current view, and I'm just going to do a 3-hour. So looking at Dixie Fire now. Yep, you can see how wide it is, and there's a huge flare-up that happened around midnight. So it must have been heavy winds around midnight that just sort of picked up for a bit and perhaps died down, because it's just that whoosh effect and then it dies down. So we're almost at 3 in the morning, so this is our current image. That wasn't too exciting. Let's check out Flea Mountain. And looking back at chat. Cian, good to see you again. And stay safe. Sean says, same here, thank you. You're very welcome. I should go to bed before I stay up all night again. But I do want to check these cams first. I'm so sorry this has been not very comprehensive. But I did fall off a bicycle today, and that's what kept me from being here this evening. I'm okay. The bike is no longer in sellable condition. It's kind of a funny story. I got excited and said, I found a bicycle. Wow, just the other day I thought about buying a bicycle. It was something somebody had thrown away, and it was perfectly good. And so I get on it, and I was riding around and, well, showing off, because I was trying to impress a guy. I'm a sucker for foreign accents, and he was European, and that's, of course, when I tumbled right off of it. But I either failed to impress him, or maybe, you know, looking on the bright side, maybe I did impress him, because I tucked and rolled and came back up on my feet like a jungle cat. You know, maybe he's impressed by my agility, if not my riding skills. So while I'm okay, the bike is no longer in sellable condition and needs a little work. So we can see the Dixie Fire, and it's huge. So looking at this direction, this is up the canyon, and it is basically following the Feather River and has jumped out of the canyon, you know, to the north, northwest, northeast, and due east. Jake says, lol, glad you're okay. Yeah, you know, I was wearing gloves at the time, and that really helped. But I sort of tucked and rolled on my right elbow, and he was super alarmed, and he's like, are you okay? And I just ended up back up on my feet, dusting off my knees, going, yeah, dude, of course. I planned it. Okay, so Bald Mountain Butte 2 is, let's do a 3-hour. Well, let's do a 6. I like the sunset, and we're still getting the sunset at the tail end of these. Yikes. So this is, the fire should be coming right towards this camera, because it's facing the Butte Lake Reservoir. This camera is. It's looking southwest. It's in between Butte Lake Reservoir and Lake Almanor. So we should see it come right at it. Elijah says, nice to hear that you're doing well. I'm feeling way better than yesterday. I still am sniffly. Thank you. I'm feeling better too. I have to make myself sleep tonight though, otherwise I'm just not gonna heal. Well, as soon as I was sleepy. I was sleepy around 9, just thinking, I don't want to go to bed this early. Well, maybe I do. And then I saw another fire. I went, okay. That's out the window with the Frenchtown fire, which hopefully they can contain by noon. If they do that, they'll be good, and if not, that'll be quite bad. Frenchtown / Organ House. So this would be the camera to watch. Let's go and look at where the fire is currently spreading off of Cal Topo. So we do have the GOES satellite. We have the camera's location is here, looking southwest, and we do have heat detections all around its vicinity. So if one were to be monitoring the fire, you could just leave this thing on to auto refresh. You can get the Chrome extension called Keep Awake. I think it's called Keep Awake, or is it called auto refresh? Let's look at it. I think I've got it. No, I don't. Not on Edge browser, but even if you have Edge browser, you can install Chrome extensions on it. And I prefer Edge browser. It's a lot less memory intensive, especially when I have 64 tabs open monitoring 64 different agencies that are talking about fires. And you could keep this refreshing and just see what the fire is doing. Going back to Cal Topo, the wind is now blowing the fire away from the camera, though, as of this moment, as of 2:46 a.m. So just depends on what it's going to do. It's going north on this side and south on this side. This fire is clearly big enough to cause its own weather, so that could change pretty rapidly. In fact, I could read the NOAA weather forecast and current conditions of Almanor West or Chester, and that would give us actually Canyon Dam would give us the current conditions. So let me do that. I'm going to look at my phone. If you're on Android, the NOAA weather app by Pandemonium Software is the best one to have, in my opinion. So I've got Greenville, California, which is right there, ready to serve. But I'm going to type in Canyon Dam. That is a different weather station over there, I believe. No, it's not. It's pulling the one from Greenville, so I lied. Overnight, widespread haze and smoke, clear with a low around 52, calm wind. Dawn will occur at 8. Sorry, no. Dawn will occur at 5:53 a.m. Current temperature is 52. Excuse me, I already read that. Let's see, the wind right now is 2 miles an hour from the east, but that is down at Greenville. That is kind of in the valley here, this upper, this high altitude valley. But up at the ridge tops, that can be quite a different story. You see up here where the peaks are, you see this thicker band of green, and that means stronger winds. And where if you were to zoom in over at Greenville, you don't even see any. It's just that light that it doesn't show up on the map. So there's something a lot more fierce going on over here. I mean, fiercer, not fierce, but you get the idea. It could be 15-mile-an-hour wind gusts easily up by the canyon. Canyons act as wind tunnels, which increase the rate of speed for wind, and same thing just goes for being higher elevation and on ridgelines. So the forecast tomorrow for the area is widespread haze with a high of 85, widespread smoke, and sunny. Light and variable winds becoming southwest, which means it'll blow to the northeast, back towards Greenville. So the winds will be blowing towards Greenville, towards Lake Almanor. And tomorrow, excuse me, I lost my place. They will become 8 to 13 miles an hour in the afternoon. Winds could gust as high as 23 miles an hour. That's not good. That's not a good forecast for firefighting. So the conditions, I'm scrolling through that, precipitation, dew point, etc. I wish we had a humidity on this app. I'm going to put a star on there and add an alert. So that's what I highly recommend people do anywhere. If you're anywhere near fire, put an alert on that for NOAA Weather by Pandemonium software for Android. So Funny37 says, oh my god. Well, oh my god, what were you reacting to? A general situation? Oh my god could describe the entire West right now, actually. I think that's very fitting. I'm looking at chat. So looking at the rest of the week, though, it's going to be up in the 90s at Greenville. That's unusual. That's balmy. I mean, up in the mountains, usually people escape the heat from the valley up there. So we have for Wednesday a high of 93, wind gusts up to 20 miles an hour. And scheduled for Thursday, 93-ish again, with winds again, 20 miles an hour gusting. And by Friday, 97, and Saturday, 99 degrees. That's general outlook. That's stifling and horrible. Greenville being 99 degrees is... It usually is not hot enough to swim in this lake. Lake Almanor is fed by snow melt and the glacier off of... well, it's not really a glacier, but snow off of... perhaps mini glaciers on Mount Lassen, the volcano. So there's Mount Lassen over there. This is ice cold all the time. I mean, you can wade waist deep here at Prattville and Almanor West. You can wade waist deep in that water, even though it's pretty warm out. And then you change your mind. And I didn't want to go swimming at all because this is my teeth are chattering. It is rarely hot enough for people to stand that kind of cold, but when it's 99 like that, it's one of the rare swimming days at Lake Almanor, and it's pretty funny. If you're at the surface of the water, if you can like flatten yourself out in the lake, you'll be at that hot surface water or the warmer surface water, and you dive, you like swim 4 feet down, 6 feet down, and it's just starts hitting your fingers and your toes, like they start going numb. It's cold as anything. So Funny 37 in the chat says, didn't know this was live. She's up late. Yeah, I am. I can't sleep when fires are headed towards my homeland, where I grew up, and my stomping grounds where my relatives are. And when new ones start up, it's just, yeah. My sister is in Talent. 1/3 of her city burned last year. Yeah, Talent was functionally erased because the downtown was erased. That we watched that live basically on the stream, looking at ODOT traffic cams, and we were looking at I-5, and we just saw the fire coming closer and closer and closer to each cam, and then the cams would disconnect one by one, and we'd lose them. That was one unfolding nightmare. Bumpus Hill, yeah, Bumpus Hill is up by Mount Lassen, which is of the 5 things to see in the West. Mount Lassen is one of them. It's a volcano that blew up Mount St. Helens style. Or I should say Mount St. Helens blew up Mount Lassen style, with half of it getting blown off around World War I. And it was like a nuclear bomb going off here. And Bumpus Hill is a boiling mudflat. And you can go out there on some wooden walkways. They may have reopened them. They kind of were rickety, and they didn't want people falling through them. But I think they may have reopened them up at Lassen National Park. It's the coolest thing. You can see the very active volcano. There's lakes and little streams that are acid. They look like normal water, but they're acid. Little signs say, don't drink this. And there's the coolest sulfur looking stuff everywhere. There's sulfur pits that are belching sulfur, and you tell a newbie, hey, it smells like perfume, lean your head over here. And they lean over, and then the rotten egg smell hits them, and you laugh. but it's quite cool. And not cool that the fire is heading towards everywhere around here. These businesses were slammed by COVID. First of all, they were impacted by COVID in 2020 and the fires by 2020 with hardly any tourism or travel up there. And then in 2018, they were impacted by the fires in the Paradise one. And so these businesses have been absolutely crushed for the last 4 years. They've had almost no tourists, and here they are ready to reopen. And, well, gosh darn it, pg&e says, hold my beer. Would you like another fire? And that's what's going on. So I am antsy for the North Fork of the Feather, I believe that's what that is there, Seneca and Caribou. And people in Quincy are antsy because look at the fire coming towards them. I cannot believe that Chester itself, I mean, the evacuation is right up to its doorstep. Eleanor West, that's just mind-blowing. We thought they had a handle on this just days ago, and we thought wrong. Yeah, pg&e shaking my head in the chat. That's all you can do. There's no way to describe them without profanity anymore. So I'll say nothing. Okay, so let's go. If anybody in chat has any questions and you want me to cover information, I've kind of covered the Dixie, covered the Tamarack and what it's doing just right now. Everybody is already more caught up than I am on what occurred today since I was out and about and wrecking my bicycle. But we should definitely check the Bootleg and the Beckworth. There's the current satellites data for the Bootleg. And that's the GOES live. That's recent data. And I'm surprised to not see red. So the Bootleg merged with the log today. There's harrowing escape from a lot of people in the neighborhood. I briefly heard that on the news. So I can't show you the news, otherwise that's a copyright issue, like video. But this is huge. This is now Oregon's fourth largest fire in modern times, and getting bigger. So it has now crossed over into the area that has previously been burned, the Watson Creek one. And while that is going to make it flare up, unless they've done a lot of salvage logging and prescribed burning, I don't know what they have done, because that's already, previously dried out and seasoned firewood, all the trees that died in the first fire. So years later, you get worse fires as the brush has had several years now to grow up around the base of standing dead trees, which are called 1,000-hour fuels for a reason. And so you get brush that's basically stacked up like kindling next to logs, and basically the entire region becomes a bonfire. The good news, though, is that they fought a fire here in 2018, so their fire lines are still good. A lot of them will still be good. And it's more like a remanning rather than a start from scratch kind of situation. So there's good news and bad news when you get a situation like that. Paisley must be, everybody must be shaking like a leaf over there because it's deja vu. We watched this fire, not the 2016 one, but this one, the Bratton last year. We were on pins and needles for Paisley. It's this tiny community, and if you put the little gold man there and do street view on Google Maps, that's basically like on the flatland down here, and there's these very steep hills right next to it, cliffs even over here. And so they did a good job of keeping it up in the hills, and they lit fire, which is called firing, to the hills down here when the wind was favorable, and it burned off the vegetation off these hills. So when the fire reached towards Paisley, it ran into a scorched earth and had nothing to burn. Then they went patrolling up and down the highway, putting out spot fires, and they were slamming it with aerial attack, and it was a very awesome job they did. They saved Summer Lake Hot Springs, which is over here, and I'm just fingers crossed for them making it through again. But there's plenty of other places that are just not making it, and it's just rampaging through here. There's a lot of structures lost, a lot of homes, and historical assets, livestock. It's just god awful. That's the best way I can describe that. So we should look at the InstaWeb and read the Outlook. Maybe sometimes in the middle of the night they have got an update. We have a 5-hour ago update for the Bootleg fire. That'll have to do. So I want to skip all the way down to the Outlook. We know it's big, bad, and ugly. What do they plan to do? What is the weather going to look like? So the Bootleg fire in Oregon, the planned actions are patrol and mop up south and west edge of the fire, which is, well, not where the fire is moving anymore. So that's good there. Construct direct line to the north and the northeast, which is where it's traveling. And scout construct contingency lines. That's a good plan because I have a feeling the weather is going to be, well, it's going to turn wicked evil somewhat soon. Hey, Morris, welcome back to the chat. That's family home, Paisley. Really? You're from Paisley? That's cool, Morris. Tell me about it. I haven't been there. Every time I make plans to go there, it's on fire. I want to go to Summer Lake Hot Springs and popularize it because apparently I'm popular. No, I mean, I really love to go to rural places and if the locals are willing, just sort of showcase their place and enhance tourism. So funny, says extreme crowning. That doesn't sound good. Yeah, I can explain what that is in a second. So the outlook for we're on the Oregon's 4th largest fire here, the Bootleg. Patrol and mop up on the southwest edge, and then they'll make lines on the north-northeast, and contingency lines are secondary ones. And they're very, very useful. So say the fire blows over one line because of the spotting, which I'll explain in a second, then you have something to fall back on. And even if it doesn't, that's an awesome thing to have, because if you take your hands up and just like you were measuring like a foot, with your hands, just put your palms straight up, fingers straight up. In between your hands, if your hands are lines, which are basically like little mini roads that they make, you could light a fire from one to the other. And they give you a scorched earth strip so that when the fire arrives, the main fire, it's got nothing to burn, stops there. And then you can patrol that road, which is fire line, almost the same thing, and just spray as needed as the tumbling tumbleweeds try to cross it, so to speak, and if burning trees fall across it, you can just deal with it as it comes. That kind of defense is awesome. So I'll explain what the fire behavior is. Just extreme is the entire fire. All of the commas are like different things. So in general, characterizing the fire, it is extreme, and we know that. Crowning is a nightmare. I was explaining that yesterday on the stream too. Crowning is not what you want to see. It's a characteristic of mega fires. So nature's fire, like natural ones in general, especially if there's been year after year many fires that were benevolent, the kind that just burn the brush off and keep the big trees alive. That's what you want. That's what nature does, and if nature doesn't take care of it, the Native Americans would start it to make sure it happened. That's fertilizing. That's burning away the brush. You never want the brush to be so thick at the base of living trees, because when it goes up in smoke, then the base of the tree burns long enough to catch, and it'll climb the tree. So trees are pretty fire resistant. Their bark is just in general. But if you have enough things stacked up at the base of the tree, like a bonfire, it'll eventually climb. And so having a small amount of brush and grass at the base of trees is perfect. If you do a prescribed burn like the natives used to do, or if lightning starts it by itself, the natural type of fires in general just run fast along the ground. And grass, if you've ever lit that on fire, like try to burn it, like in a campfire or something like that, you'll notice that it goes whoosh and then it's out. It just burns real fast, and so grass fires run real fast, but then they're done. And so trees are unharmed. Crowning is when you have so much brush and crap at the base, or you have extreme winds, or the fire's just big enough to start sucking up. It sucks the flames up because heat travels up, and that creates its own wind, and it'll suck air from the ground, and it'll pull it all up to the sky. That is when you get the trees on fire. And crowning is the crown of the tree. The top of the trees are on fire. And once it happens to a few, if there's wind, then the burning embers and branches off the top of the trees go to the top of the next tree and the next tree and the next tree. That's what a crown fire is. It is kind of an independent, separate fire at the tops of trees. And occasionally, it's only at the tops of trees. That's an unusual situation, but I've heard of that, where, say, lightning strikes the top of a dead tree, and there's a lot of standing dead trees, and the tops burn off, and it goes off in a direction at once with the wind. Occasionally, they kind of stay up there at the tops, and then rain from a thunderstorm rains it out, and you have a bunch of trees dead at their tops with a limited ground effect. That's rare, though, and it's something I've heard of. I can't actually give you an example. More often, a crown fire is, when a mega fire, the kind where the actual trunks of the trees are catching, when there's enough brush and enough wind activity and low humidity, extremely low humidity, lots of winds that dried out the vegetation, drought conditions. You have all those magical, horrible things coming together, and you get a tree that can ignite because of a fire at its base. Then you have the tops of the trees on fire too. And that's where the green branches are. That's typically where they're green, but with this extreme year we've had, every part of the branches of trees is going to catch. So when you have single-digit humidity, such as in this specific fire, I listened to somebody who was a professor at a college today describing this phenomenon, this crown fire. It's a nightmare because you can't fight that. It's only from the air, can you? And that's only during the day, and only when you have good visibility. And sometimes there's so much smoke and haze that it doesn't blow around, and pilots can't do a dang thing. So all the ground crews, most forest and wildland fire fighting is done from the ground with dozers and hand crews and shovels, and they can't do anything but look up. You have to put a tree on the ground to put it out, and nobody wants to go and cut down a tree that's on fire because burning branches are going to come down on you. And if the heartwood, the center wood of the tree is already on fire, it's weakened, and as you put a chainsaw to it, it can just completely come apart and unexpectedly sliver. So you'd think of a normal tree just like falling over, and it can actually break into 2 to 3 pieces, split, and completely kill in an instant anybody at the base and toss them into the air. I was actually in a doctor's office when a logger, who is almost all loggers are volunteer firefighters, by the way, he was cutting such a tree. It wasn't on fire, but it flung him. And he lost consciousness and woke up with his right ankle by his ear. It completely obliterated his knee, and he was in an orthopedic surgeon's office, and everybody was checking out his scars and absolutely, flabbergasted by his injury. But he walked again. That's the good thing I have to report. I believe he was part of the Axemen TV show. So that's what crowning is. Crowning's a nightmare. So no matter what you've done on the ground, this separate portion of the fire will go up to the tree tops and spread. Crowning is what just guaranteed causes spotting. So spotting, I'm going to explain that next, and running will be afterwards. Spotting is when an ember will go and travel with the wind, land on something receptive, and start fires, little ones, in front of the big main fire. And so when you have to have high winds for this and elevation. That's typically what you need. And if you have a crown fire, a fire at the top of the trees, then that's worse. If you take a paper airplane, toss it off of a tall building, it travels a lot further than from the second story. Imagine throwing it off the top of the Empire State, and you're down there on the streets of New York. That kind of is a good analogy, because if you're down at like some place like Paisley, you're looking up at the mountains, and then these tall trees are at the top of the mountains. That basically is like the top of the Empire State Building. Now put a little bit of gasoline on that paper airplane and see where it goes, and you launch about, I don't know, 500,000 of them. And that's what spotting action is in a mega fire. So, in fact, it would actually be more than millions of embers. So, yeah, it is terrifying. So, torching is what can cause crowning. It's not listed here, but we anytime that crowning is there, you know torching is occurring, and that's when fire is at the base of a tree and climbs to the top. That basically begins the crown fire, unless lightning struck the tops of trees. And in this case, we know there's torching. So, running is where the fire will go along the ground and move at a rapid rate of speed. So, we know that fires run up hills, and they run with the wind. So that's just also nightmare. Backing and creeping is more favorable. Like creeping, is when it just kind of goes. We saw the videos the other night near Markleyville. That's a great example of creeping, where there's no wind at night, and there's like, say, moderate levels of pine needles on the ground. And so just like bark dust fire, it just kind of spreads out slowly and creeps along the ground. And that sort of thing firefighters can actually work with and use, and they will be able to make lines in front of it, and basically it's doing the scorched earth policy for them. They don't have to light any of the protective backfires. As long as they protect the trees from going up, creeping can be favorable if it's in the right spot where they want. Okay, so significant events on the fire. Spot fires immediately exhibiting fire characteristics in the extreme class, with close to 100% ignition rate in unshaded receptive fuels. And that's what the expert was talking about on the radio today. 100% ignition rate, if you think of the embers as a fire blizzard, every snowflake is on fire. That is exactly what it looks like too. Like if you're on the ground, you would see orange glowing snowflakes everywhere, and you're in a blizzard. Usually an ember will land on something and just kind of blow out. The majority of them do, especially if there's higher humidity in the air, like humidity in the air. And green vegetation, such as green grass. Embers can land in green grass all day long, and in general, it won't catch. However, we've had extreme drought. If you go to single-digit relative humidity, you get this. You get 100% ignition rate in unshaded receptive fuels. So anything been baconed by the sun is dry enough that one little ember will almost guaranteed light it on fire. That is terrifying as well. So on the scale from kind of bad to very bad to extremely bad to nightmare, that's in the nightmare class, and so is crowning. So let's look at the weather. And this, we need to take a moment to appreciate the really difficult situation that these firefighters are in. They're fighting nightmarish conditions. It doesn't get too much worse than this, knock on wood. I mean, Santa Ana winds are worse than this. But no, there's not much that can be. So this is why it is Oregon's fourth largest. This is why they haven't been able to contain it. I mean, if you were handed a shovel and told to go out into a fire blizzard when it's 95 degrees out, and there's 9% humidity. It's so dry that if you don't put lotions on your hands, your knuckles split, your lips crack, and you get nosebleeds just because the air is that dry. I mean, if it was that dry in a house, your furniture would start to crack. If it was that hot and dry after a time, like you can't store furniture in a hot and dry attic like that. It splits open, wooden furniture. So they're doing the best they can. The fact that there's 32% containment is very good considering these conditions. So the fact that it's going towards where the Bratton fire was last year is good in a way because they made a whole lot of lines up there in those mountains. Now, whether or not it gets terrible and terribly bad will depend on basically on one thing. How much have they worked since last year's Bratton fire? How much have they worked to reduce the fuel load in there and reinforce and strengthen those lines? Did they do any salvage logging? Did they get those standing dead trees on the ground? At least on the ground. You don't want them in the air because a tree that can burn for 1,000 hours, that's a lot of weather, high wind events that could happen, and a lot of embers that they could throw around. Did they do a lot of that salvage logging? Did they do a lot of prescribed burns to lower that fuel load? It's going to depend on preparation. So I don't have the answers to any of that. I would have to be on scene asking people with a microphone like, so what have you done since the Bratton fire? I don't have that information, but this is the good silver lining. The good news is that you can really prevent megafires from being worse by taking proactive steps. We are not victims here 100% to the weather here. We are not helpless. There's plenty of things we can do to prepare and make sure that in the future these are not as bad. Now on the bootleg. Getting too tired here. Current weather, showers overnight helped relative humidity recoveries into 75% range to start out the day. Whee! That's nice. Temperatures rose in the upper 80s with lower 80s at higher elevations. Relative humidity fell into the 15% range, though. Not unexpected. I mean, Oregon is kind of a high desert over there. It's single digit, which is the wowzers, you know. So some areas of critical fire weather developed with southwest winds of 10 to 15 mile an hour with wind gusts up to 25. Yeah. A red flag warning was in place for the gusty wind and dry conditions. Cumulus clouds developed in the afternoon, which is like a column, I believe. I should double check that. And in the afternoon, but showers are made well east of the fire area. I'm going to double check that. I don't want to be saying wrong information. So, cumulus. Being sick at 3 in the morning, I want to make sure. Yeah, clouds forming rounded masses heaped on each other above a flat base at a fairly low altitude. Okay. Yeah, they can look mushroomy. They're puffy, cotton-like, and fluffy in appearance. Okay. So cumulo means heap or pile in Latin. And so when we have them around fires, they call it pyrocumulus because it's, well, you can almost translate to the fires. Sorry, going back to, I lost it. Where to go? Go back. Cumulo meaning pile, like a pile of fire. All right. So looking back at the chat, sorry, I ignore chat too long sometimes. I saw something like 80% of the Oregon fires were human caused. Well, if you count corporations as humans, but they're not. So that's really not an accurate statement. No, like what people think of as human caused is like something with a cigarette or fireworks or something like that. That's actually been pretty damn rare. Like considering this year and last year, the Beach Creek fire was started by lightning. It was just a small thing up by Jawbone Flats and north of Detroit Lake. And the dang power company didn't shut off the power, even though there were like 85-mile-an-hour winds, and red flag conditions. And so at the town of Gates, where they had the headquarters for fighting all of the fires, like the headquarters management team, deluxe new firehouse in the town of Gates, which is right next to a river, at Gates, they had to abandon their own town and their own firehouse, which caught on fire, because the power lines dropped just everywhere all over the town, and they barely made it out of the canyon west. And they were going to relocate to Mill City, and Mill City was on fire. And then they went further west to Staten and Sublimity and tried to relocate there, and the embers were falling around Staten and Sublimity, and they had to move west to Salem. So they were driven out of the center of the Cascades west because the fire was in front of them to the west. That's because the power poles are dropping. And so that trapped people and killed them. A couple of people just north of there at one at Jawbone Flats and another on that other road. Because, and here the original Beachy Creek fire was fired to the east and north. These it got big that fast because power lines dropped. And if you look back on my live stream, we were watching it, we couldn't believe it. The fire chief was describing that situation. So, yeah, it's power lines. The people at Detroit Lake were trapped. They couldn't get out left or right because the high wind conditions flamed up the Lion's Head fire, and it merged with the Beachy. They kind of touched at the peaks of the Cascade Range. And they were back down on the dock on the lake calling for an air evacuation from the National Guard. All the people of the town, like 75 people and a couple of firefighters, like we're talking about the volunteer firefighters there. And they couldn't get an air evacuation. It was too smoky. So they piled up into vehicles, and they were guided by radio on these obscure logging roads and Forest Service roads to get towards Mount Hood, and they barely made it. I mean, there were many opportunities where they could have been cut off and just burned up in the mountains. That was like a Titanic disaster that was just barely avoided, that the world isn't particularly aware of. So no, it is not humans doing this stuff. That was lightning and power lines. That was a corporation and lightning. And they could have put out that lightning strike fire for weeks, but there were no fire roads over there. So they tried it with helicopters, and they couldn't do it. And they said they would send in smoke jumpers, and then they learned a lesson when about 20 of them burned to death years ago, and there was a movie about that, which I haven't seen. But they no longer put smoke jumpers into areas where they can't escape if the S hits the fan. So they canceled the smoke jumper operation, and the fire crews just sort of watched it and monitored it. And the thing about lightning fires that are in a heavy fire load area, you got to put them out. I mean, the public thinks, we should let a lot of those burn naturally. That's true, asterisk, but not now. Not when there's been like 90 years of no fires in the area. That means there's 90 years of brush and undergrowth and all the trees being too close together. And so that's, in order to start that process to the point where we can let some of the lightning strike fires go, we would have to extremely carefully thin out the forest, perhaps in some spots, and then do prescribed burns in the wetter times of the year, so they wouldn't get out of hand. And we got to gradually reduce that fire load. And then when we reach that point, can we let Mother Nature kind of go back to doing her thing and act like the Indians have been trying to tell us for centuries? You gotta keep small fires going so big ones don't happen. Not the mega fires. Those are not natural. I mean, human beings aren't actually natural. We are part of the ecosystem. We help out. We're the only animal that can intelligently be good shepherds of the landscape. We're shepherds of the earth. That's what a lot of cultures believe our purpose is. So we're the only ones who can consciously look at the environment and improve it and prevent environmental disasters, which is what megafires are. So we need to go back to that because, what we're doing now and have been doing the last century has not worked, and that's become painfully obvious. But no, I mean, you have to give people fire education. That's the horrible thing that I was reading, and I was pulling my hair out when I saw the lightning was near Jawbone Flats, the ghost town I wanted to film. Rest in peace. I went there in March. I almost hiked all the way there, but I had to turn back. And I didn't like what I saw. I saw huge fire loads, no fire access roads whatsoever. I saw standing dead trees everywhere, and there was some anal retentive opinions that no roads should be put in this sacred wilderness. And I was just like, you know what? Your sacred wilderness is going to disappear if you don't have fire access roads, and if there's one match at the wrong time of the year lit, or any sort of ignition source. There's a balance. There's people think that if you build any roads, it's going to be developed. It's going to be logged. It's going to be clear-cutted, and that's not true. You can protect the wilderness with laws. You could say this is old growth. It's protected. You only down the trees that are leaning, sick, or doomed in general. And always have the fire access roads locked, so party goers don't go behind it. And only give the keys to firefighters. But they needed that. They could have put that out so easily. It was a small, tiny fire on a hillside for weeks, with the firefighters watching it from a distance helplessly. And you have to put that out before the winds come. It was a race against time, and it was the most unfortunate thing. Labor Day is usually the start of the wet season in Oregon, or the week after. It is the very last weekend where you can go camping, usually like clockwork, like a flip is switched and the rains come. It's the wet season. And you plan to camp the weekend after Labor Day. It's going to be like a high of 65 degrees, and it stays that way for winter. You go from shorts to wearing parkas, basically after that week. And unfortunately, the once in 100-year, once every 75-year wind event occurred right at that time when a bunch of lightning strike fires had started in July and August. And that horrible weekend when a lot of people left. This disaster really unfolded just like any great big disaster does, because so many horrible things lined up to cause a huge disaster. And so many different, what do you call that? Unlikely, extremely unlikely things lined up to cause this huge disaster. And the winds picked up on that Monday afternoon. So Monday morning, people had left their campsites for Labor Day on their way to drive home, and the winds picked up that afternoon, and the ashes stirred up into fires. I mean, campfire looks like it's out, but unless you put it out with water, it's not. Winds can hit it, and it's going to ignite. And so a lot of hikers were coming out of the mountains and telling the media, we've been putting out campfires all day in these campgrounds where everybody just left. And so that is another source of a lot of the fires. A lot of times people lit them on purpose, and what I believe strongly was occurring was people had begun to rake at that point, because all the summer's pine needles and stuff had fallen on their properties in like Clackamas County and the rural counties. People always have to rake up the stuff and burn it in a bonfire, just to get rid of that stuff for fire safety. And during the summer, there wasn't the ability to do too much of that. So usually right after Labor Day, you get ready to finish that off, because that's when burn bans are lifted and it's moist enough to do it. And so people were seeing the high wind event and seeing the fires break out all over Oregon. They were looking at their own properties going, Maybe I can defy the burn ban. Doesn't seem to be that windy right now. Maybe I can just quickly burn the stuff off my property real quick so my property is safe. And that's why you see stuff like fireworks and stuff were found. I do believe that it wasn't so much arson, but people trying to protect their own properties and defying the burn ban. But when people see fireworks, they go, "Oh my God, it must have been, some arson thing." And no, it's panic. People act stupid when they panic. So there's a lot about rural living that city folk are completely ignorant of. You have to, you will get fined if you let pine needles and leaves just stick around your property without raking it up and getting rid of it. Especially if you have a cabin on federal land like we did, where the federal government owns the land, but you basically own the rights to living in the cabin. No matter how bad we felt, we had to take this drive, more than 4 hours into the mountains every summer and fall, towards the end of it, spring and fall, to rake up our pine needles and burn it. So, the people set off some fireworks in Klamath County to start little fires, which I believe is to protect their property and make it look like somebody else did it. If you go out and you light your own bonfire on your property, you're gonna get ticketed and fined if you're caught doing that. But if you kind of point a Roman candle in that direction, or just put your sparkler down on there, you might blame it on kids or something, or, oh man, somebody else, or some sort of an arsonist or whatnot. It's much less likely you're going to get in trouble. But that's set off the rumor mill to crazy extremes, which I'm not going to get into. But I think a lot of that was people protecting property. Malala was in Klamath County. We watched on pins and needles as that was surrounded by fire, and they barely got a handle on it. And that was somebody who was evacuated from the bigger Klamath County fire that was coming. And they were in their RV, and they tried to start the generator and threw a spark into the grass near just south of Malala. And so that was technically human caused, but completely accidental. And he would not have been there, evacuated from a fire, if the natural one hadn't driven him out of his area. But the whole arson crazy rioter rumor thing was just something that still to this day I'm still trying to put that down. You know what? That wasn't a thing. When you're mad at the police or whatnot, there's no incentive for you to hike out to the middle of the top of a mountain in the distant wilderness and light it on fire for some reason. It's complete nonsense. So let's get back to what's going on here. That was the last thing we covered was the bootleg, and I need to sleep at some point in time. And spare my voice. I never really understood that being a radio disc jockey is hard, but when you talk incessantly for hours, it starts to hurt. I now have a lot more respect for disc jockeys. So the Beckworth was what I wanted to check out. Poor Plumas County. Oh, I'm so pleased to see a 90% containment on that one. Yeah, Doyle. There were a lot of things lost up in there. 105,000 acres. It got overshadowed by the outbreak of the bootleg. But this was, the original gangster of disaster over here. It was a lightning-caused fire, too. There was a lot of lightning in July. And this year, we're back in the present time right now, 3:30 in the morning, on the 21st. This was one that was caused by lightning, and they did not get a handle on it fast enough. The Fuels involve timber, closed and open stand, transitioning to sage and grass in the flats. And that's at the awkward place at the top of the Sierras where it kind of transitions into Nevada desert area. And it flattens out up there, but it's a high desert. It's higher elevation. So you get a lot of scrubby stuff up there. It's no longer like the green. Plumas County on the west side is really green and majestic and, Smoky Bear kind of habitat. But that's, sagey up there. So there are some scraggly white pines in the drainages and chaparral. That's the word I was looking for, chaparral. Tumble and tumbleweeds. Fuel moistures remain critically low near the Beckworth fire in both live and dead plants. Energy release component is above the 97th percentile. I want to make sure I understand what that means. Usually I ask the firefighters in chat for confirmation on what firefighting terms mean. I've studied fire behavior, and I don't know lingo, though, for firefighting. There's still a lot of kind of esoteric terms there. So let's verify this. But it is what I think it means. That basically where embers land, 97% chance it's going to go up in smoke. So let me look it up. Firefighting lingo, energy release component. That sounds very physics professor kind of a word. Okay, fact sheet. Let's look at it. It's official. The energy release component is a calculated output of the National Fire Danger Rating System. The ERC is a number related to the available energy in BTUs per unit area, which is a square foot, within the flaming front at the head of the fire. Okay. The ERC is considered a composite fuel moisture index. And so basically how receptive fuel is to catching, as it reflects the contribution of all live and dead fuels to the potential fire intensity. As live fuels cure and dead fuels dry, like firewood curing, like that's better at the campfire, less smoke and more hot, right? When you're going camping. As live fuels cure and dead fuels dry, the ERC will increase. That's exactly what I was talking about, where the second wildfire is worse than the first one in an area. The ERC will increase and can be described as a build-up index. The ERC has memory. Each daily calculation considers the past 7 days in calculating the new number. Daily variations of ERC are relatively small as wind is not part of that calculation. Oh, that's pretty cool. So just how freaking dry is it? That's ERC summed up in a nutshell. Just how raw, dry, and receptive is it? And they have scientific modeling. And color codes. I like this. Spatial Sciences Laboratory. TAES. Texas Forest Service. This is their handout. That's pretty cool. I am definitely going to save that to general resources. And we're going to put that under ERC. That is a handy little handout. So I'm glad I looked that up. I think it's cool that the public can see, that there's a lot of science going into fire these days, and that is what is going to save us all. Technology will save us all. Every time that firefighting technology has increased, we've had much better outcomes. People don't realize, if you haven't studied history and histories of disasters, that fires like mega fires, like around the Great Lakes and such, used to kill hundreds of people at a time. That was typical. Like you would just read the newspapers back in the day that hundreds of people were dead because you had communication like telegraph. You had people on trains that were completely blind, and trains full of people would go into a fire area, try to stop. It takes miles and miles to stop a train. Then they put it in reverse, whereas if the wind was blowing towards the train, it would put embers behind them and light up the wooden bridges behind the train. And then the train would be stuck and people would be running into wildfires on foot trying to escape. That kind of nightmare happened around the Great Lakes around the turn of the century. And you had people sitting at their command posts at the telegraph line as the fire approached, heroically dying at their station to try to get as much information to the smaller towns out as they could and try to call for help. Then you didn't have any airplanes back then. You couldn't scout. There were things like when they started making modern lookout towers, they had high technology, and they're still used today. Firefighters, where we can look at that at another part of the stream someday, where you can locate a fire with kind of like a map in front of you, and then telephone lines, revolutionized everything, and then airplanes revolutionized everything. Biplanes were talking, and then fighting fires from the air is a very new thing. Like, it's still relatively in its infancy. So every time technology has come around to help things, we've had such and such better outcomes. So much, in fact, that we've been spoiled. 1800s fires were a living, screaming nightmare. Beyond describable, but beyond description, horrifying. Yeah, scouts with a telescope, basically. But there's these really, really cool instruments that I can't think of their names of. Azimuth firefighting, something that I was reading about that because fire lookout is still a job. In some places where it's kind of hazardous to be flying all the time, they still have the little lookout towers. And so there's this one lady who spent her time in COVID with her dog in a fire lookout tower, and she was describing, I think she has a blog, what it's like to find fires from her tower. And she uses the same equipment that was there in the 30s. So we learned the most about fire in the 30s when we finally got some of this modern equipment. And we have been the spoiled brats throughout the 20th century because we were able to find fires so quickly and put them out so quickly with things like smoke jumpers and aircraft that we have unfortunately allowed the fuels to build up over the past 90 years. Almost all of these mega fires where you haven't had fires before in 50 years or more. And we're now learning our lesson that that's bad. That we should have been doing the prescribed burns like the Indians did, for the last 10,000 years or so. But what would they know, natives? We gotta tell them about their own place, We gotta tell them about their own land. But, now we're in a special age. We're suffering right now, but to leave you with a bit of hope, we're in an age where we have exciting new technology coming out. We will have drones. We'll have FLIR-enabled scout drones that we could send out all the time. We'll even have drones that follow the scout drones. And whenever we detect lightning, we could push a button from a headquarters, send out scout drones to get eyes on the ground. These fire lookouts and aerial places cannot detect all fires. In fact, sleeper fires is what the firefighters were telling me about in chat, Torin and Iceman. They said that lightning can strike a tree, and it can start a smoldering fire within that tree. And that means that the heartwood is burning on the inside, and it's kind of depriving it of oxygen. It gets very little oxygen because it's basically surrounded by that bark still. That's still alive. And strangely enough, the center of the tree burns up and the bark is intact. And if you've ever seen a tree like this on a hike, you're like, oh, that looks like a nice tree, but it's dead. And you turn around the other side and you see it's completely hollowed out. Oh, and it's black inside, right? Well, that's the heartwood burning off, and the sturdy bark around the outside was like a shell. And so a smoldering fire is one without flame, but it's the hot coals, and it does spread extremely slowly. It does burn extremely slowly. Even inside of a structure, even inside of your very own home, if a fire started within your wall, it just has limited oxygen. Walls are not completely sealed. They're not hermetically sealed. So they breathe a little bit. Some air kind of sucks through them. And so the fire won't self-extinguish, but it won't get enough oxygen to be a flame either. So you have families, there's a lot of horrifying reports of families being inside of their house, not knowing that it's on fire, spreading through the walls and every single wall in their house. And then something happens, like, the light switch and the power to one room goes off, and they scratch their heads like, what is that? That's funny. And they flip the switch up and down. They don't know the fire just chewed through some wires. Then they touch the wall and they go, that's hot. And they're still confused. And sometimes they sit there and the firefighters find them inside of their homes because they called 911 and the 911 op is trying to tell them to get out. And they're just like, why? The walls are just hot. There's just something electrical going on. But firefighters know that at any moment, if a piece of that wall were to crumble, or if it chews through something, like say it breaks through the junction box at the light switch or the power outlet, and then whoosh, it gets oxygen, that is going to explode into flame, and it'll be everywhere. Structure can be lost extremely fast. That's why they tell you, no matter what, you leave your house if you smell smoke, have a hot wall, touch a door handle and it's hot, you make the 911 call from another residence. And the same thing will happen within a tree, but this will happen for months. It will happen for weeks or months. And that tree won't have flames shooting out of it until there's a gust of wind and it has broken through the bark somewhere or reached like a part where there's a hollow, like where there's an animal den, or like there's a branch that fell off. And then it gets its oxygen and then the wind picks up and then all of a sudden the tree's on fire. And that's when you can finally see smoke. We presume that might have happened with the Beachy Creek fire. And that's, people were speculating arson and stuff, but there was no possible way it could have been arson or a cigarette or a campfire, because it was in this rugged, inaccessible peak and canyon area where no hikers don't even go. There's not even trails. That's why they didn't allow the smoke jumpers there. They had no way out if the stuff hit the fan. But people were scratching their heads and saying, man, at the time that you saw the smoke, we didn't have any lightning. Doesn't matter. Could have happened months before. It's a sleeper fire. It can also happen outside of standing trees. It can happen in the undergrowth. It can be in bark dust, so to speak. It can be in a fallen log. It can be in underneath really, really thick piles of pine needles. And if it's down there in the underground, for example, say lightning strikes a tree, the fire's down in the root system, it's underground. This is why when they put out fires, they always dig up roots and extinguish those, because you could have it ignite again from underground as soon as you leave the area. So if you see all the firefighters, they're going to be digging with their hands through the ash, just feeling for hot spots. Say there's a lot of pine needles, like at the base of a big kind of dying tree that's dropping a lot of needles. If the needles are like a foot high, or the wind pushed them into a pile, it's just not going to get enough oxygen. It's going to smolder under there. But what happens when the wind blows that pile over? Whoosh. Looking back at chat. Sorry, I don't look at chat enough. Police radio from Jackson County broadcastify September 2020 was reporting possible arson. People on bicycles with homemade spears and gas cans. Jackson County. Okay, yeah, there was an arsonist in southern Oregon. And there were some crazy people who were doing that. One person was arrested at the time. But that does not explain what happened. That was not what erased, what threatened Medford, and that was not what nearly erased Detroit Lake and all that. That was Beachy Creek. That's not what happened in Clackamas County. There were so many fires in Oregon. That's not the Lion's Head fire either. That was when fires were already started because of the what was going on at the time. There was a guy who was down by the Talent, or was it Roseburg area, who was, I believe, a transient homeless person who had mental issues, decided to go out and help the fires along. And he made the situation worse, but he didn't cause it. But they take that one mentally ill person, who's also apparently drugs were involved, and they try to say that was evidence of, protesters go out and do stuff. No. 75% of the homeless are homeless because they're so mentally ill they can't hold down a job, and they don't even have the wherewithal to pay their bills. I've gone out and interviewed some of them, and it's pretty dang sad because you want to help them like in a meaningful way. And you start talking about complicated financial issues or even pretty simple ones, and they start like blinking and staring behind you. And I'm like, what? This guy's looking over my shoulder. What do you see back there? And he starts laughing. I'm like, what are you laughing at? He's like, oh, nothing. And then come to think, everything I was saying, there was a voice in his head making jokes about what I was saying. That's pretty much the state of homelessness. I've been watching a scanner radio monitoring that for the counties wherever I'm at, and Pulse Point, which lets you know if your county participates in that. You can hear sirens, turn on Pulse Point, and see what your local fire department's responding to. And so you'll see medical emergency, car accident, and then you'll see vegetation fire. And in the 95 percentile range of vegetation fires, it is the homeless who are cooking. They start fires all the time. Yeah, schizophrenia. It could also be a couple other types of things. But that is why most of the homeless are homeless. America did not have a homeless crisis back in the days when we had robust mental hospitals and a robust mental health care system. We can't lionize that because it was pretty awful, one flew over the cuckoo's nest kind of stuff. But we shouldn't have closed the mental hospitals and put the mentally ill on the street. We should have sheltered them and reformed the system. So the homeless crisis begins basically when the start of dismantling the mental health care system, and so does the start of mass shootings. Before that era, which is around the early 80s, we didn't have either of those things. Before Vietnam and all the trauma, and we didn't really have homeless vets. That wasn't a thing. Counties got money from the feds to take care of homeless vets and anybody who was invalid. Yeah, I'm not going to name names right now because we know who was president in the early 80s. You would think that that certain president would have finally gotten the idea that maybe that was bad because he was shot by a mentally ill person. The irony here abounds. I'm not criticizing him or getting political. I'm criticizing the state of the nation, and that was obviously a mistake, another one that we have to learn about. So many of the fires that we're dealing with are caused by homeless cook fires and the structure fires where firefighters die. So many of the historical buildings are being burned down because just people are trying to stay warm using candles. Can you imagine it's like 20 degrees out, you have nowhere to live, and you have holes in your sleeping bag, and the wind is whipping up, and it's snowing, and you could see people in their cars and homes that are warm, and you can't do anything, so you crawl up into the nearest building that you can. I know I have a friend that lived in a cannery in Monterey, and they were just trying to stay warm, huddled around candles, and they got so cold they all piled up on top of each other. And he got tuberculosis. That's how desperate they are. We were seeing a resurgence in things like typhus and tuberculosis, which is overwhelming our healthcare system. And these firefighters, respond to these ancient historical buildings, just go up and smoke like that because they don't have the modern fire stops and fire code stuff. So these are extremely dangerous, but they normally wouldn't go inside these, outdated things like bow truss roofs and balloon framing and such, which you can Google. They don't want to enter these kind of structures. fires just spread through those buildings rampantly and quickly, and they're fire traps. But if they feel like somebody's inside, they will. And so almost all of the deadly fires where the buildings collapse on the firefighters is because homeless people were just trying to freaking stay warm in there. And we just lost the historical trestle a couple years ago into Wallaton, which I used to love driving by. It was one of the last that were wooden that the trains still go on every day. People starting a fire underneath it, cooking, you know. Rip Cannery Row, yeah, basically. I don't stay up with the news down there in Monterey, but that's, yeah. This, most of the historic buildings go down because, well, unless they're arson for insurance, like development, but that's a different story. You know, that's what it is. The thing about all this is homelessness is too expensive to keep around anymore. It's cruel and too expensive. Just because you're mentally ill doesn't mean that you should be homeless. I mean, telling them that they should pull themselves up by their bootstraps, okay. If you have trouble telling the difference between reality and illusions, and you don't have boots, how the hell are you supposed to pull yourself up by your bootstraps? You know, that's really not practical. You know, you never expect from somebody what they can't achieve, what they're not capable of. And with treatment, a lot of them can go back to work and they can actually be productive members of society, or at least the ones that don't start fires and shoot people. But, you know, yeah, this is the Wild West. People in Europe that I've met, I describe these things. They don't get it. You know, I dated somebody who was homeless for a bit, and he told me, I have to tell you about a disease I have. And I went, what? You know, your heart races, and he goes, tuberculosis. I'm like, oh, wait, you're not joking? So if you go into a warming shelter or like a homeless shelter, you have to pull out your tuberculosis card because it's spreading rampantly. Tuberculosis, which is now antibiotic resistant, is making a rip-roaring comeback. So unless we want to go back to the Gilded Age, where basically this is like Victorian London, which is in the history books in London, but it's coming back here. Unless we want typhus, tuberculosis, and, well, we got the measles again. These sort of things, even the plague, you know, because typhus is spread by rat fleas, and so is the plague. If we don't want that stuff coming back, we need to stop homelessness. You know, we would save so many billions of dollars a year because they only go to the ER for their healthcare needs. Nobody else will take them. Like, you can have a toothache and try to get free dental care, and you can't. And then it becomes an abscess. And then you have a rampaging infection. And then you have a runaway fever. And by the time you go to the ER, the person might be in critical condition with blood poisoning and brain inflammation, and they now need operation on their brain to relieve the pressure. And they're now going to be an emergency patient, and the surgeons have to do things, and then they have to stay in the hospital for a couple of months, when at the cost of, like, you know, $6,000 a day at the least, which they're not going to be able to pay. Maybe we should have just paid for their damn dental care. You know, an ounce of prevention is worth a ton of cure, actually. But we'll learn our lessons eventually, I hope. But if we want change, we have to change what we're doing. Got to learn our lessons and figure out what doesn't work. And telling people to cook out in the open because they're homeless, and forcing them to live in abandoned, derelict buildings, it's not a good thing. Yeah, I don't understand the whole healthcare not being a right thing, you know. I just don't understand it. There are things that human beings need. It's food, clothing, shelter, and healthcare, medicine. That's what you need, and we don't deny food and clothing. You know what? I'm sorry. I've been to Russia, where they marvel at the idea of homelessness. You know, like the Khrushchev in the 60s. He calculated everybody that didn't have a home and the amount of youth there was and the amount of homes needed. And they just built apartment complexes and housed everybody. And that's just the way it was. Even poor Russia was able to accomplish that. It's actually not that expensive. Their accountants calculated the beans, and it wasn't just because they were communists. Homelessness cost them more than housing people. And to this day, there's a lot of people living in those Soviet apartment blocks. They don't have rent. They have the responsibility of upkeep, and so the building maintenance they pool together for. The heating oil they pool together for and pay. And, well, they are fire traps, which is something I could do an entire stream about. That scared the living daylights out of me. The fact they don't even have fire alarms. So, like, if you smelled smoke, you can't pull the fire alarm. They don't have fire escapes either, and they're like 9 stories tall. I could tell you a lot of horror stories about that. Russia is going to have some of the world's worst structure fires. They're just ready to have those. Every time I hear about a major structure fire in Russia, you know that there's a mass casualty because, oh yeah, there's a Russian live streamer on YouTube who streams from his Soviet era apartment. Yeah, there's a lot to like about them, though. A lot of them were pretty practical, and it's like a condo. You can remodel to some extent inside. I've seen them spruced up nice. They're pretty damn comfortable. I'd love to have one. You know, it's but minus the whole, where's the fire alarms, the sprinklers, and the fire escapes, and that electrical. You know, those electrical codes. You know, electrical tends to shine out being better than things, but it's gas too. There's a lot of gas in there, and there's a lot of raging alcoholism, and so you got to worry about what your neighbors are doing if they left the stove on and fell asleep and that kind of deal. But nope, only 5 stories tall because they realize anything higher than 5 stories needs an elevator. No, there's a lot of 9-story Khrushchev apartments that do have elevators. They seldom work though. They're tiny. They're 1- and 2-person elevators. If you have your luggage, they told me to use the elevator with my luggage, and they'd see me at the top. That's all you can fit in there is 1 person in a suitcase. They're pretty interesting. But yeah, a lot of those are 11 stories and whatnot. And that mall fire that they had, oh God. But Russians, I asked them why. And there's other horrifying things about Russian apartment blocks. I'll do a stream about this later. I promise. Oh shit, it's 4 a.m. Excuse my French. The last thing I have to say about that is you need a key to exit your apartment. Even in England sometimes, I have no freaking idea why that's so. In America, if you want to leave your house or your dwelling, there's a turn knob on the inside to lock it. And when you're inside of it, you just turn the knob and you leave. And when you're outside, you lock it. See, I thought it was like this all around the world. And it's not. It's so freaking mind-blowing. So I go to Russia, and I wanted to leave one day, and the door is locked. I'm like, can I get out? And I tried it, and I tried it, and I tried it. And I was desperately, yanking on it. I'm like, why doesn't the door open? And several hours later, they return, and I'm like, I was stuck in here. And they go, no kidding. That's the way it is. And I said, what? And they said, well, we only have 2 keys, and we both went in separate directions today, so we both took them. I'm like, okay, you could have left me a note that that's how doors work. And they said, that is how doors work. Are you an idiot? And I said, no, I'm not an idiot. Are you guys idiots? I mean, who the hell, what kind of, I don't mean you guys, but whoever designed this apartment complex, is he an idiot? You have to have a key to get out? And they're like, no, that's the way doors work. I'm like, no, it isn't. What are you talking about? There are turn knobs. He goes, no, you turn the key. I'm like, oh my God. So I'm telling the story to my friend in England, and he's not laughing along with me, and he goes, that's the same in England. And I said, what? Oh, yeah, like Victorian, ancient London, right? He goes, no, in my modern house that I'm renovating. And I said, what? He goes, yeah, you have to have a key to get out. Oh, okay. Okay. I even took a picture of my door and said, there are alternatives, such as knobs, It's just, can you imagine the amount of time it would take? They had a nail on the wall and they had a string on the key, and that's where the keys go. You're choking to death, okay? And people don't realize in a structure fire, the smoke is superheated. You have to put your face on the carpet and crawl around on the floor. That is the only place where it's only 130 degrees on the floor. So your skin is starting to blister. The top of your head is starting to perhaps even ignite. Like it feels like the top of your head is on a frying pan and on your back. And you're crawling like mad to your door trying to get the hell out. And you reach up. You reach up for that knob to get out. And it's hot. And your hand starts burning. It starts getting a sunburn. It starts turning red because you're reaching up every single layer of the smoke above you, like every half a foot. The temperature increases wildly. If you have to stand up, if you put your head at standing height, that is like hotter than the broil on oven. It is more than 500 or 600 degrees. Your hair would auto-ignite if you stood up into that layer of the heat, and you would faint immediately, and that's how a lot of victims die. You have to be on the floor, reach up, open the door at the handle. You probably burned your hand bad, and you have to crawl the hell out of your front door. If you have to go and find a key, and which is going to be red hot, or not red hot, but you know what I mean. You're going to touch this metal key. You're going to hear tss on your hand. You're supposed to somehow manipulate a lock. I can't imagine that. Rhonda the Fifth, welcome. It is so good to meet fellow royalty. Interesting variety of tangential subject matter. I am the queen of that. That is why I'm addressing you as, fellow royalty. I am the queen of tangents. So when are you going to run for public office so you can affect those common sense approaches? You know what? I think I'd be immediately assassinated. I think that's the standard practice for the powers that be. Holy crap! A common sensor killer. I don't like that comment. So funny. Delete that, please. I don't know what that means. But no, in all seriousness, I think that we the people should put some legislative ideas and push them on our senators and get them to write some bills, because we're not going to get any change unless we push for it. But that's the thing, is if we don't blame others, if we blame ourselves for being ignorant and, well, innocently ignorant of things, and allowing this to happen, because we're really in charge. We were fortunate enough to be in a republic, representative republic. Oh, you're Jewish. Okay, I'm so sorry. I thought that was an anti-Semitic comment. I apologize. I was just okay. I understand now. Yeah. So the putz is my favorite word, by the way. Like I'm totally borrowing it. I hope that's acceptable. So what was I saying a minute ago? It's 4 a.m. Your friends do? Oh, okay. So, where are you from, by the way? Are you on West Coast? I'm just curious. And Rhonda the Fifth, where are you from? No, I didn't. I have no idea. So what was I saying? I got so distracted. It means penis? I'll allow it. I mean, YouTube. Ew. Okay, I gotta delete it because this is gonna go live for I'm gonna remove it. Not like you're bad, but I'm trying to keep it family friendly. So, yeah. I'm going to remove part of that right there. Florida, but in the Army you lived in Monterey and learned Mandarin Chinese. That's pretty dang awesome. Yeah, I was going to say you were over there on Cannery Row. Oh, putz equals penis. Oh. Whoops. Okay, I got to fan myself. I'm overheating. Red as a lobster. Blush suppression is failing right now. I need to go get one of those Sobe pina colada drinks out of my fridge. I don't drink, but I need some half and half. A shot of half and half or something. But yeah, I didn't know that. Oh my god. That's one of my favorite words. We just have no English equivalent. You just gotta say somebody's a putz when they really are one. So sorry, this is tangential, but I think we should put forth legislative ideas instead of politicians writing stuff because they don't know jack about the real world. They just know about negotiations and ball playing and such, and acting. We should consult with experts. And last year, I had the idea of making a simple 25-point plan for saving the West from wildfires with preventative measures, common sense, practical applications which have been proven to work before, with improvements to communications, incentives to develop new technology, and going back to what works and throwing out what doesn't. And meeting in the center, no more partisan BS left and right. We both have an interest. Everyone has an interest in putting out these fires. I am not interested in the debate like, did global warming cause these fires? Whatever, dude. These fires are causing global warming. Look at the emissions. Look at the deforestation. We know climate change can occur from deforestation alone, and it has. It used to be giant cedar forests in North Africa and Lebanon. Lebanon cedars. The Sahara Desert. Used to be a lush oasis type thing. Climate change happens, and we have to adapt to it. And part of fighting it is don't allow deforestation and all these unnecessary emissions. Mega fires are mostly unnatural. It's very rare that they occur in nature. We mostly just kind of foolishly and ignorantly created the conditions for them. There are so many practical ways to avoid them, minimize them, and make sure they don't happen in the future. But we have to first analyze what the hell's going on. Like, for example, why are they happening now when they didn't in the past? Well, back in the day, the power lines of California and the power infrastructure was new, like in my grandma's time. It mostly was installed at the turn of the century, like in the mountains there. And they did not update the equipment or maintain it. And a lot of that's original 90-plus-year-old equipment that keeps failing up there in the mountains. The one that burned up Paradise and Magalia. They found the broken equipment that started the fire, and they couldn't even replace it because no one alive today knew how to make that equipment. Really? You have to dust off patents from the patent office, and try to figure out how to make those insulators and such again because nobody alive remembers. Really? 1800s stuff there, and that was still hanging from our power lines that failed. That in Grandma's time, those winter Santa Ana winds never really cause natural fires. It just didn't happen. They're not associated with lightning or anything. They're just extremely high wind events that happen in winter. And global warming or not, it's going to happen because of the geography of California. Because there's a mountain here, there's a Nevada desert here, and at winter the jet stream changes here, and this is what happens. So they were 90-mile-an-hour winds. They blow out matches. 70-mile-an-hour winds. They blow out matches. If you ever try to light a match in front of a fan, it doesn't work. So in Grandma's time, not only were people just smart enough to, not do fires in these dangerous conditions, they still are, but the power lines are now so rickety and so under-maintained, and the political corruption has allowed these power companies to allow vegetation to grow over fire access road, heavy, thick, tall vegetation right underneath power lines. That's illegal, but somehow it happens. One of the very few things that will light a mega fire in a fierce 90-mile-an-hour windstorm is molten metal, constantly dripping like a welder's torch, molten metal repping into dry vegetation, just over the course of minute after minute after minute after hour. It's one of the very few things that will cause a massive fire in a 90-mile-an-hour wind situation. Another one is power lines on trees. In fact, what we should do, so one thing I want to leave you with is let's look at YouTube and watch what happens when a power line hits a tree, and you'll understand on trees. Power lines versus trees. There's a whole playlist of this stuff. Trees and power lines mix. So that's a promising one. Power line burns through a tree and falls. I haven't seen this one. Let's just check it out. I'm turning off the sound, but you can see that sizzle. You see how that branch is just glowing. It's making contact across the lines, and even in this wind, that fire will not go out because it's constantly like restarting because it's energized. And I'm going to go back and turn on the sound because that would have been a nice, really frightening sound. Here we go.
Cannot do that.
Why? Oh yeah, I know.
Water and electricity don't mix, bud.
Yeah.
Oh, worse. Yep. Oh, I did that in video too. Woo, yeah, buddy.
So that's really a mild example. That is not nearly as bad as I thought it would be. There are some really incredible ones that just snap, crackle, pop, and it's just frightening. Just what power lines do. Look at that. And these aren't even bad examples, and not always what I was looking for. But let's see if we can get a good one. When trees and power lines meet. Let's see if this is. Let's see if this is one of those.
That's the electricity running up the flames. That's cool.
There we go.
I'm doing video, yes sir.
Yeah, I'd be running too.
That's why we don't get near it. That's why we don't get near it.
May I assume the power's out now?
Oh, for God's
Power is
sake.
out now.
I know you still got one leg up there. Yeah, but it's probably kicked the breaker now down there. It's dead in line.
So, I hope you get the idea that this is, yeah, that Boomhauer from King of the Hill filmed this. That's the best comment. I'm going to go ahead and like that. And I'm going to link this in chat, if not the description, if I remember later. So, am I feeling better? Not now that I've stayed up all night on accident, just trying to monitor fires, but when I hear about them going up in my backyard, you know, I just I get sleepless. I was feeling better, but I kind of wrecked my bike, and there was a funny story about that. That's why I wasn't on earlier. But good morning, Tim. And when people start saying good morning and I'm still awake, I figure now's a good time to go to sleep. So what first responders do with this is they do nothing. They can't do anything when they see this. They are sitting in their trucks, you know, safely insulated with the tires, waiting for power companies to arrive, waiting for them to do something and de-energize things, and then they could put water on it without electrocuting themselves. And sometimes the whole structure goes, the whole tree goes, and they're just waiting. In a storm where you don't de-energize the lines of a neighborhood, this will be happening all over the county, and the power line folks can't get everywhere at once. The workers can't be everywhere at once. We saw in Clackamas County live on my stream during the mega firestorm of last Labor Day. We were listening, and they said, oh, there's a structure fire. The firefighters arrived and sat in their trucks for 2 hours. Not only did the power company not have a response time of, they said an hour will be there, an hour goes by, and they said, where the heck are you? And they had gotten lost and gone to the wrong address because they didn't have direct contact. It was, you know, communications and failing radios and bad terrain. This is why with simple, better communications such as 5G or better networks all over the place and better technologies and more towers everywhere to broadcast these signals, you know, we could prevent a lot of fires because it's response time. You know, it's response time, and you cannot have people go to the wrong address. We need to invent new technology so that firefighters can turn off the damn power themselves. I mean, why the heck can't they? Why isn't there a master switch at the end of a city block where they can just get some special tool out of their truck, reach up with a pole, and just like yank a switch down with an insulated pole? Why isn't that part of their gear on every truck? Why isn't that special pole part of every neighborhood's, like, break glass if needed? You know, it would suck if people prank or something like that, but heck, in the era of 5G, you could put, you know, 4K cameras, security cams, and catch anybody doing that crap. You know, you could make it a real complicated process, but if somebody could execute that in 5 minutes and get it done, you know, but break glass and alarm will sound, you know, or this, you know, it's like the old excuse: we can't have fire escapes and fire doors in a building because people will steal and go out the back door. Well, most thieves don't use the fire exit because alarm sounds. You know, am I feeling better? Slightly. You know, my ego is bruised because I fell off a bicycle trying to impress a guy. So maybe he's impressed by my agility as I tucked and rolled and ended up back on my feet. Bike is in a sorry state of affairs, though. But why is this still like the 1800s? Power lines and that technology is still in the 1800s, where there's this complicated Byzantine system of somebody sees this, somebody has to call 911. 911 has to call a power company. 911 dispatch has to call the fire department. Fire department has to arrive on scene, call back 911. 911 dispatch then has to call the power company again, wait for them to respond, then call back the first responders who are there. Holy crap! What about direct lines? You know, the bat phone. You know, like it revolutionized diplomacy to have an actual direct contact from Washington D.C. to Moscow. That's how we avoided like blowing ourselves up with nukes. Why don't they all have an iPad or a tablet and text each other and then draw a map for each other and send maps to each other? And like right now on Waze, I could share with my mother that I'm coming towards her house in my car and she can see my progress. Why the hell can't the fire department do that with the power company? And so you made a wrong turn back there, yo. That's a one-way street. No, you gotta plan your route this way, thanks. What? You know, but technology is going to save us all. Because right now, even if we all had iPads and the technology that already exists, like Waze and tracking people, it won't matter if you go out to the rural area and you have dial-up speeds or there is no internet, period. But this will all change. If you put 5G repeaters all over the place on poles, we're going to have a new era of pretty much internet access everywhere. And on trucks and in response vehicles, there will be ways to tether a drone and have it persistently fly into an area and just hover and provide, you know, the equivalent of a Wi-Fi signal for distant areas and create repeating network systems and such. This is all something we can do. You know, drones right now are battery limited except for the ones that can tether to a power source. And with hydrogen fuel cells and that kind of technology, we'll have drones run around scouting. You know, like it was so sad. Klamath County had radio problems last year. They lost contact with some of their crews and sent gophers. They said, "Dude, can you get in your Jeep and go over there and tell them to turn on Channel 4?" And they said, "Well, why aren't they on Channel 4? Weren't they told Channel 4 was our channel?" "Yeah, but they're trying to talk to the other crew that's on Channel 6, and they only have one radio, so they're flipping back and forth." Why the hell did they only have one radio? There was a fire that really spread out of control because somebody had to get in a Jeep and go tell them to change their radio channel. You know, they were out of cell phone range. Why is this happening? People are saying, "Oh, these fires are getting so bad because it's global warming and stuff." Man, it's, you know, why are firefighters looking at this right now? You know, waiting for the power companies to de-energize stuff. Why aren't power companies legally required to de-energize their lines when there's extremely high winds picking up in red flag conditions? Right now, it's a decision that corporates, bigwigs have to make. So there's a lot of people who are helpless in the corporate system, seeing like Detroit Lake and stuff in red flag, and they see the Beachy Creek fire blowing up, and they want to de-energize the lines, and they're like, "It's the middle of the night, though. Is our corporate bigwigs awake? Can we call them?" Tim says, "I warned you about making sense." Yeah, I'm about to be shot any moment. I'm kidding. We were joking about how if I ran for politics, I'd be immediately eliminated because I kill everybody who has common sense. That would explain our system. But, you know, right now that's a corporate decision, and they're weighing these other pressures that they have, such as, you know, what would the stockholders say? If they're legally required to do something, though, it becomes pretty. That's a step in the right direction. And second of all, why isn't it automatic? Why doesn't AI make that decision? If suddenly the wind gauge in you know, the Santiam River Canyon or wherever you're at suddenly breaks because the wind reached 120 miles an hour and so it broke. Why isn't there an automatic system where the weather stations immediately send a signal to the power company and they can shut it down from a corporate headquarters anywhere in the world? You know, the system shuts it down. You know, why don't they detect that this tree in this video here is on this line doing this. You know, like if I'm in my bathroom and I drop a toaster into my bath trying to kill myself, I won't die because there's a GFI. Why isn't there the equivalent of a GFI for power lines, for God's sake? You know, we have this technology. Why are power lines even above ground? That's a different thing. In some situations, they may have to be above ground. But then why do we allow trees anywhere near them? You know? Yeah, So Funny says put temperature and humidity gauges. That will trigger the switch to flip. AI is not that smart. Actually, it is. It's actually not even AI. It's just basic programming. Like if you make a video game, you're just inputting parameters. Like, you know, for example, you could say anything. You know, like this is basically video game type technology. If you do basic programming, you're basically one of your first assignments is to make Snake game. And so Snake is that funny game that used to be on old cell phones. It was black and white, and so it's a maze, and you're telling the snake, which is running around the maze, to turn left and right. And if you turn into a dead end, the snake hits the wall and you're dead, right? So you're supposed to run the maze without hitting the dead end, and the snake never stops. You can't back up and you can't stop the snake. So if you have ever watched, put the snake on autoplay mode where the program is running, that's not AI. That's just actual program. Whenever the snake reaches a dead end, it goes the other way. If left is dead end, turn right. So you could program, if power surge on line 7 in sector E occurs, shut down entire sector E. That's the most basic programming in the world. That's not even AI. That could exist right now. This is primitive. This is the stuff that Nikola Tesla and Edison would walk up to these power lines we have today and go, oh yeah, I recognize that. I invented half of that. And that's bad. They were so forward thinking that Tesla was already thinking about computers and what computers would do. He would be like, why don't you have that already? Jeez. I set up the world for you to be all technological. What the hell have you guys done while I've been gone? Tim Watson says, a live short like on the screen will show up on gauges at the dispatch. Yes, GFI could be easy to set up. Yeah, I just, it boggles the mind. Why, when we have so many issues with this piece of technology, why don't we just have a contest to improve it? Like if we treated wildfires as a war, which I believe we should, because this is devastating our country more than any nation ever has. I mean, if you think about it, Gettysburg and those sorts of things counted for more deaths. But if you think about the landscape being destroyed and like the South being destroyed and scorched earth, the wildfires have actually been worse than the Civil War for our country. And if you're in wartime, you just hurry up and you make the technology that you need. If we considered ourselves at war with this phenomenon, monster fires, which are of our own general making, out of ignorance, and you had these contests, like they did in World War II. They said, oh, we need this. If you can invent such a thing that will guide torpedoes, then you get money. Here's the prize race. Here's a race. Everybody submit stuff. Then we'd have revolutionary technology within 10 years. These are costing us billions of dollars, so why don't we have $1 million prizes? What I would have done if I was in charge when these fires broke out is say, guys, we need an app right now. This is a contest. Program it. You have a deadline. It is in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, I want an app that gives, compiling all the databases of all agencies. It's one single website with the databases that tell everybody in the country about every wildfire. All they have to do is just search from the one place and you get all your evacuation info, all of your maps, and all of your appropriate phone numbers for the appropriate fire from one place. It's an app. It's on the internet. And it's accessible for everybody disabled. So if somebody's blind, they could push a button and it will read. A robotic voice will read them everything. And it has to be red, green, colorblind friendly. Sorry, Oregon, you flunked that with the 1, 2, 3 system. Ready, set, go. It's red and green and yellow. Come on. Oh my God, so many men are red, green, colorblind. And it's in multiple languages. You know, people that spoke Spanish were totally screwed if they only understood Spanish. They had no idea what the hell was happening through half of COVID and half in these fires. I wish I spoke Spanish so I could have reached a wider audience. You know, it's just, it boggles the mind. I bet if we put out a $20 million prize. Go. Everybody go. Best one. Best team. Come up with the best app in 3 months. We'd have something so spectacular. And there's a section for the civilians, section for the first responders and the experts. And just like on Waze, where you could say, oh, there's a flood in the street here at the intersection of 10th and Division. You know, that's what we do. We're helpful. You know, if there's traffic and road construction on I-84, other people report that and they just push a couple buttons on their maps. Why can't people report a fire like that, where the fire department instantly sees it? And dispatch still has a role, of course. It's part of coordination. But these fire trucks and these fire crews can be headed in the right direction and know what the hell's happening before phone calls even have to be made. You know, it's easy to verify things these days. It's very, very easy. If somebody's false reporting, to just absolutely shut them down because you know where the hell they're at in order to report this stuff. They've got their location on. It's very, very easy to figure out whose phone it is. We don't have to worry too much about that, but can you imagine? You know, everybody's filming the damn fires anyway. They're on their cell phones. Imagine if you could hit a button and you could show live what the fire's doing, and all the first responders on their way there can already see and get an assessment. So that's, they call that in structure fires, you always see those videos of the guy racing there in his personal vehicle before the engines show up, and he does the staging. You know, he radios back to dispatch and says heavy fire showing or no fire showing. I can't remember right now, 4 a.m, but yeah. You know, why do we have more technology in figuring out road traffic than we do for fires? And there's traffic cams long before there were fire monitoring cams. This blows my mind. Why are all of these cameras up here all over California? Why did we have to have the mega fires first before we figured that this might be a good idea to put them around? You know, webcams cost a whole $30. These are really low resolution ones. These are pretty crappy ones. You know, they're less than $100, but how expensive is the fire? We can either do it with cameras, or we could pay pilots constantly to run around and do it, and put trillion-dollar satellites up into space. I mean, that's nice and everything too, but you know, the $30 webcam options are pretty good. There's a lot of private people, you know, like off your back deck, cabins everywhere here where they would participate. Imagine getting $20 off your electric bill every month if you conceded to having a webcam off your balcony, if you had a good spot to, you know, monitor situations. And the humidity and wind gauges too and stuff. Can you imagine how much data we'd have and quicker response? Just knowing what the hell you're going to face is so critically important. You know, I could go on, but it's response time. It's knowing what the hell to do. It's not just throwing money at the situation. Technology is going to save us all here. We are at an exciting time where even though we're suffering, we're learning our lessons, and we now have technology that can solve things. We're on the way there. We're at the point where we figured out we had a century of success and failure. And we just figured that out. And now technology, just like in the 30s, how that revolutionized everything. Yeah, and plus there'd be less arson. We got a bright future if we stop, burying ourselves in I mean, what you're going to do if people just say, it'll take 300 years once our carbon emissions are cut for global warming to go away and then for the fires to die down. No, it's not at all. Even if global warming didn't happen, we'd have these mega fires from sheer mismanagement. I mean, nothing will ever stop the Santa Ana winds. They happen in winter. It's geography based. No matter what temperature the earth is, they're going to be happening. Our response and maintaining power lines and figuring out how to shut them off instantly and that sort of thing. That's what prevented fires in the past. That's what will prevent them in the future. It's ignition. No matter how hot the world is, no fire starts without ignition. There's always an ignition source. So I remember it being this hot when I was a kid. It was 115. And I went track and field practice and swam in a pool that day. But we didn't have any fires at the time. Back then the power lines were still maintained. But, we got solutions here. The people who are just predicting doom, saying everything's going to get worse from here on out, everything's getting hotter and drier, blah, blah, blah. Shut up. Well, don't waste your time when there's 200 things we could be doing to make the situation better. Don't just sit there and cry in your beer and be a naysayer and a downer. That's banned on this channel. We're not going to have that here. That's exactly what these pg&e executives want you to think, that blame global warming and stuff, just like the governor says, because we don't want you to know that the governor doesn't want you to know. And he's bailed out this murder company that keeps starting fires, like the Dixie Fire. You see the fire in here? The Dixie Fire? Sorry, wrong camera. That's pg&e. Yep. That smoke-filled horizon and this mega fire, the one that's headed towards Lake Almanor and people being evacuated, and everybody in Butte County and Plumas County just on pins and needles and having PTSD flashbacks. Again, that's the same company that keeps doing this. The reason they admit that they did it is they know they face no consequence because they are protected by the corrupt governor and the system here. They've already killed over 100 people. Paradise wasn't the first one. Our family friend died in the Cascade Fire just miles south of Paradise, right here at La Marica, the year before. We could have learned our lesson the year before and punished pg&e the year before, and that was the same night that Santa Rosa burned down because power lines dropped here, power lines dropped here. This is when towns started being erased. Now, there's so many other examples. If we had slapped those CEOs in handcuffs and charged them with negligent homicide like Butte County wanted to do, if there's actual laws, there are no laws that exist that say that that's illegal, that they can make the executive decision to please their shareholders to keep power going during these extreme wind events. It's their executive decision, and if they make the wrong one, they're not liable. The biggest fine Butte County could do to that company was $10,000. That was it. And they wanted to charge officials in that company of negligent homicide. There were senior citizens that burned to death alive in their trailers there. There were families burning to death in their cars. In the Cascade Fire, there were families running from their burning homes, trying to squeeze themselves in the culverts underneath their driveway, and that's how they survived. This is damn serious. This is not something that we can ignore. Yeah, he squawks a lot about global warming being this big problem, and he's protecting and bailing out that company, signing legislation to limit their liability, which sent their stock skyrocketing. And you know what? I bet there's a lot of insider trading, if I had to guess, because their stock went down the moment the Paradise went up in flames. Everybody knew that they were about to be liquefied. Their assets, they couldn't possibly pay out the $1 billion they basically owned to the 85 plus people's families, and that's the other families too, suing them from the other fires that they started. And the huge cleanup, everybody thought PG&E was about to be liquefied, bankrupt, assets seized. The state would take over, the monopoly would be over, stock tanked, and then the people who knew they were about to be bailed out, though, could have bought it while it was low, and then boom, become absolutely filthy rich. I think that should be investigated. It's corruption here. That's why I squawk so much about blaming blaming others. Oh, it's the feds I want to blame. It's the president I want to blame. I don't care if there's a D or an R in front of your name. If you're corrupt, you need to be out. People wonder what the hell's going on. That's what's going on. It's not a conspiracy. It's out in the open. They claim responsibility for fires, and they did when Paradise happened, because they had gotten away with about 23 other before that, where they killed people and erased towns, and they got nothing but a slap on the wrist. So they take responsibility now. They know there's no consequence. They don't even care. That's what's going on. So, yeah, we can cut emissions all we want. What the hell is that going to do if this is happening? This. In 90-mile-an-hour windstorms. They are required to trim vegetation back. They don't. They are required to maintain forest access roads and fire access roads, and they don't. They are required to replace the high-tension power poles every 30-some-odd years, and they don't. Some of those were 94 to 98 years old in the Feather River Canyon. They say, and they are required to, we will turn off the power during the next Santa Ana wind event. We're sorry, and they don't. Even after Paradise and everything that happened last year. In the midst of it, while I'm covering all this crap, the Bear Complex fire, which was a lightning fire, which was doing its thing up there. The Zog fire starts, and it's PG&E again. It's them again. And so they take resources. They can't be everywhere at once in California. We didn't used to have these mega fires because lightning strike fires are bad enough to handle, and the occasional, mishap from a vehicle, an occasional person being stupid with a cigarette or whatnot. But that was manageable. That was a manageable amount of fires. But when you have the power companies doing crap too and starting this stuff right next to residential places when there's 90-mile-an-hour winds, you don't have the option of saving these towns. It's not there. Why is this monopoly allowed to exist? We will only get change if we demand it. So yeah, my pitchfork, I'm sharpening it right up. There needs to be an uprising here. There needs to be a lot of anger. People need to understand what the hell's going on, and the national news has to stop just bitching and moaning about carbon. Excuse my language. Because that's going to do nothing. What is cutting carbon emissions supposed to do with this?
I'm doing video, yes sir.
What exactly will all of our sacrifices with cutting carbon emissions and having taxes and stuff, what exactly is that going to do if this is allowed to continue? That's my point that I'm trying to make. Left and right come together. These fires are causing global warming. The emissions, the deforestation. It doesn't matter what side you're on. If you live anywhere in this damn state, just take a look at this. This button. How much of the state is not red? This is historical fires from just the last 10 years. And much of the state is painted red. Just how long is it going to be before it's you? There's very few places in California that I've been, and I've been all over the northern half of the state and part of the south, that has not seen a fire. I'm running out of places that I've been that have not been on fire. Every single place I wanted to go back and film has been devastated by fire. I wanted to go to Paradise and film Paradise because they had the Dogtown nugget there, the 54-pound gold nugget that was found, and they had a whole museum. That thing burned to the ground. I wanted to go up to Shasta and film the ghost town of Shasta City, and that museum burned to the ground before I did it. You know, I wanted to go to Ruth over here because I have a relative named Ruth, and just to film it, and Ruth got surrounded by this fire. I was like, oh my God. You know, we had property, my family had property over by La Marica and such, and I wanted to just film that area because there was historic mining and cool stuff out there, and it burned down. It burned to the ground, so did Bangor. And Santa Rosa I had been to before, and there were some hot springs around that burned down. You know, the historic hot springs. I was going to film all the Spanish missions and the oldest, you know, inhabited places by Europeans, and it's burned down. You know, and I thought, oh, okay. Well, there's still, you know, there's the mother lode. You know, there's things like there's mines and stuff like ruins and stuff, and places in Plumas County, and then there's the Moonlight Fire. Oh crap. Okay. And well, we may have lost a lot in that, but then there's still places like Seneca, and then there's fire around Seneca. Oh, okay, there's Almanor and stuff, and there's a fire right now heading towards Almanor. There was previous too, the Chips Fire. Oh my God. Okay, even Almanor is going up in flames. Okay, what about Susanville? Okay, Susanville was affected by fire. Oh, crap. Okay. What about Grass Valley? And then all of a sudden my brothers call me from Grass Valley. I'm evacuating, and it's a pretty remarkable story. The firefighters knew that he was still there because his wife was ill. Fire came up over the ridge, and they dropped water in his backyard from an airplane, did a low pass, and saved his house. And I was like, oh my God, biting my fingernails off. I had been to Grass Valley and filmed it, thank God, the Empire Mine. But that was in danger. Now I was thinking about, well, there's all this fire, but I could still go to Browns Valley because I want to shoot the Yuba River again with my drone in the Yuba gold fields. And, well, today the Frenchtown fire just erupted. I'm going, what the hell? Earlier, I wanted to film Beale Air Force Base and the SR-71 project and go back. Beale was on fire earlier this year. Thank God they got a handle on it. Smartsville and Timbuktu. They got threatened, and I'm biting my fingernails off because that's what I wanted to document. And then Clear Lake, I got an invitation to stay at a friend's cabin at Clear Lake, and then that was, I couldn't go visit them because of this massive complex over here. And just, God, what? We got to do something about this. Holy crap. It's getting to the point where you don't ask people if they've ever been burnt out. It's like, how close have you come, and were they able to save your property? The times the fire was here, there, and there. I visited after Paradise. I was in Butte County, and I drove from Sterling City to Oroville, and I saw a glow in the distance, and I went, what? It was a brand new fire. And then my phone blew up with evacuation orders. And my poor relatives who live in Oroville have been evacuated more times than they have lost count. They just laughed at me when I got home and said, guys, there's an evacuation warning. They go, yeah, there always is. They have good humor about it because after a time, you can either have a nervous breakdown from being evacuated like 9 times. And the fire at Paradise crossed over towards them at Oroville. And then the Bear Complex fire, which became the North Complex, that crossed over and threatened them and got on their street and burned to the end of their street. That happened, and then the little smaller Lightning Complex fire, and then the 2017 Cherokee fire. You know, they have lost count. It is more than 14 times that they left in the past, like 5 years, 6 years. They just blow it off. They have better humor than I do. I do chew my fingernails off. I do stay up all night. Oh God, it's 5 a.m, guys. What do I do? No, I was gonna go to bed at 9. But I had to cover these fires. I'm going to look back at chat. I'm so sorry. Tim Watson says money, 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 money. Yeah, that's what it is. And yeah, it's like a war crime. So funny. I totally agree with you. You know, if a individual started the Paradise Fire, you know how much his ass would be grass? You know how much jail time he'd do? How much prison time? He wouldn't get out. Killing 85 people and causing $1 billion worth of damage and erasing like 6 towns. Actually, it's more like 10 off the map. It's not just Paradise. It wasn't just Magalia. You know, there's Pence, there's Concow. You know, there's Irishtown here, there's Centerville, there's all these other little places like you never heard of. Nimshu and stuff, they don't make the news. And there's a lot more than that. If an individual had done that, he'd be in prison for life. They'd beat him to death in the street. People would be that pissed. But if it's a corporate CEO, oh man, the valley's full of smoke again. I think I'm going to hop on my Global Bombardier 6000 and head over to Hawaii. You guys want to come with me? I got champagne popping bottles in the ice up here. Oh, I just looked at that stock ticker. Oh, I just made another $1 million. That's so cool. And I didn't pay taxes because I took stock options instead and pay myself a wage of $1 an hour. Yeah, that's the current state of things. Now, I bet you, since this morning, that there's been an update, and I should get off my tangents and put the pitchfork away for a second. Moore says it will grow for 30 years and burn again. Every time we tried to go to Yosemite, it was on fire. Yeah, I made it in between fires in Yosemite, but it was smoky. Part of the problem with Yosemite being on fire is its roadless wilderness because it wasn't developed and it's rugged. So why have a paradise if you can't defend it? That's my biggest thing. When I saw the lightning strike fire that was up by Jawbone Flats, and I heard the ridiculous squawking of people saying, just let Mother Nature do her thing. Just leave her alone. Lightning is part of the natural ecology. Okay, no, 90 years of brush buildup without there being a fire. Because in the past they put it all out. And letting a fire happen and keeping the standing dead trees that were in the region, there's nothing natural about that. There's nothing natural about extinguishing all fires so that a major fire doesn't happen for 90 years and then letting one go. There's nothing natural about that. And they're like, leave the pristine wilderness alone. There is no pristine wilderness anymore. The Beachy Creek fire, I saw the aftermath photos that people recently took. Aftermath. There's no forest to save anymore. There's no old growth forest to save anymore or to treasure anymore. This is what it is. Why the hell do you save it from logging? Why? Why? Why save this from logging? If this is what's going to happen with the first fire, because there's no fire access roads. Logging could have saved the forest, the sensitive thinning type, and the very carefully prescribed burns. You know, over time. That's what could have saved this whole region. Leaving the old growth alone and taking the brush out. Old growth usually doesn't burn because the Indians had been helping Mother Nature along. If she doesn't cause lightning strike fires, they would start one and burn that brush off. Old growth is so fire resistant, but that's with natural fires. There's nothing natural about putting all of them out so that we have nothing anymore and letting 90 years of brush grow. That's a massive fire load. And these fire trucks are burned out because even the firefighters are running for their lives. These monster fires with power lines dropping and causing new ones everywhere, there's nothing natural about that. Beachy Creek fire exploded in size because power lines went down in front of it. It wasn't just the wind. It was really suspiciously fast spreading and got huge suspiciously fast. It wasn't arson, it wasn't any protesters, and it wasn't any space lasers. There's power lines going down. It's a massive lawsuit, and I hope they win. I hope they grill them I don't understand why power companies are allowed to be monopolies, publicly traded, and cause this devastation, and then to pay for it, raise the rates. Can you imagine that? That's so gangster. That's the most gangster thing I've ever heard of. Is you can walk up to somebody and say, I'm going to provide a service. I'm a monopoly and you have to pay me. It's a service you have to have. And by the way, I'm going to play Russian roulette with you. Just kind of because I can. And if I shoot you, well, I'm going to raise the rate that you pay me to pay your medical bills when you sue me, so that I don't actually pay you anything. You're just, all of you guys get shot, and your medical bills, you have to pay me more so I can hand you the same money back. But it won't be enough to cover it, because there's limited liability. Have a nice day. Oh, meanwhile, we get investors and stuff. We get to pocket the money. There's nothing more gangster than that shit. Excuse me, that stuff. That's called racketeering in a way. There's a whole bunch of words, actually. If it was done on purpose. So, let's see. The Opal Creek. Nice to know you. Opal Creek Wilderness. You know what it looked like before? Before the fire. Looked like that. You're going to see me taking a tour through a wonderland that no longer exists. It was some of the Cascade Range's last old growth, pristine old growth, never developed type stuff. Or, well, they had Jawbone Flats as a town there and they had some mines, but, wasn't developed for the most part around it. This is what it was. It was a jewel. You can see that this is a stump that was logged long ago, but 1800s. It was incredible. Every moment I was there last March, it was just peaceful, serene. It was so primeval. The trees were so big. It was like you would expect a triceratops to walk out from amongst the huge giant cedars, the 600-year-old Douglas firs that 6 people could link hands around and not meet. These giants were just everywhere. And this is what the area was, Jawbone Flats, the gold mining town they revitalized. It was such a success story that they, instead of bulldozing dilapidated old ghost town buildings, they revitalized them and they started charging rent. And people came to rent the cabins, learn about the pristine wilderness and the history and the gold mining and the forest. And it was just the best example I ever had. I was going to give them an actual award, the Catherine's Award for Ghost Towning. He took this old mining town and just perfectly preserved it. And you had to hike in on the old road. And at the end of your day, you stay at your cabins. It was a nice, easy hike. There's just swimming pools, and it's called Opal Creek because there's so much mineralization in the water that it's iridescent. It has the greens and the blues of an opal. So many waterfalls, so many caves, so many mines. Just, I think it's calcium chloride, and there's some copper making the greens and the blues. You see why it's called opal. And these giant trees, every once in a while you saw just huge ones. Then you'd see mine entrances and see the historical artifacts like this old boiler. And that's it today. That's it today. That's it today. That's the road. Some of my pictures, if we ever have a day where I don't have to monitor fires actively, like they just calm down, like a day, I'll show you my pictures. And the blogging I did, the vlogging I should say, where I went down the road and had the terrible feeling I'd never see this place. This was before And after all of it is gone. Iceman, when he was teaching me how to use ArcGIS or whatever it was, where the heck? Environmental justice, wait, yeah, such an ironic term. You know, we tried hard to see if there's any pockets of surviving forest, and there really isn't any. They had one cabin survive, and that's not original. It was a reconstructed one. All the original ones burned to the ground. All the history's gone. The forest is gone. The old growth is gone. The bridges are gone. The access roads are gone. This is what it looked like historically. It was much bigger. Very few of the cabins had survived. And what the hell was this for? You know, why did you save it? And then say, oh, just let that fire burn. Shame on you firefighters for wanting to put all fires out. Oh my God, when I read that there was a debate on whether or not that lightning strike fire should be put out or not, I knew it because I have this education. It's because I study history. I knew what was going to happen. I prayed, like, oh God, I hope that it rains before there's some wind event. Please, you know, it's July. There's this small lightning fire by Jawbone Flats and Opal Creek. This is the jewel of Oregon. We can't replace this. We can't replace any of these trees that are 600 years old. We can't. There's very few left. And an intact tract. You know, every once in a while you find a single one. But this is where the habitat was there. Yeah, it was heaven. The Blue Lagoon, yeah. And, no, I haven't, Tim. Can you give me a link? Laser sharks, yeah. Rhonda says, there you go again, making practical sense. Big hugs. Oildale, good night. Yep, good night. I'm sorry if you already left. There's a balance, so you can please both people. You know, I didn't want to see development. I didn't want to see old growth logging. Hell no, I don't. No old growth tree should be killed unless it's already dying. They're treasures, irreplaceable treasures. They're not renewable. Young trees are renewable. But there's a balance. Loggers normally want to help the forest. They don't want to destroy it. That's their job. That's what they love. It's where they live. It's corporate decisions that want to destroy and just clear cut and move on to the next state. You know, that's what corporate entities do. You can save it with legislation, with laws, and then you can sensitively thin out forests in the places that's needed. You can reset some fires just like the Indians did to keep the fire load low so that the old trees never burn up. And you can compromise. If it's not appropriate to build a road, if that would really hurt things, you could just put a helipad at the top of a ridge so that the smoke jumpers can be dropped off there. In fact, they wouldn't have to jump. And they would have an evacuation if things went wrong. And you could put mule trails in there. And mules will fit in a helicopter too. That's the funny thing. Sky cranes could carry them around. But in the future, you know, we'll have little robot dogs following around firefighters. And they could send in, the robot dogs could carry their pack gear and all that kind of stuff. You know, you could just put in helipads. If you're so worried about roads leading to development or people using them for recreation, you know, there's sanity in the center. Everybody can be happy if we just figure out that we basically want the same thing. Come together and stop fighting. Holy crap. Nobody wanted to see this happen. Nobody did. But it's gone. And there's a couple places like Valley of the Giants that I'm extremely afraid for right now because they are idiotically deciding to use the Valley of the Giants, which is one of the last pieces of old growth in western Oregon, and it's not very big. It's a very small little ravine. It's not even a valley. And they said, we're never going to log in there or even clear out any of the brush. Whenever a tree falls or is dead, we're just going to leave it there as an experiment to see how nature would handle fire in the area. What? I went there, and there was just 6 foot tall, stacked up branches that had fallen off those big trees. 6 foot tall piles of it. Ready for a bonfire, ready for a match. How dare you take some of the last remaining old growth and turn it into an experiment to see what fire would do if we let it happen. Just how dare you? What the hell are you thinking? That'll be the next thing that I push for some legislation. I'm going to contact politicians and say, for God's sake, they're being idiots. They're very highly educated, some university involved with this. Not making common sense. I mean, that's cute. You want to do your experiment? Go do that somewhere else. But it's not appropriate to put old growth at risk. What the hell are you thinking? This is what happened to the old growth here at Beachy Creek. You already know the results of your experiment. This wasn't where you were conducting it, but you already know. Stop it, for God's sake, and get volunteers in there to take out the fallen sticks and haul them away to be burned elsewhere. What the hell are you thinking? I can't tell you enough. I'm desperately trying to get this message out because we have to change. We're going to lose it all. Yeah, Kate Brown on the phone? Sure. Yeah. I think what we got to do is I have to go interview the experts to get real plans that experts would help me develop and public input, and then we have to build a very nice basic outline. Experts, of course, would fill in the details because the plan would be different for different locations, and we basically would have to grid Oregon would be one of the ideas, not like in squares, but then preemptively put in some fire lines so that whenever a fire breaks out, you don't react to it and build fire lines. You already have some, and you just man your stations. You just kind of survey the area and say, okay, if lightning were to occur here, how could we contain it in the horrible 90-mile-an-hour windstorms, which we know will affect Oregon again. They come around every once in a while. And if we do have this situation where we have pre-existing fire lines, then what we could do is the prescribed burning in different sectors, on a schedule, or volunteer cleanup and raking or whatever is called for in the area, depending on what it is. And then groom the land so it's more natural. Get rid of the monoculture. The part of the reason wildfires are so bad in the West is when they clear cut, there's a lot of fire-resisting trees like cedars and other types of trees like Pacific yew and such. And all they did was replant Douglas firs, which promote fire and just can't get enough of it. So our forest needs to be replanted and rediversified, and that will restore the ecosystem. The more that we restore the ecosystem the way it was, get rid of these fire-promoting weeds like Scotch broom and such. Put a bounty on Scotch broom by the pound, and it'll disappear. Create ethanol with it, because the seed is oily and such. Make it pay for itself. Biodiesel it. Like, wow, can you imagine if we put a lot of money into cellulose ethanol? That means every stick on the ground would have a monetary value. And instead of going out to collect pine cones right now like people do to sell as Christmas decorations, and collecting mushrooms, which people sell, and collecting antlers, which people sell, people comb the woods for all these things. Imagine if they took bundles of sticks out too, and we put it all together and made cellulose ethanol and carbon capture and that sort of thing, instead of having wildfire and smoke and pollution all the time. Or even carbon capture after burning a lot of that for energy. And then drop the ash into the landscape from airplanes to refertilize the land and make it much more natural. Can you imagine the possibilities? There's all sorts of things here we can do. If we let Scotch broom and all these fire-promoting weeds just go out of control, one, it kills all the native plants, and two, it makes oily black smoke because it's like chaparral. It's unnatural. It's like having manzanita and sage and stuff burn like in the high desert. It's more like that than a natural, forest fire that we're used to. So there's a kid, and he's not a kid any longer, at Tillamook, and he found a way to make biodiesel out of Scotch broom. That's turning a weed into cash. Wow, that would help the landscape, and it would help farmers and such too, because it's a nightmare. It's an invasive species that just takes over the land. If you light Scotch broom on fire, it's a nightmare because it'll burn off, and then if you turn your back on it, then wood pulp out of sticks. There's all kinds of stuff. That would be eco paper, really, because you didn't cut it down a tree to make the paper. You were just, sticks drop naturally, the branches and stuff. This guy, this kid figured out how to make ethanol from Scotch broom, or biodiesel, or both, and that would be so wonderful. People right now don't clean up their property because it costs so much money. You can't really, you can dig it out, but it's extremely laborious, like to do a hand, labor that way. It would cost a lot of money to hire the labor to do that. So farmers and ranchers and property owners watch helplessly as Scotch broom takes over the entire landscape and kills everything else growing. And if it catches fire, the tops might burn off, but you turn your back on it, and 3 acres, or not 3 acres, but an acre away, well, maybe 3, a new fire pops up and a new branch of Scotch broom, because they have colony root systems. So the fire would travel those 3 weeks throughout the ground and pop up somewhere else. This is what causes a lot of the sleeper fires, where you can't see them through the air, but if lightning hits something and it hits stuff like Scotch broom, it'll go underground into the roots and just sleep there until it emerges with a high windstorm and you have a fire. Like, where did that come from? There's solutions. We got to incentivize it. Can you imagine the incredible amount? Let's revitalize CCC camps. It's time to bring them back. After the Tillamook burn, FDR signs legislation, and the Civilian Conservation Corps goes out, gives jobs to youth and reformed criminals and whatnot to restart their lives, learn forest skills, learn jobs like forest management, and become rangers and pave roads and build things like Timberline Lodge, build tunnels, build roads, build bridges, and groom the landscape, trails for people to enjoy, stock fish in lakes, and build staircases up to waterfalls out of the living rock. Just there's amazing things we could do to restore the land. Do replanting, rewilding, rediversification of the plants, jobs, growth. We got disasters here. We got a horrible burned up landscape, but we can fix it. It's going to take some time, but just like the Tillamook burn, we can fix it. There's a lot we can do. Now let's look for some updates right before I go to bed. God, I screwed up again. Let's look for some updates. Dawn is just breaking. Let's get our eyes on the Dixie Fire. We can see smoke in the distance. Let's do our 3-hour update. It's open question and answer time. So funny, 37 says it sounds like it's embedded like the fungi underground. Yeah, they have colony root systems like bamboo. It's another reason bamboo in the Pacific Northwest is a nightmare. Please, for God's sake, don't plant it. It colonizes, takes over. It's very fire prone, and the roots start shooting out. The way kind of spreads. It's like if you plant bamboo in your backyard, all of a sudden the neighbor across the street has bamboo in their front yard because the root went underneath the street over there to the neighbor. Okay, so there's our Dixie Fire, courtesy of pg&e. So the image is courtesy of pg&e, and so is the fire. I'm going to show the evacuation map in a second. We'll refresh it, see if it's changed. I don't believe it has. That's our Dixie Fire evacuation map. You know, giant swath of the landscape. Huge chunk of the state. And that's just what's going on in Butte County. So this camera, Indian Ridge, looking due west at the fire. Let's do that again. It's pretty damn big. You can see the little first responder vehicles going back and forth. Maybe they've got an update for us. We could check Facebook. We can also check. InstaWeb. Here's Plumas County Sheriff's Office. Ugh. Important message. Please read. Oh, that's about posting. That's from 7 hours ago. They were live 10 hours ago. Why does it say 7 hours ago, 10 hours ago here? Quite a discrepancy. 10 hours ago. That one's the 39-minute one. Is this one? That's a 39-minute one. I guess it was posted twice. So we don't have any Plumas County Sheriff's Office updates. Yeah, that's seriously old. Beckworth Complex update from July 6th. Not relevant. Let's check out CAL FIRE's Yuba unit, see if they've made a comment on. I don't expect they will until at least 7 on the Frenchtown fire. Let's get rid of this. CAL FIRE Butte County. Dixie Fire online resources refresh. Stuff in Spanish. We don't see anything new. And that was the update of 10 hours ago, so it's not quite time for an update. So refresh Tamarack info. We don't have anything. We'll check out InstaWeb on Tamarack first. Yeah, 8 hours ago update. Let's go Dixie Fire, 10 hours ago update. Beckworth, 8 hours ago update. So it's not quite time for the morning updates yet. We can check out Wendy's, see if the winds have shifted at all. Oops. They're light and variable and generally pointing to the north. Although they do split off and go to the west, and which is why people on Skyway are, and by Inskip, Magalia, Lovelock, etc., Sterling City, under evacuation watch and warning, because burning embers from smoldering remnants of the fire, of the Dixie Fire by the Cresta Dam and Polga area, could blow embers towards them, even though that fire is technically contained around that sector. And we can look at forecast according to Windy. I read the forecast from NOAA, but let's see what Windy has to say. Shouldn't the... Oh yeah, I have to pick a spot on the map, don't I? Here we go. So we can just plant the flag right here. Alright. It's 5 in the morning. Winds, oh that's knots. Let's put it in miles. Oopsie. Yep, they're around 2 miles an hour with gusts up to 15. And that is, I need to specify, like in the flatland, like in flatter areas on top of ridge lines and the top of trees, it's a different story. So it can always be 15 miles greater as a general rule. And that's why the ember threat is possible, north of Paradise right now, the immediate north of Paradise. It's got to get them on pins and needles. So 2 p.m., you're going to have 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts, though, according to Windy, and it'll be about 83 degrees, which is nice and cool, actually. Up in the Feather River Canyon, the mountains are usually at least 10 degrees, 15 degrees cooler than the valley. So that's good. And then tomorrow, high of 84, but the same story with wind gusts up to 35 miles an hour by the Feather River Canyon. Friday heats up to around 87. And it gets hotter and hotter and hotter. And less accurate, of course, several days out. But by the weekend, should be 92 up by Greenville and the Chester area. That's pretty dang hot for up there. Not looking good. And also 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but we can just hope that the weather improves. Let's see. Let's look at a few more cameras. Shutting down some things. Sarah says Tamarack has crossed the state line, is now in Nevada. Yep, we saw that. Somebody asked me in chat, they said, did we have confirmation it's in Nevada? And I was like, yeah, look at Caltopo. We saw that live on the GOES satellite. So GOES they're really frequently updated when it's a lot less accurate, but when you zoom out, you saw the state line right here. So that happened around 2 in the morning at least. Sometime after midnight, in between midnight and 2 in the morning. But thank you, Sarah. It's good. I'm glad to have you back. I was mentioning you. I was like, Sarah lives over here. Let's look at the webcam by her. So Tim says 3.5 hours past my bedtime. Sun coming up. Good night, Tim. I'm gonna check out your link, Sarah. You're too scared to know what's going on. It's okay. Don't be scared. I mean, they've got a lot of help coming in there. In fact, I could show some videos if I weren't dead tired right now. Dang it, and I totally forgot about that. That was a possibility. I just kept saying I'm about to go to bed. I've been up all night. Iceman sent me some videos. The Twitter thing, something went wrong. It's that link is bad that you gave me, Sarah. I am worried about Leviathan mine too, because the containment ponds they have in place. What's up with the Leviathan mine is it's a high altitude sulfur mine that shut down in the 60s, and it's an open pit mine. And I can even show you guys the problem we're facing. They didn't know that when they stopped the mine, and here's the mine remnants that could burn up, which makes me real sad because this was on my list of things to photograph and document for Ghost Town history. But the thing about the mine, is an open pit mine. This is a satellite image. So that means they just quarry down, basically. It's just a big pit. The outsides are like a ring that they drive around, and it's like a corkscrew to go all the way down to the bottom. And they were mining sulfur. They shut that down in the 60s. They didn't understand that they're at the top of a mountain, and then water would fill the pit. That's okay. It's not supposed to be a lake or anything, and if water's in it, seems like that's okay, right? Well, it's not okay because the rain and the snow melt will interact with the sulfur and make sulfuric acid. And while that's bad enough that some poor bird could land in that, like, can you imagine a duck saying, "Hey, I'm migrating," or the whole goose flock? I mean, they normally would stay out of something deep red, but it's just bad in general. That's bad enough. But what's worse is that the rock nearby, the bedrock and rock at the surface is lead contaminated. It's got traces of arsenic and lead. This is normal to have trace amounts all over the place. And sulfuric acid melts the rock and releases these really bad toxic heavy metals. It concentrates them. And then every time it rains, the overflow goes straight into the waterways, and it completely kills all fish. Contaminates everything with lead and arsenic. And then goes downstream to where people drink, and the cattle, people's livestock and the wild animals drink, and they're just giving themselves lead poisoning and arsenic and other bad things. And so what they did was, it's a super fund now, which means billion-dollar disaster cleanup stuff, and they've built retaining ponds and some things that will help the situation, and some buildings, I'm sure. And they've already invested millions into this. So what if the wildfire comes and just wrecks it? And then there's the history to be lost for the remnants. I mean, there's clearly historic buildings, cultural heritage from the era, as well as Native American stuff too, all around this area. So you just don't want your billion-dollar cleanup site to be devastated by fire. They would have to rebuild all access roads and everything that they did. It's just really awful. So I am worried about Leviathan Mine too. The location of it, here's a good map. It's not a good map because it's tiny, but I'm going to zoom in on it. You got your Tahoe. It's Markleyville here, just east of Markleyville, slightly north. And you can see how it's right on the start of this waterway and goes into the Carson River, which is where Nevada's capital is. And it's important to have, arsenic-free water in a state capital. It's advisable. Arsenic gives the water more body, but gives it that punchy flavor. But for some reason, every time I try to sell it as like a health drink, FDA says I can't. Those guys are just mean to people. You ever have this $1 million idea? You love ghost town stuff too? Awesome. Well, I am your woman. That is what I do as a professional soon-to-be writer. It says something went wrong. Try relocating with that Twitter link. I'm going to delete all the numbers after status, and it says this page does not exist. Try searching for something else. Okay, I found Baker's relay in general, and I'm looking at that. She says I relay information during emergencies. Awesome. Am I looking at the right thing? There's a whole lot of content here, and we are so sad to hear about the flooding in New York and at Niagara is just, and Germany. This year we thought would be so much better than 2020. Okay. So 1 hour ago, bringing forward for the early birds. Is that where we're at? Originally, my channel was supposed to be about me driving around the country and explaining how people can help me compile the world's largest database and first database of ghost towns, and about how we can preserve them and document them on film in case we lose them to things like wildfire. And so I was in a race against time to fundraise and get a camera after we lost so many and so many fires and so much history. And so many things have happened. but I feel a sense of urgency, and I want to do some fundraiser too. Let's get off the Leviathan mine and get us on at least a camera. Let's get eyes on the Tamarack again. If anybody has any questions, please put it in chat. Oops. We're not going to see too much during the daytime like we could with infrared if there's no huge smoke column. Oh, sorry, I'm on the Dixie. I thought that was Lake Tahoe. I sit far away from my second monitor. Let's go back to Hawkins Peak and look at the Tamarack again. Let's put a 12-hour time lapse on there, why don't we? Okay, now I'm going to go back and look at the other monitor. Let's see here. KCRA's update. Yeah, 4 in the morning. I'm going to open that, see what the media has to say. You're looking at a 12-hour time lapse of the Tamarack fire. Looking northeast and watching it head for Nevada. Headline for KCRA says Dixie Fire in Northern California burns more than 61,000 acres. 2 structures destroyed in the wildfire burning in Butte and Plumas counties. So I heard of somebody losing their home, I believe, or cabin at Belden or nearby. Unconfirmed, but that was in comment section. It's pretty horrible. Belden is such an amazing area. So historical. KCRA, trying to get up the website here. Gotta refresh. And they're talking about the general information, which I've already said. FEMA just decided to release a grant to California to help battle the wildfire affecting Butte and Plumas counties. FEMA, yeah, gosh, if you're pg&e, if you're a power company and you start fires all over the place, you can breathe a sigh of relief that you don't have to pay for it. FEMA will. So, Governor Newsom announced that in a release. Did he also announce that he was protecting that company? And I imagine he didn't. So the fire sparked July 13th north of Crested Dam, the almost exact same place where the Paradise Fire sparked before, where they told us that they had de-energized the lines. But they all but took responsibility for it happening, saying a tree was up against something, which was ignited. Somebody tried to put it out, and they were unsuccessful. If only. One of their employees did. So the Dixie Fire Outlook, CAL FIRE on Tuesday evening said isolated thunderstorms in the area are possible but will likely remain east of the fire. Drier southwest flow will move into the area and push all thunderstorm concerns well out of the fire's proximity. Yeah, this is general information that KCRA was just kind of getting from the press conference and from InsaWeb too. Please stop flying the drones in the area. That's not helpful. You'll spend a year in prison and a $20,000 fine. Likely, with the maximum penalty you'll get, because they'll try to make an example out of somebody. So that was the Tamarack fire. And let's see if we can get a 12-hour time lapse from a different cam. The opposite direction Tamarack fire. Let's get that one going while I read. Yeah, it's just general KCRA information. That's not. If this is what the lady on Twitter shared, it's just a link to the media. If there's something else I'm supposed to see, Sarah. That's incredible. I've made a map of my own ghost towns between California and Nevada. Do not share that, I beg you. It's too easy these days to go and find them. It's considered taboo. It's taboo to take things from ghost towns, metal detect, like loot the site, shoot at it. And it's taboo to share exact locations of the vulnerable, out-of-the-way ones. Like, the ones in the wilderness. and cemeteries. Oh, good. I'm very happy then, because it's too easy for really lazy party-goer types to go and find places and trash them. There's a concept called Facebooking a ghost town, where if you tell people how to get to it, or the name of it, or this is where I took this picture, it usually takes only 6 weeks for that place that hasn't seen graffiti ever to be graffitied up, trashed, looted, or burned up, or turned into a meth lab or whatever. And when it gets trashed, when it becomes a common party spot, that's usually when Bureau of Land Management will step in and bulldoze everything to keep partygoers out of there. Or if it's on private property, somebody will get sick of the partygoers and bulldoze it. Because it's perfectly legal to bulldoze historic assets on your own property for some reason, no matter how important they are. Cool. Then we should talk. My email is this: Catherine.Davidson at .wildfires, at gmail.com. This is what this channel is supposed to be about. It's about preservation and the appreciation of former settlements and abandoned settlements. I have a fascination with that and think that it deserves its own branch of study, scientific study. And I'm writing the book, The Classifications of Ghost Towns and You. And once we classify them, and I put down a framework, which is basically a very large illumination on the Gary B. Speck system of the ghost town classifications, A through D, with F and E being two extra ones. I basically elaborate on that. You have to read the Bible called Ghosts of Times Past by Gary B. Speck. He lives in California, and I was going to try to meet him and show him and collaborate with him on my new system. I would call it like the Catherine Gary system, or the Speck Davidson system, or something like that. Once we can standardize that and finalize that, then I can ask the public's help. Can you help me find new ghost towns? Because there's so many. There's just so many thousands around the world. It's extremely difficult, impossible for one person to visit them all, document it all, gather up the old pictures, gather up the old timer stories, especially. I mean, pictures and stuff are interesting, but we've got to interview the old timers for their knowledge, because that's the kind of stuff, the local knowledge that disappears with that older generation. So if we can get the local stories down, we can preserve the memories, and then compile statistics, and then we can predict, when, like if you put this legislation, what will happen to that ghost town? Like if you ban a certain type of mining, how many towns will completely die in like these mountain communities? Anyway, I talk about that on a different stream, and it's fire time right now. Now, poor Iceman, he's going to wake up and say, man, I sent her a bunch of videos. Iceman, okay, I got to do this. The guilt is just crushing me right now. Iceman sent some videos. Let me go to my email and check them out. And he went to the area by Markleyville, and he was following around the first responders. He was too sick to join them. And so he had 101-degree fever, and he was filming, and he was talking out his head a little bit, but he showed some of the response to go save Markleyville the day after that they saved it. And boy, some of that's very amusing and really cool. So we're going to do that, and I'm so sorry that I was sick and couldn't share them that one day, and yet last night I fell off of a bicycle and wrecked it and couldn't stream until 2 in the morning, and I was like, oh yeah, I'll go to bed any moment now, and I'll get to his in the morning when I wake up. Well, now it is the morning, and I think I should share them because he went through all the trouble to do that and upload it to me, and I ended up babbling all night because I still feel a bit sick, and I didn't even share what he sent. So here, let me log in on my other screen, and we are going to see some really awesome video that some citizen journalism here. From our very own Iceman, one of the resident firefighters who comes in the chat a lot. And he actually dropped my name to the battalion chief, he said, and that made me nervous. I'm a very shy person. And he was calling me a fire analyst. Yeah. That sounds pretty cool. I'm a non-professional, fire-educated fire analyst. I'm an armchair analyst. But what I want to do is go into the field like a real journalist with a press pass. And, he's telling me in the email to get some chicken soup. So, I thought he gave us more videos. Let's see here. Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm being confused by the email tree. He says, go ahead and use the footage. Cool. We got permission to put it on the stream. Oh, he's feeling sick. We should all tell him right now, hey, Iceman, we're thinking of you. Get well soon. We should type that in chat. He says his sinuses and chest are filling up with junk. We're so sorry to hear that. The fire battalion chief was very supportive of my work. Wow. Cool. I don't know who he is, though. He didn't name him. I know some shots were out of focus. Sorry about that, he says. Markleyville will be saved at all costs. Yes. For no other reason to save all those bras hanging from the ceiling in the corner cafe and bar. Oh, yeah. He has got the best sense of humor. He says, okay, breakfast and mocha and back to bed for him. And, let's see here. He does not think the fire will back up and threaten the town again. That it will be mostly, because he is a firefighter, Cogito, as I mispronounce his name on purpose, is a firefighter. He says, his opinion, he doesn't think Markleyville is going to be in danger, just from, the normal flare-ups, and they gotta do their mop-up. That's what they call it. So, let me log in, and the phone is trying to ask me for some sort of a code. Okay. I did not get the code, Google. This device isn't recognized. Shut up. Google, it's called a VPN. Okay. Check the phone. I am checking the phone. Resend the code, please. Thank you. Okay. Bras hanging from the corner of the bar in Markleyville. Now that is something I gotta see. Google, send me that code. I may have to restart the phone. It does that occasionally. It just kind of forgets. Okay, I'm restarting the phone. Bear with me, folks. Restart. All right. In the meantime, what can we see in the way of surreal cam act? Let's see here. Where is my stream setup? Okay, bear with me, folks. I've been up all night. It is just hard to focus. We can look at the Dixie Fire. See if any of the new cameras swung that way. Wasn't there one from the south? Yeah, Flea Mountain. Let's check out a 12-hour time lapse of Flea Mountain looking towards the Dixie Fire, kind of from the south end. It's kind of looking at Bucks Lake. Looking back at chat. Feel better, Iceman. Yeah. Feel better, Iceman. Get well soon. I call him Iceman because I couldn't pronounce his name. I tried about 17 times. And he's like, don't you know Latin? I'm like, shut up. I kept calling him Cogito. He's like, it's not that. I'm like, okay, so is it Cogito? No, it's not that. So is it Cogito? No, it's not that. Sagito? No, it's not that. So Iceman it is. Because we were joking about Top Gun at the time. Because we were talking about firefighters going in the wilderness like a highway to the danger zone. And he was like my co-pilot for the stream. He was so knowledgeable and teaching me all these tricks, monitoring things, using special software, looking at satellite images and data and smoke plume. And so I said something like, you can be my wingman anytime. And that's how he got his name. All right, now, Google, send that code again. If we get a chime, we're in the money here. There's that chime. Wait. It wasn't from Google? We've been robbed. Really? It says check my phone. I'm kind of doing that, Google. So, what can we do now? I think we need to clear the cache of the Google app. Hang on with me. Hang on a second. I'm going to replay that. What a sunset. No, that's not a volcano. That's the Dixie Fire by Bucks Lake, sort of. Getting uncomfortably close to Bucks Lake. So, that specific chime, if the stream heard it, was Scanner Radio app saying that there's been activity. Flash flooding. Yeah, in Colorado. It's just so horrible. You know, 2021 is some sort of a bad year. We gotta disinfect. We gotta disinfect our calendars, man. These last 2 years, we gotta send it back. It's like, no, this is not what I ordered. Okay, Gmail syncing on the phone. I ain't getting this code though. I have no idea why not. It's like there's a force here that doesn't want me to play his videos. I'm going to hit the button for try it another way. Tap yes on my phone or tablet. Use your phone or tablet to get a security code even if it's offline. Let's do that, Google. Okay. Go to settings, tap Google. Okay, alright. We'll do this, bear with me. We gotta jump through the hoops. And let me look back at chat, make sure I'm not missing nothing. Okay. Nope, chat's not saying anything. Okay, if you're just with me and you want me to give you information about any of the wildfires, good morning. I've been up all night. I'm actually trying to play videos before I go to bed. We do not have a morning update yet on the fires. Nothing is particularly new. I didn't see them do anything crazy. As I monitored the situation after midnight, we just saw that the Tamarack went over the border to Nevada sometime after 1 in the morning. And, but, nothing else to report. And what we're looking at here is Dixie Fire near Bucks Lake. While I struggle with the phone, then I'm going to share videos that Iceman showed us. He shot up a couple days ago at the response that rolled out the day after Markleyville was saved to respond to the Tamarack fire. He was over by the airport and he shows the sky crane taking off and a rollout of trucks and a convoy over towards Markleyville. It was pretty cool. Landscape over there is pretty beautiful when it's not aflame. All right, open settings. Let's go here. Click. Okay, I'm pressing the right buttons so I can get into the email. And we go to certain tab. Okay. All right, this is neat. A security code. Yeah, we got it. Okay. I'll type that in, and hopefully we'll be on our way to watching videos here. 197670. Next. What do you mean it's wrong? Yeah. And people are like, don't say that over the internet. Yeah, they expire like as soon as they're here, so it's not going to matter. And I only read part of it, and it was wrong too. I need to get glasses. Okay. Trying again. Yeah, that didn't work. Oh, I think I know why. I think I know why, though. I think I've been able to troubleshoot this. Okay. Yeah, I know what I was doing wrong. Hold on, bear with me. Let's get another webcam and get another something for you guys to watch because it's downright boring. So let's look north of Magalia and see what we can see. Look at that. Look at that haze. It's almost beautiful sometimes. The aerosols, okay, I'm sorry guys. I did not mean to make you sick. That camera is spinning. Oh boy, that did not help my nausea. Let's switch to Jarbo Gap. Look at that devastation. This landscape is not asking how many wildfires again. It's just like, bring it on, just put us out of our misery. Swear. These trees are just like, put us out of our misery. We're half burned up. Alright, well, we are looking at the Dixie Fire from Jarbo Gap, looking north by northeast. And I was doing this last year. Deja vu. So hang on a moment. Fixing the technical probs. Como esta? Hey. Hey. Bueno. Muy bueno. Okay. This is why I don't speak Spanish. I'm terrible at it. Alright, entering security code. Okay. What? Okay, bear with me. User error. Okay. Yeah, it helps if I press the right button there. Alright. I think I got it now. Finally. Yes, we got it. I got the videos, guys. I got access to the video. I'm going to play that one more time because I wasn't watching it, so I'm going to glance over. Doesn't that look like an erupting volcano? The Dixie Fire is huge. We just see this again, again, again. This is just like it looked last year at the Bear Complex. The Bear/North Complex. And 2018 with the Paradise Fire. And that's bled into 2019. That was November, but it took months to put it out. After Paradise burned up, it went up into the mountains, and it took months to put it out. So you can see the fire is leaving the area because it's climbing up into the hills. We found that fascinating bright spots right there happened just after midnight and 1 in the morning, and at the other fires too. We feel like in the general region, the other fire, I mean the Frenchtown fire, at almost exact same time they flared up like that, and we think it was a powerful wind gusts that kind of hit the area. Let's see. Okay, going back to find the videos. Multiple videos of Tamarack fire. Awesome.
In this quick video, I'll show you.
So let me click on it. Clicking on it. Hang on. Still working on the videos. It's almost beautiful, these kind of gross sunsets and sunrises, but they're all basically pollution based. So reflecting sun back into space, and that's the brightness of it, and the aerosols are making the colors. It's all pollution though. You're finding aerosols have a lot more to do with climate change than they realized before. This was breaking news. Yeah, this was in a couple of days ago. So hang on a second, I'm working on the video link right now. Gotta do some downloading, and then we're in business. It's gonna play nicer if I download first, rather than say click on this in the channel. So while it's downloading, I'm going to take a small break for biological functions. I have personal needs. Contrary to popular belief, I'm not a auto-generated voice robot. Let's see here. And I'm looking back at chat. Hang on. All right. And if you guys will bear with me, I will be right back. I should get one of those images. A placeholder, so that people know I'm going to come back. If they just tune in, they'd be like, what? Like, hello? Yeah, we'll be right back. See you guys in a minute. Okay, and we are back. Sorry about that, folks. So let's go back to monitoring fires. And as we wait for morning updates and the like, I was going to show you guys Iceman's videos. So let's do that. I have some pomegranate juice and some Tylenol. I'm going to try to break this fear. I am sweating again like a pig. It's not even hot in here. In fact, it's like 50 degrees outside, and I should not be hot. So let me take a sip of this juice. I've never actually had it before. It's that. It's like a deep wine, like a red wine. It tastes like cranberries. In fact, if he gave me it blindfolded, I'd just say, "Oh, it's cranberry juice." Okay. Well, I guess I'm getting antioxidants, right? Okay, so on the other screen here, I've got lots of videos that was sent to us by our very own Iceman. You guys would remember him from last year as one of the original gangsters and one of our 2 resident firefighters here. So let's see if I can get it to play nice. Oh, wow. Yeah, maximum volume. I'm sorry, guys. Probably blasted your ears out. So, is there a way to take this player somewhere? And I'm just going to download it. Hang on. Let's put, oh man, that just looks ugly, doesn't it? That's the Dixie Fire right there. And as we're downloading, we will have something to look at over there. So if you're just tuning in, you have any questions about the fires, we're waiting on morning updates. There's nothing really new to report over the night. The fire didn't do much. Tamarack crossed over to Nevada, but that was completely expected. And it's not very far into Nevada as far as the satellites are concerned. So running a fever again, and just sort of babbling throughout the night, just trying to gather my thoughts and see what I want to do about these situations. I could go down to California. I could monitor them from there, but the stream quality would suck bad. It would be like me talking into a phone. I don't know where to delay my trip that I'd already had planned or not. Yeah, it's kind of a decision I'm sort of trying to make here. So let me look here and see where I can save the videos. Bear with me. I go to Iceman videos. I'm making a folder. Here we go. Save as. Now he shot these the other day, but I was too sick to show him the day before yesterday. And yesterday I crashed my bike, and that's why I started streaming after midnight. So I apologize. I've had these a little bit, and it was the day that day after Markleyville was saved. That afternoon that he went out, and he had a fever. We're both sick at the same time with the same problem, sinuses, and he was out there with a fever filming. So by God, I could disc jockey from my home and show these videos with a fever. Alright, so video number 1's downloading. Let's go to video number 2 while we wait for that one. Save that one too. Download, save number 3. And the first one's almost ready to watch. Okay, it is. So now that it's downloaded, hopefully it won't blast your ears out as I open up this.
Here we are at the...
Oh God, and yeah, it did. Oh God, my ears. I'm sorry. Okay, I've toned it down. Sorry, I should have muted that. My apologies.
Sierra Front Agency Dispatch and Air Operations.
Okay, now I can move it on over to this screen. So we are looking at the dispatch over closest by the Markleyville fire. That's where he's at in that general area. So we have permission to show these. It's so awesome that he got out of his sick bed and wandered around showing us the response. And I'm so happy to bring you guys these videos. And as I download his others, I will play this one. Here we go.
Here we are at the Sierra Front Agency Dispatch and Air Operations at the northeast side of the same airport in Minden. And you can see they launch helicopters here. I thought they launched the aircraft S2s, but that may be up at the Stead Airport north of Reno. I'm not sure anymore. Again, excuse my voice for having a severe head cold. Well, he's keeping low to the ground because visibility is poor here. So we'll head down to the actual dispatch center for the Sierra Front.
Okay, and these are a bunch of short little videos. For the most part, let's cue up video number 2.
Again, observing from the Minden Airport, looking west, you can see blue sky over the lake. But as I pan south, you can see the edges of the plume, and of course that direction there is Markleyville up in the hills. And as we get more northeast of Markleyville, you can see that it gets quite thick with the sun orange.
Man, that is let's see, what exact day did he give these to me? That was the 17th. So sorry guys that I had these for a couple of days, but boy, I was feeling pretty ill. Okay. Cool. There's a Sikorsky.
Let's get a little closer. Of course, all of these helicopters are headed southwest. Markleyville is part of the Sierra Front. Westerly, obviously, to get out of the cloud plume, and then he's going to probably cut south next to Woodfords. Awesome. These are true heroes. The wind here is calm, but obviously the upper winds are pushing northeast towards Minden and Gardnerville.
That is so awesome what he captures for us. Yeah, we got to thank him in the chat, you know, all 9 people of us, you know, that are watching this right now. Let's look at the next video we got.
Here we are at the actual dispatch center, and the helicopters take off behind the fence, northeast side of Minden Airport, Nevada. The wind is absolutely calm on the ground, northeast of Markleyville. 10 miles.
Man, he should do audiobooks. That's the best narration. I think he's got a new career there if he ever wants it. I had a feeling that his voice would be deeper. That's what I was telling him on the email. I was like, I thought you'd sound a little more Barry White, you know.
Here we are at the Gardnerville High School. a staging area. You see Highway Patrol staging. We're north by about 5 miles from the California border. I have a feeling that officer is new to this area. He's asking for directions. So you see here a large gathering of Nevada Division of Forestry. Apparently they are getting ready to throw themselves into the fray. And here are some crew trucks. These trucks obviously are hand crews from Nevada Division of Forestry. The wind here at Minden is not calm. It is picked up just a few knots from the south. I can feel it. Again, pardon my voice. I have a really bad cold, but tested negative for COVID. Haha.
Yep, he was a little feverish. I think that's adorable, though. You guys enjoying the videos? I think they're so great.
Okay, I make a correction here. This is the Douglas County High School, and I believe they are the Tigers, if I'm not mistaken. Here is the turnoff to the right to go down Highway 88, and about 5 or 6 miles southwest is the border with California. Here's the battalion chief heading up his task force, heading out of the... They're all waving. There they go. There they come. Heroes. Poorly paid, but heroes nonetheless. There they are. Sorry if this is shaky. And you can.
So this was the 17th. Sorry, I couldn't share those videos with you earlier. I think it was the evening of the 17th I got these, and the 18th and 19th I was sick and I went live last night. Technically that was the 20th, right when I wanted to go live, but it was after midnight. But here...
Cogito ergo sum here as we travel further south. You can see looking toward...
So that's how you say his name, Cogito ergo sum. I think it's sum instead of sum, but you know what? He's got an accent, and that's okay.
Cogito ergo sum here as we travel further south. You can see looking towards the western rim of Lake Tahoe is not as smoky as right over our heads. I apologize for the noise of Highway 88. I just talked to the...
I just want to point that out. Holy crap. He's showing the smoke plume and how far it's going. You know, it is really spreading into the distance. It's the same thing like what we saw at Paradise, except there was black in the striping of smoke plumes from Paradise and the Beachy Creek that I saw. You know, black stripes are where structures are usually burning up. It's like burning plastic, burning cars, and so this doesn't have the black striping. It's mostly, you know, wildland stuff, but it just spreads across the landscape in a line, and it's really eerie. So I just want to show you what, you know, ignore the sound, but just look at the visuals here. I'm going to mute it actually to replay that part. So you get a sort of a haze when you're near a wildfire. You can see it in the distance, just like fog. You can never see fog right up close to you, right? It's always in the distance. But then you look up, and there's this big swath, like traveling in the distance as the wind is taking it away. It's just like a greasy highway in the sky of smoke.
Into the fire as soon as possible. There in the distance, you can see our beloved Job's Peak that overlooks Gardnerville. In the wintertime is a lovely Swiss panorama. As you can see, the wind here is calm again, and the fields fed by artesian wells tend to be mostly green with some brown tops. We have livestock and some hay growing. I'm assuming it is clover. I think Catherine could probably identify that if she got out a magnifying glass. I also advised the fire battalion chief that I was filming, and I asked for his permission, and I said it was for Catherine Davidson's Worldwide Wildfire Tracking Center, going further south towards the state line.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, he definitely had a fever. I'm the worst plant identifier in the history of the world, by the way. Maybe that was a jab at me, and if so, that's pretty awesome.
We've entered California.
But he had a fever and goes out and filming. I think this is absolutely adorable. But it's great what he's capturing, and it's so amazing to see, how these areas actually are affected. So he's filming the response to the Tamarack. So this, I got these videos in on the 17th. I think he shot them that morning. And this was the day after, Markleyville. We were on pins and needles from Markleyville all night. So I stayed up all night, hoping that Markleyville would be saved, and went to sleep. And then had these emails, and he's like, "Hey, I'm in that area. I'm going to go out and film stuff." And I'm like, "Really? Cool." But I do hope he's getting well soon. He's gone back to bed. He's got super sinus infection stuff, and that's what smoke really can do to you. It's nasty. So let's watch more of his videos. This is Tamarack fire shot on the 17th, I believe.
Yeah. There were no barriers to entrance to the state, but the highway patrol obviously is getting ready on a side road to close it all down. Just saw Alpine Sheriff go by, code 3, red lights and siren. Here you can see the plumes coming out of the Markley Valley. It looks like it has topped the ridges. And then I'm going to pan. Here's somebody else in front of me, also taking a gander. There, up Highway 88, over that ridge, over the lower hill there, and a few miles on is Woodfords. If you continue through Woodfords and not turn left on Highway 4, you will go through that notch. Many campgrounds there. Excuse me. I'm trying to do this in between coughs and sneezes. And then you break out into Hope Valley, where we go hiking. There's a lot of cross-country skiing and snowshoeing up there in the winter. It is a wonderland. There goes another Alpine Sheriff. He will go up to Highway 4 at the T in the road and take a left, I assume. Looking up again, you can see the division point between looking west and then looking directly above us. It is dark orange. I'm trying to do this in between a sputtering cough and sneezes, but I am COVID negative.
But very, very feverish. Oh man, he's a boss. So, we could try to figure out if the fire is actually where he's standing at that point, because we know that it crossed into Nevada. So let's figure out exactly where he's at. He describes it in the beginning. I was just distracted by trying to queue up the next video, but it just occurred to me. That was the 17th. That was the day after Markleyville was saved. And this is the big response heading out that way to, give them support. And so you just missed Rebel. He was at the airport shooting the Sikorskis who were taken off from Minden over there. And He had a 101-degree fever. He told me in the email, so he talks out of his head a little bit, but it's so dang adorable. And let's see where he's at, and then let's look at Google Maps. Try to ID this. Maybe there's the Google car.
We've entered California. There were no barriers to entrance to the state, but the Highway Patrol obviously is getting ready on a side road to close it all down. Just saw Alpine Sheriff go by, code 3, red lights and siren. Here you can see the plumes coming out of the Markley Valley. It looks like it has topped the ridges. And then I'm going to pan. Here's somebody else in front of me, also taking a gander. There, up Highway 88, over that ridge, over the lower hill there, and a few miles on is Woodfords. If you continue through Woodfords and not turn left on Highway 4, you will go through that notch. Many campgrounds there. Excuse me, I'm trying to do this in between coughs and sneezes. And then you break out into Hope Valley, where we go hiking. There's a lot of cross-country skiing and snowshoeing up there in the winter. It is a wonderland. There goes another Alpine Sheriff. He will go up to Highway 4 at the...
Okay, so I found Woodfords. We were monitoring that last night, and we've got fire activity around it, and I think it's safe to say the battle to save Woodfords is going on right now. So I will pull this over here real quick. This is my second part of Cal Topo, and make this a little bit prettier. So where he's standing is here, basically, and he's shooting the video south, like down this direction. And so you can see that there's a bend, and that's why he was pointing towards the mountain, because like this would be the line of sight if you could see Woodfords. So Woodfords is right here, there. And as you can see, we've got these heat detections large enough to be seen from space right at Woodfords. Now in our next videos, I think he goes to it. And he's shooting from here, so mind you, what we're about to see is basically on fire, because I believe he parks right here in the next video, and then we're going to be seeing the fires down here. So I want to check the goes live. Yeah, this is very recent, so somewhere within this shape here is a heat detection. Large enough to be seen from space, but it's this satellite, the GOES satellite, is much more up to date. It updates much more rapidly, but it's less accurate. It doesn't mean this whole red square is on fire. It just means there's heat detected within it. So this will be something to watch. They're trying to save the Woodfords area down in there, and I'm going to try to find out what is 13:30 UTC time in Pacific. That'll tell us how long ago. That is 1 minute old data. That is 6:30. It is 6:31. But 13:30 UTC is 6:31 Pacific. So, wow, that's pretty amazing. I had no idea it would be like that. So I'm going to, before we play his next video, this is Google Maps. Oh, this is kind of showing you what is around Woodfords, like hotels. So this actually illustrates which structures could be around here that they need to save. So, that's Markleyville. Woodfords Inn. So this place is under threat. It looks like a lovely place. Let's turn off Dark Reader for the moment. Oh, it looks so quaint and wonderful. So, what a pleasant little area. But the Gold Man is why we would use Google Maps. Yeah, I do believe he parks right here and films from right here. This is a different time of the year. There's snow and such. A lot less sparse vegetation, but this is the general area at this intersection, which I believe he films from. Let's see if we can put the little gold man elsewhere. Hey, get off of here. What is this? I don't want a hotel. Get out of here, Google. Okay. So, let's just... It's kind of a one-horse town I'm gathering here. So this is the region, and the fire is rampaging through here right now. Unknown, of course, if any of these structures are affected, threatened, whatnot. It's just pretty amazing. And it looks like in the Ice Age, probably there was some glacial action here. These are river rocks. They're big and round and rounded. So in the Ice Age, when the glaciers melted, a lot of these tumbled around and became round. But only water does this, and since there's no actual river right here, it also could mean that the river changed course, this Carson River, and it was engorged and huge during the time of the Ice Age. And so if you study a little bit about geology, you can notice stuff like that. It means that where those round stones are would be a great place to look for gold, because gold washes down out of hills. So let's see what his next videos are and look back at what the fire's doing. So we just put the little gold man right here, and we know that this part over here is, there's heat. We don't know exactly what's going on unless there's some sort of a news reporter, and if anybody is like watching live news, do tell me. There's no street view much in this area. You could, when I say that this region's sparsely populated, I mean it. That's this is typically the kind of stuff that you see, and you just drive around for miles and miles and miles, and then eventually a car passes you. And then you get to places like this, and maybe in the 1800s there were buildings and stuff, but no longer. There's a lot of places that are intersections of roads that have place names. They used to be towns, and there's like nothing left. So this reminds me of that kind of place, but we do have some people living around here, and some hotels and such. But like if you were to look for stores and stuff, it's kind of a, this is what you expect in the mountains. This is very typical of the kind of architecture around here. Those little quaint little cabins. A lot of these date to the 30s. Some of them are older with new roofs and new sidings, but so you can never really tell unless you get real close to it. But the 30s is what's typical. And let's go look at his other videos, but we'll keep refreshing this. We think that, I think that the battle to save this region is currently ongoing. You're going to go get your second shot, Rebel? Good on you. Go get vaccinated. Yep, you can download my stream. You can actually download things to your phone and watch them later. If people are like, I have to go. Yep. As soon as the stream ends, it'll be uploaded, and you can hit the download button and then walk around with the phone in your pocket and listening with earbuds. It's kind of neat. Now the YouTube app can do that on the phone. So let's go to his next video. Here we go. This next video is called Woodfords proper.
Here we are. I'm at Woodfords, which is...
I have to remind people, because some people have just come in, we're looking at the Tamarack fire. This is shot on the 17th by our very own Cogito Iceman. I say his Latin nickname wrong all the time, and that's the running gag here. So this is the day after Markleyville was saved, but this region right now, there's a battle to save it. The firefighters are ringing this area, and the fire is surrounding Woodfords right now, the Tamarack fire. So bear in mind that this is just shot days ago, but right now they're battling to save it. We don't have live images. So here it is.
It's the fork in the road between Highway 4 and 88. Above us you can see some of the castle spires that our mountains give to us. Truly cathedral-like. You can see here the dividing line. We're looking north-northeast from...
Hi, Psycho. Welcome. Do we know if Highway 89 is open? Let's look at that before I turn the video back on. Where at Highway 89? Like 88 here. This is 88 going into Woodfords. Google can often have road closure information sometimes. But which specific spot are you interested in? Psycho in the chat. I'm going to check CHP, California Highway Patrol. And let's see. Well, there's a traffic cam. I didn't realize it might be live. So I'm looking near 89 closed at Pickett's Junction. Use alternate route. 89 South is. And wildlife, blah, blah, blah. Highway 88 closed due to fires. So I'm going to give you the link here in the chat so you can check on which specific sections pertain to you. It's pretty to get from Portola to Westwood. 70 in Greenville. 70's down. Yeah, Greenville is. I'd be a little nervous if I was at Greenville because Almador West and all those areas is under evacuation warning right now. So Canyon Dam and all that, all the way up to Chester's doorstep, and the Dixie Fire. There's an evacuation warning, not mandatory. Basically from Magalia through Inskip and mind you, they don't think the fire's going that way. They're under evacuation warning because the possibility of embers drifting over from like the Feather River Canyon because the wind has just shifted and it's going west. And so embers from the contained area in Highway 70 might drift over towards Magalia, Inskip, Sterling City, and such. That's why they're on a watch right now. I don't mean to panic anybody. The Dixie Fire is still headed north. Like it's headed north in general towards Chester and the west side of Lake Almador. Thank you. You're awesome. No, you're awesome. All my viewers are awesome, and I'm so fortunate. I mean, one of our viewers is giving us these awesome videos. This is our very own Cogito. He's the man. He has been one of the MVPs of the channel. I cannot do it without you guys. You guys' input and questions and links. So here, this was the 17th for anybody just tuning in. The battle to save this place is going on right now. I'll show the map before I play the video again. This is the Tamarack fire. Part of it has crossed the line into Nevada. And down here where it says Alpine Village, it's actually Woodfords. Woodfords is ringed by fire right now, at least coming in from the south. It's starting to ring the town. It's going to climb up here into these mountains because that's the way the wind is blowing. We know there's some already on this side. And so if we go to Caltopo, we can see the satellite data of the new heat detection is large enough to be visible from space. So, yeah, so funny I am still awake. When there's developments like this, you know, how do you go to sleep? So, this is where he's shooting the video. He's shooting the video from the town like this, from this town. But it is on the 17th, mind you. So right now, there's a fight to save all these structures around Woodfords, including the inn right here that we just saw a picture of. You can rewind my video. Just if you do, remember to press the live button to come back. We're using the little gold man to look around the town, and he's going to basically show us a little bit about the town, just as it was days ago. So let's continue. This was shot on the 17th. This is Woodfords. I'm trying to save it right now.
The junction of Highway 4 and Highway 88. There is the fine dividing line. Again, as we made our way up here, we could see many horse trailers staging almost every side road. As I said, there is a lot of green pastures down in the Carson Valley. And I'm looking now southwest over the trees there. Not so good looking at the ridge line, but it has definitely climbed out of the Markleyville Valley, as I can see. We go up there often camping, and we go up there and share the hot springs that are half occupied by Russians with their washcloths on top of their head. I'm not sure what that is. I'm going to walk up to the junction up here. Many people are stopping. The store is closed, and it's called the Mad Dog Cafe. We come in here for sandwiches, and you're elbow to elbow with people, but everybody is smiling and laughing, so it makes it very enjoyable. I'm going to go up and make the next shot at the barricades there at the entrance to Highway 4 to Markleyville.
As you can see, he was quite feverish when he made these videos, because he got out of his sick bed to go film this for us. He is the man. That's just like a firefighter, right? To just be like, yeah, I'm fine. My fever is 101. I'm fine. I'm going to go.
The Markleyville turnoff.
I'm going to go shoot some video. So, yeah. He's totally talking out of his head. He was saying that I could identify clover fields if I had a magnifying glass and stuff. And he's hilarious. So this is Cogito. When he wakes up, he's going to be like, oh, Catherine played the videos. And then he'll probably be like, what the hell was I saying? He's so wonderful. So he's currently in his sick bed again right now with his lungs being a bit congested. But this, I worry that being out in the smoke and filming like this worsened everything. But I'm glad to hear he's back and safe in bed now. We got a series of videos, most of them little short clips. Yeah, the Mad Dog Cafe, that's supposedly where bras are hung from the ceiling. That's another... I don't know if he is feverish or if he's serious. And that's pretty dang awesome, though. I'm going to have to go verify this. I'm now putting this town like on the map of things to see, and that in the Leviathan mine. I mean, if I had enough money, if people wanted to donate money to me, I'd go check this out. I don't have a press pass because I'm not officially part of the media, of course, and it would take a very long time to get one. To like try to register one and prove I'm a blogger or blah 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 blah. But I do hope to film from California a little bit. I'm just trying to figure out arrangements and how the heck I'm going to figure out $5 a gallon gas up in these hills. So we'll figure that in a moment. But for the moment, I want to showcase his videos because right where he's standing, this is probably where there are a lot of actions going on to save this place. The Tamarack fire has approached from the south and is right here where he's standing now. So we keep looking back at the satellite, and hopefully the news and stuff, news crews might be around this area. Hopefully we'll be able to get an update.
6 miles to downtown. Of course, I have a friend who just sold his business down there in just the nick of time, apparently, sad to say. Up the hill I go to the actual junction. Okay, here we are looking over the ridge behind which is South Lake Tahoe, panning again up towards 88 here. The trees are hiding the notch, which I just discussed. And then across the road here is Highway 4. And you can see they are very well prepared to start moving this barricade out in all directions. And from the staging area here, Alpine Sheriff again responds code 3 down into Markleyville. Something happening definitely at this time. What is the time? I'm not sure. I'm in a fog. Okay, I'm going to drive further up the notch and see how our favorite snowshoeing area is doing and hiking area during the summer, which is Hope Valley. Of course, with the prevailing winds, it's hard to predict. We usually have an overlying westerly component, but as Catherine knows, we have a lot of microclimates in here, especially as far as wind velocities and directions. I've flown over these ridges many times, and you have to be very, very careful leaving at least 1,500 feet. I like to leave an excess of space and clearance between the ridges, because as you approach the leeward side, you can be prone to those downward drafts that are common in mountains, and that can kill you each and every time you're not prepared. Let's go down to Hope Valley.
Yeah, we were talking about aviation before, and the Blanco Lirio channel, which Juan Brown runs, is pretty amazing to explain how the Sierras here can basically be the airplane graveyard of the world. It's kind of like the Columbia River Bar. Pilots can see this stuff if they're flying around in the easy place, in the valley. And they go, oh, wow, these mountains are cool looking. I'll just bank over here to the right. And then what they don't understand is, like, constantly these winds come from Nevada. They go up over the mountains, and then they plunge down like a roller coaster, and they pick up speed. And these pilots that are in small craft, and sometimes they're not very experienced, can't handle it, and all of a sudden, and they crash. There's lots of search and rescues for them. A couple of years ago, there's a very famous guy that was kind of a survivalist, and he crashed, and everybody expected to find him making his own campfire and waving at the rescuers, but he died on impact. It was a really sad thing, but this is very, very common for small craft to go down up here. And this is why I point this out, because it is so dangerous for firefighting aircraft up in this area too. They're absolute heroes. That's all I can say. So let's go to the next one. If you just tuned in, this is Woodfords. There is a battle right now to save this place where he's filming. This was shot on the 17th. But as you can see, on the 17th, they were gearing up for this battle. They were mopping up around Markleyville, which is continuous right now. There were some structures lost at Markleyville, unfortunately, some homes. I don't have any update yet. The warning updates are not in, but we can see from the satellite, and I would like to just keep rolling back to it, that here is where he was shooting, and the fire is approaching from the south. So fingers crossed for their endeavor in saving the town, and we salute them. Let's keep watching firefighter Cogito's, Iceman's. See, since I can't say it right, I call him Iceman. Let's watch more of Iceman's videos. Oh, and I'll turn the sound on. Wait, look at how ugly that is. That's unreal. Why don't we have sound? Ah. This video just may not have sound. Better not make it too loud, otherwise I'll blast you guys again. I put a limiter on the volume, so There should be a maximum volume with which these stupid auto-playing videos start. I apologize sincerely for rupturing the eardrums of people prior. But he's somewhere near Woodfords on the 17th, and this was the Tamarack fire approaching. It's sometimes scarier when you can't see the flames. Like when you just see walls of this smog and smoke and this dirty type fire. There's a lot of chaparral and oily type of fuels. A shade of brown like mud they call coffee in the Army. Yeah. It really is like coffee, isn't it? Like on a horse, you would call something like this, like, God, wouldn't that be a red roan or something? Just nuts. I don't know if this is lacking video or lacking sound. But sometimes things are more powerful if they don't have sound. You know, you turn a corner and see something like this, and you're like, ugh. So, it was back when the highway was open. It is not now, because there's fire everywhere around here. You can see the terrain. Like if you saw fire just like up here, the aircraft can do something you can't. You know, like from the ground, they'll make fire lines out of this highway for sure, because it's just so wide and so nice. Fire lines are basically roads. Whether or not they're tamped down or not, just matters whether or not the bulldozer went over the top. But we've seen videos of just crazy firefights, and it would be hard. You know, as it comes up or comes down by the road, they got to try to, you know, embers and sticks on fire will roll across. Embers will rain down. Oh, I got to find that Sikorsky video that we watched last year. It's absolutely nuts. So you can fight everything on the ground, all your might, and then you see embers go like up this tree, and then they fall over here. And then if the helicopter doesn't get his drop right, when it's only 20 feet wide, if he misses once or she misses once, and all of a sudden you can see the hilltop explode and it has jumped the line, and everything you did down here is for nothing. So that is the high stakes stuff that's going on. Sometimes fires completely get out of control and jump lines just because of two mistakes, like two missed aerial drops, and all of a sudden it's too big to contain. That's the kind of thing that happens. So you just have to have mad respect for everything that they do. It's hard. So continue playing this. There still is no sound. It's unreal. It's beautiful, unreal, and surreal. At least these trees are thinned out, and that's pretty much the altitude and steepness of the terrain. Trees start struggling to breathe at a certain altitude. And looks like there's avalanche potential here. When you see patches of bald, cliffs and such, sometimes that's because of avalanche. Okay, let's go on to the next video. This one might have sound. Looks like pyrocumulus, yeah. So funny 37 in the chat says, I wonder if you could gauge by the winds, which looks like it is moving from the right. This is the 17th. Yeah, the winds generally were just pushing north and northeast. They still are today. That's why it crossed into Nevada last night about 1 in the morning. We saw that. And there hasn't really been any change, and there's no forecast for change.
Still here talking to a gentleman at the junction of Highway 88.
By the way, this is raw video, and I haven't seen it from this point on. So if there's anything oddball or crazier that happens, I take no responsibility. It's his fault, and you should totally blame him.
8 and 89. And he is a volunteer with the infamous Death Ride since 1978. He was telling me that he is a radio relay person, and and he said that in this ride, which has been canceled, of course, they have roaming mechanics and roving medics all throughout these hills, which is absolutely phenomenal to coordinate that through the 103 miles, because this thing is a vertical climb killer for sure.
I want to know more about this death ride. I thought it was a biker event. It sounded like, that bikers would be into that. And bikers are motorcyclists, and people on bicycles are cyclists. Okay, a biker is on a motorcycle. But it turned out the death ride was a cycling thing. And I wonder if it's a downhill thing, something like that. But it's a big yearly event, and it had to be canceled. And a lot of people were in here with their bicycles ready to go. And I can only imagine they were like, oh, crap. This is a devastating blow to the community because it brings in so much tourism. It's after COVID and after the year that we had for everybody to be evacuated and their biggest yearly event to be canceled. That's just horrible. But, well, the show must go on. Hopefully they come back next year. So let's look. If anybody's just tuned in, this is the battle for Woodfords is going on right now. But this was shot 17 days ago. But the Tamarack fire is all up in this area. This is shot by our own resident firefighter, Iceman. And he's really sick with a fever shooting these videos. He's back in bed now, and I hope he's going to be better. We all miss you, Iceman. Get well soon. This I don't like. Just looking at the landscape. This is the kind of thing you see, and it's just really not good. It's the standing dead trees, called snags. That's what they call them. You want a couple in the landscape for natural habitat and for woodpeckers and eagles and such, but really you only need a couple. Eagles have a huge territory. There's just not that many per 20 square mile radius. This is what causes monster fires to get bad, because every one of the standing dead trees is 1,000-hour fuel that's ready to go. All the green ones, the trunks aren't going to burn, just the branches will burn off, but the trunks are green, full of sap, full of water, but a dead tree is completely dry, ready to go. If the fire moved along the ground quickly, like it was blown by the wind, these mature adult trees wouldn't catch. But the dead ones definitely will, and the fire will climb them all the way to the top, and then embers will come off the tops of these trees and then be blown by the wind and make it a complete nightmare. These standing dead trees are fragile. As soon as they catch fire, they kill a lot of firefighters by falling on them. And they really, really make fires worse. So when you look around the landscape and see something like that, you should not be happy. You should be pretty concerned. And I am. Who knows? They are working around the clock and literally around the clock. They were on the night shift to try to prepare for the fire, and it's there now. But they fall over. These do a lot, and they can fall across lines, and they basically cause fires that normally would be traveling on the ground to start crowning. A crown fire is a fire moving from treetop to treetop. Normally the tops of trees are the greenest and the healthiest and the wettest, full of the most moisture because it has all the sunlight up there. Branches deprived of sunlight die lower down by the tree, but so normally in a forest you don't see crown fires. When the fire's at the very treetop. But if you got a lot of dead ones around, you do. You see that. Yeah, crowning is a nightmare. Firefighters, mostly on the ground, can't do anything if fire is in the treetop. You could try to cut it down, and that's extremely dangerous. Like I said, kills a lot of them. So they'll race to try to put a lot of these on the ground, especially by their fire lines sometimes. But if there's a lot of them, you can't get to them all. So this is something of concern.
Okay, I couldn't leave just yet. Had an interesting conversation with a a person from the Bay Area came through Hoop Valley, and there's our good friend, the Sikorsky helicopter.
Yeah.
Going back for lunch. It's actually past 1,500 hours. There he goes back into smoky Minden.
That was adorable. So yeah, the Sikorskys are awesome. You can see the little hose dangling. It's like a umbilical cord on the bottom of the helicopter. So they've got they're called sky cranes. That's another one of their nicknames. You see the little hose dangling? They can pick up entire vehicles because the Sikorsky is hollow in the center. It doesn't even have a bottom. So you could stick a bag in there to hold water. You could they could go ahead and land on a vehicle, pick it up and take it somewhere, or pick up parts of a crane. I mean, they are a mobile crane, basically. Yeah, bless you. Yeah, we all bless you. Yeah, you see the little hose dangling. And they're one of our favorites, and they're so versatile. They're slightly ugly. You know, they look like they're just missing their belly section. But boy, are they pretty dang awesome. So he goes back to Minden now, and he's breathing all this crap while he's bringing us the news. So, bless our firefighters and bless Iceman. And hopefully they're doing right now real good, and we're cheering for you guys. You guys on the Tamarack fire and all the others. You know, they did such a wonderful job with Markleyville. They really got their stuff together. They're organized. And even though a lot of resources are on other fires, they've done a pretty remarkable job saving structures and, trying to speed bump this fire as it tries to barrel its way towards Hot Tahoe and, Minden and Nevada. So let's watch the rest of his videos. These were shot on the 17th, mind you. Right now it's a raging inferno. The battle for Woodfords is ongoing right now. Like, I did not exaggerate that. This is a heat detection from space, and we don't know within this big red area where the fire exactly is at. It actually could be up here, could be over here, wherever the red area is. But this detection, if you look at the key, is less than 12 hours old, and we had this detection. We looked at the last update, and it was literally like 15 minutes ago. So then it first, boom, popped up. We know that the fire is south of the town here. We just don't know if it has jumped. I imagine they're trying to keep a line right here of Highway 88. But we will see. So he has gone to Woodfords, and he's going back this way in the next video towards Minden, which is where the Sky Crane and the others are taking off from. And it's kind of a headquarters over there for, he showed us in the earlier videos. You can go back and watch those. But as you watch older content, hit the live button to go back to like where we are right now. I am broadcasting live, 7:05 in the morning on the 21st. So let's go back to his videos. He is so awesome. He shares these with us. I got them emailed. Let's see. Whoops. It helps if I show you. Whoops. I think he meant to take a still image, and he hit the video button. That's usually why you get 2-second videos like that. But look at that. He's filming from Nevada over to the California border. And I want to point out that it now is in Nevada. It crossed over. We watched it live on satellites approximately 1 in the morning, sometime after midnight. And the news media will catch up and with us and, say that too. But this is what it looked like when he shot these videos on the 17th. It's just an ugly situation. You get a lot of the black burning, from burning plastic in buildings and cars, but also this type of fuel. So this is chaparral, manzanita, tumbleweeds, that sort of thing, sage. That's very oily. It's very fire promoting. Desert wildfires just rip through an area. They rush through. and produce this dense black oily stuff. Hey, good morning, Josh. And so every time you see the black smoke, it's not necessarily a structure, a car, or something. It could be a bunch of, oily type fuels over there. It can be pretty explosive too. It'll flare up, flash, but then burn out bright and fast. So when we see infrared pictures at night, that's oftentimes what we're viewing. Let's go to the rest of his videos. There's just 2 more.
Okay, last shot from Memdiwi down private road just out of Woodford. Excuse me. And we continue to see the spread going due east, which would put it on a vector for south of Gardnerville proper. Crossing 395, we still have lots of green pasture land. It's a patchwork from Artesian Wells. Just talked to Ben from San Francisco. I'm going to call it quits because I think I'm spiking a fever. All right. There is many flares. You can't see it through the smoke, but that whole back mountain behind that profile there of that ridge is a large plume of fire. Signing off.
I wonder what that would look like if you had a FLIR camera. I don't know if that kind of works for...
Okay, this is the very last shot.
Sorry, distant landscapes. Let me rewind that a second. Wow, what a vista. And look at that horrendous pollution from the wildfire. Holy mackerel. Okay, this is his last video, shot on the 17th.
Okay, this is the very last shot, I promise. Returning up Kingsbury Grade, which is just out of the town of Genoa. They claim to be the first city in Nevada, although another city also stakes that claim. I'm looking at our beloved Job's Peak, and then slightly down the ridges, looking south, is diffuse umber red colored smoke, and in the valleys you can see is some settling into the towns. Just giving a panoramic view of the area that is in the line of sight possibly, although I did see an easterly direction when I was near the junction, and it was quite strong at the surface out of Markleyville. If it continued on a north-northeast direction, of course this whole valley would be in the path. As you can see, it's mixed livestock, agriculture, a lot of well-irrigated, artesian well-fed land, and here and there a few ranchettes. So I think I mentioned all the salient points. I'm really quite devastated about the damage. Of course, I heard there were multiple structures up out of Markleyville on the road up to the hot springs and the campground somewhere up in there. I'm sure my statistics are expired by now. Catherine will have a better grasp. But at the ground level is due east, and about 1,000 to 2,000 feet up in the air, we had still the north-northeast direction. So we obviously have shear winds at altitude. And then I showed you the cumulus, probably going up to near 20,000 feet generated from this hot fire. So I'm on Kingsbury Grade, going to be returning up the grade to the lake, and I'm going to be signing off. I definitely have a fever. All right, good luck to you.
Little did he know that I had a fever too, with the same kind of sickness, unrelated, and so I wasn't keeping up with the fires so much. I was just rolling in bed and riding the invisible tuna boat of nausea, just rocking back and forth. And I was occasionally kneeling before the sacred white bowl and donating gastronomically to the Church of Nausea. Yesterday, I was feeling better and found a bicycle and was trying to show off in front of a guy and wrecked it, of course. He may have still been impressed with me, if not my ability to ride, then perhaps my agility, as I sort of tucked and rolled and ended up back up on my feet and dusted myself off. Like, yeah, I was meant to do that. So that's why I went live after midnight instead of coming home. That was a long walk back. I really overdid it. I should have gone to bed quite a long time ago, but I decided to go live for an hour, and well, it's been many. Okay, so let's refresh this. It kind of refreshes on its own, really, but we can see that the Tamarack fire is continuing to move north. It did cross over into Nevada last night around 1 in the morning, and heroically, there is a battle right now being waged to save the structures at Woodfords. And we did see that he was ABC 10, wasn't it? They had live reporters at Markleyville, and they sadly showed some structures did burn some homes over there. So let's look at this link here. Hello, Mike Mixie. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, isn't he awesome? Iceman is the man. When people are giving me Twitter links, it just says something went wrong, try reloading. Don't miss what's happening. People on Twitter are the first to know. God, I don't think I have a Twitter account. We're supposed to be able to see Twitter links, right? I mean, even if you don't have it. So I'm just going to go to the record I'll erase half that link. Just be on the record courier. He said, okay, so here's the record courier's Twitter page in general. This must be the current situation. I like how clear the sky is. No flames or smoke visible from Holbrook Junction from the Tamarack fire, 6:30 a.m. today. How the heck does it look that clear? What magic is this? Where the heck is Holbrook Junction? We shall investigate. Holbrook Junction. Oh, it's way over there. Okay. Well, yeah, it's way over there. But that's good. That there's some breathable air over there. Let's check out the fire. That's the Dixie. Let's go back to the Tamarack. So, let's compare our maps. Oops. Yeah, I should have just done this. Whoopsie. So, Holbrook Junction here is just over there. Yeah. So the fire is kind of going this way. Let's look at the wind. And the wind's blowing up from the south, and it kind of goes that way. He talks about a lot about the microclimates. He's totally right. The wind in certain canyons and in little valleys can be a totally different direction from the wind elsewhere. So as the wind races down the slope, it does some really incredible thing right here. It collides with wind coming in from the east. It gets funneled down right into Topaz Lake, where it's colliding with wind coming up from the south. It's just, this is why it's the airplane graveyard. You can never tell what the heck it's going to do, so it might swirl and move around over there. So this wind is in general still driving the fire towards the north. But as we've seen this red spot fire activity, if I had to guess, looking at this is taking a wild stab. Let's open, sorry, I have to add a layer here for terrain. Did I already? Yeah, let's shade relief. You can see the ruggedness of the terrain a lot more evident when you put shaded relief on there. So if I had to take a wild stab, the reason that we have so many dots right over here is because a spot fire happened, and we know that fires race up hills, and so it just went up that way. And ridge tops to ridge tops are usually where the embers travel. So it could have been over here. An ember could have just fallen here, and it would go down and just race up the top. That's why I think the red is down here, even though it's like against the wind. You expect most of the red to be here on the northern spot, but with the way that crown fires and spotting and such happens, you know, at the top of ridges, the top of trees, the embers can travel quite a long ways. And with the nature of these canyons, they can be kind of funneled around. And down here, wind direction and speed can be different than up at the top. It just really depends. That's why he's talking about microclimates. We can see overall picture from up here, up above, but down there, it can be pretty erratic. So let's look at GOES again. And now we have a new detection of heat up this way, which is following the wind, which is what is expected. We should read the news for Minden. The weather forecast. As far as I know, it hasn't changed. It's just going to keep going this way with wind gusts. But we should go ahead and do that. Let me look back at the chat. Refresh the link when you get to Twitter. Can't be displayed message. Just hit the URL button display. I did a few times. The picture of the tweet should be from Leviathan Mine. Just smoke, no flames. Oh my gosh. Leviathan Mine Road? Okay. Yeah, we were worried about that, Josh, earlier. I was talking about how it's a super fun site with, it's basically a giant sulfur mine. There was a big open pit, a lot like a quarry. And the reason it's a super fun site is they abandoned it in the 60s, and the sulfur, it filled up with water and created sulfuric acid. It's a giant sulfuric acid pit. And they've been spending millions upon millions of dollars to clean it up. In fact, where did I put those? Leviathan Mine is here. And so you can see the Markleyville's here, and Leviathan Mine is there. It's a big, giant red acid bath, and there's historical assets from, the mining days all over it. It was turn of the century or 1800s to 1968, I believe. A pretty large thing, and they've managed to get the water out of it and put it in retaining ponds, because the real huge issue they're having with it is, who cares if water fills up a sulfur mine? Other than the occasional unfortunate bird landing in it, that doesn't seem to harm the landscape. But so here's Markleyville. So the fire has gone up into this area, just over the Nevada border. So the Leviathan Mine is up here, but the thing about sulfuric acid is it will leach chemicals out of rocks. It'll dissolve rock and release natural minerals. But there's a lot of arsenic in the natural rock of the area, and lead. And so that has been constantly polluting this headwaters of the Carson River, which goes to Carson, the capital of Nevada, Carson City, up that way. So they knew they had to do something about it, and they've put so much effort into that. And if the fire just goes right to it, who knows how that's going to screw that up? It's a real big, horrible thing. So let me look back at the Twitter link, because apparently I missed something. But this is the Record Courier. Okay. Smoke but no flames from Tamarack Fire, Leviathan Mine Road. So this is down the valley, not by the mine. Let's see if the flames are by the mine. And that's an interesting dozer. Cool. Dozer crews are unsung heroes. So, yeah, they're talking about, that was the 19th, thunderstorms and such, heavy rainfall, dangerous lightning. We didn't see too much of that, thank goodness. So let's go find out if the mine is endangered. If you just tuned in with us, we're monitoring the Tamarack, the Dixie we covered a little bit previous, and the the new one that's in Yuba County called the Frenchtown fire. We didn't have any morning updates yet and from InsaWeb and whatnot. So we're kind of waiting on that, and I need to go to sleep somewhat soon. I've been up all night covering this. Let's turn on the Leviathan mine. It's on the California side. So it's located here. Let's stack the base layer. It should be very, very visible from the satellite. Yeah, there it is. You can't miss that. So there's the retaining ponds. The wind is the little green things. So the wind is blowing that direction. And hopefully it doesn't reach it. The wind should just kind of carry it over there. And the good news is that so far, I couldn't even believe this. They were showing clear skies and no smoke over here at the Holbrook Junction. Because they've gotten lucky so far. Here's the Holbrook Junction right down here, and the winds are kind of pushing the fire away, but they could change and threaten it. So fingers crossed for them. So they've got sorry, not embers, but they've got some activity here. The majority of it is the fight around these two sectors. It's all on the north end. It's traveling with wind. Fire is a slave to the wind. It's heading up towards Minden and towards the current battle right here, which is over at Woodfords. So we know that the firefighters have been staging from his videos that we just saw. You can rewind if you didn't see this. Incredible amount of videos that Iceman, our resident firefighter, has gone out of his sick bed to film for us, and that was on the 17th. Everything that I just showed, the home video stuff, was the 17th. So the fire is where he was filming here. This is where he was filming at that intersection. So there is a battle right now to save these structures and these neighborhoods, and we're so supportive. I'm very confident they can handle this. They had a nice, robust, rapid response, and the way they saved Markleeville, that was pro. That was pro. With so many resources on other fires, they're doing great. And Nevada helping California, that's totally awesome. This is a remarkably fast spread over here. This has to be spotting. This is like a very clear cut case of spotting, where the fire's embers are just getting ahead. So we can fade this out. This is a cool effect. Let's shaded relief a bit more to accentuate terrain. So yeah, we have that makes sense. When you put on shaded relief like that, you can see how rugged it is. Wind speeds are always higher on ridges and higher altitudes, and sometimes when it's funneled down into canyons. So this is a wind tunnel, this deep canyon, and that really just shows what's happening here. It reminds me of Greek fire. You could splash Greek fire on other ships, like launch it. You could put it in pots and lob it like a grenade. Greek fire is basically napalm, but worse, with some other secret ingredients, like perhaps even primitive gunpowder. But when they put it in a tube and used bellows or blew it with their breath, we're talking Greek fire, the Byzantines. It was worse. It just went, because it's kind of that effect. That's what it reminds me of. So everything accelerates when it's constricted, like putting your thumb in a garden hose. Maybe that's a better analogy for the people who don't study history. But that was kind of like their perfection of a weapon that helped them win all kinds of wars was figuring out that you could put it in long tubes and increase the pressure and make the fire so much more powerful. So that would explain it. As soon as you put on shaded relief, if you don't have anything, if you just like put on an Forest Service map and everything's flat, you can't really see why did fire do this. Especially if you don't have the wind, you would just see this naked data and be like, sorry, turn off the wind. You'd be like, why is it doing that? But once you see terrain, you can get a handle on it. So that's it for Tamarack. Let's see if they've done InstaWeb updates. By the way, here's the new widened evacuation zones back at the Dixie Fire. I can't believe this, but just so that nobody's too concerned, they did put evacuation watch from Magalia north, like Inskip, Sterling City, north of there, not because they think the fire is going to move here. It's really because the wind was going to the west, and so we know in the Feather River Canyon up at the Dixie Fire, it's still smoldering up there, even in the contained areas. The 15% containment is here, the canyon facing Butte County. But when wind picks up and goes that direction, there's a possibility of some embers traveling. So that's why they're on watch. It's like the main fire, though, is just heading north towards Chester and kind of spreading out towards Greenville, perhaps even towards Quincy over here. But I just wanted to point that out. We're still keeping an eye on the Dixie as well. Back at chat, Carney says we're still not sure the recipe for Greek fire. Absolutely. It was pretty incredible. They described it, though, and we could get a clue. Greek fire turned ships into a white powdery ash, and it could not be extinguished by water. In fact, it was like a grease fire. If they took buckets over the side of the ships and threw it on there, it was worse. That's probably explaining a lot of its success, is that's what a sailor does. Panic can do that. But the fact that ships would burn to the waterline to a white ash is very telling. So, excuse me, I'm going to turn on the heater. It's July. I need to turn on a heater. All right. So let's look at the rest of the data here. InstaWeb. Let's go ahead and refresh that and see if we've gotten. 8 minutes ago, we got an update on the Beckworth. It's 90% contained. That's great news for the people up there by Doyle. Tamarack. Yep, we got our morning update an hour and 30 minutes ago. I was remiss. Didn't notice it. We were watching videos. So, that's an ugly picture. Wow. I don't know if that's beautiful or ugly. I guess wildfires are both. That's some excellent photography. Wow. Unreal. But that is quintessential. It's worth 1,000 words. That's what people in the West experience a lot now. It's not necessarily like Bambi. Only you can prevent forest fires. Those wildfires can often look like this. Okay, let's get to the Tamarack update. Oh, there's Twitter. There's a Facebook fire one, so we'll bookmark that. All right, so total personnel in the Tamarack are just over 1,000 people. The size is just under 40,000 acres. And the fuels involved are timber, brush, mixed conifer. And once it reaches Nevada, that's going to be chaparral and sage and tumbleweeds. Significant events in the current situation. Extreme fire behavior in the form of crowning. That's that nightmare I was explaining earlier. Treetop fires. Spotting, which is embers drifting long distances and starting smaller fires ahead of the main one. which I just explained and we saw. And surface runs along active perimeters of the fire. Surface runs is just what I explained too, where it races up hills, especially. Surface means the ground level. Fire is burning in mixed conifer, heavy mountain brush, grass, sage, and juniper. Current weather. Tonight, isolated showers and thunderstorms in the evening and overnight. Minimum temperature around 50. Max humidity around 65. That's at night. Chance of wetting rains 15%. That actually hasn't changed from what we saw last night, this current weather outlook. For Tuesday, partly cloudy with a slight chance of thunder in the afternoon. Okay. And it's Wednesday. So that doesn't seem to be updated. All right. So let's see here. Outlook, planned actions on Tamarack. Continue structure protection efforts in all areas currently being impacted by the fire. And begins securing the established line around Markleyville by mopping it up and improving the line. This also hasn't changed from what I read last night. They'll continue construction lines around the northwest flank and to limit the fire spread to the north towards Highway 88 and Carson Canyon. They'll extend containment lines in Division Oscar and Tango as resources become available. And they'll begin construction at Highway 89, line construction, just like I was saying, progressing to the southwest. Look for direct and indirect opportunities to protect all the values at risk. Particularly threatened are values on the northeast flank, which is where we saw that incredible push, like a horn, going up into Nevada. So glad to see that town is bright and sunny, and I'm just fingers crossed and praying for them that the wind doesn't change, because it'll go right past them if it continues to the north, knock on wood, if the wind is in their favor. That was Holbrook Junction I was talking about. Now, projected incident activity. Fire is anticipated to continue to be extreme. Yeah. We're going to get higher temperatures coming towards the weekend. It's going to be extreme to very active as warmer and dry weather conditions return. Fuels are critically dry and fire indexes are at record levels. Fire spread to the northeast is anticipated. Yeah. That was evident at 1 in the morning, and we've seen significant spread toward the northeast in that horn, like we were just examining. So, that wasn't that much of an update. Very little was changed on the website. So let's go ahead and look at Dixie. We don't have new Dixie information. Now we can try to look at the Frenchtown fire and see if we could see it on the GOES satellite. We didn't have any registration of it on the Viewers Modus. We still don't. That's Bullard's Bar right there. Southeast of Orville, the new Organ House / Frenchtown fire that erupted yesterday is right in here, and the satellites aren't showing. It's not on InsaWeb because it's not federal. And there were evacuations yesterday in Yuba County, and so I covered that during the night. And that's what kept me up at night, because I've got so many kin in the area. I just develop a facial tic hearing about this stuff. Here, every day that I'm about to go to sleep happy, this is mirroring what happened last year. I curl up in bed, check the phone, and go, ah! What the hell's happening now? So let's check GOES. I'm happy to see that there's no GOES satellite registration of heat. There was throughout the night. They worked throughout the night to try to extinguish it. The firefighters' goal is to try to extinguish it by noon tomorrow while the humidity is high at night. That's the best way to contain a new fire. We learned that in the 30s. And so they're in a race against time to noon, but hopefully they're getting a handle on things. And the people near Organ House will be able to go back to their homes. As I understand it, it was kind of a door-to-door thing, and it was like a quickly go, go, go. Looking back at chat, Carney says, couple charged with manslaughter after gender reveal malfunction caused the wildfire. Yeah. Stupidity should be a crime. But we'd have to lock up most of the world. Sorry, that's my joke. Well, the good news, 90% containment on the Beckworth. Hopefully they can pull resources off that soon, and they can... Look at this ugly monster with the Dixie. Oh, God. Let's look at the... let's get eyes on it. Let's look at the camera. We have a camera right here that looks across Butts Lake Reservoir. You can't make that up. And you can see how the wind is pushing to the north, and it's going north, like I said, towards Lake Eleanor West, towards Chester, etc. Right around here is mostly wilderness, but a lot of people have cabins, and there's grazing cattle and such. And we've seen a lot of livestock deaths with the Paradise and the Bear Fire in the North Complex that people didn't hear about unless you tuned into my stream or other place where people read the horrific accounts of cattle just running on fire and such. We don't have any information about that happening right now, but it has been happening throughout the years. The ranchers free graze the cattle. There's no fences. They go where they want. Cattle kind of know where to go from water hole to water hole and meadow to meadow. It is incredibly difficult to round them up and get them to safety. They tend to panic and stampede. You know, it's 1800s all over again. You read about stuff like that, like in you know, what was that famous author, Laramie or something? He had an L. He wrote about cattle drives and stuff, and it's something like what happened on the Great Plains. Or you watch City Slickers. That was a good movie. But, you know, I'm surprised to see so much activity on the southern part and have it going towards Bucks Lake. People around Quincy are a bit nervous. Here's Bucks Lake. So, there must have been a bit of a wind change at some point. It does vary. Like I say, microclimates happen, and there was that thunderstorm that has a destabilizing effect. Plus, it's so large it creates its own weather. So, looking back at chat, Carney says Canada declared a state of emergency due to wildfires, and BC, oh yeah, they've had entire towns erased in record heat with the heat dome. It's a hard year, and now there's flash flooding in Niagara and Colorado. That's what my phone was blowing up with yesterday. I didn't know what to listen to. Like, which disaster do you listen to? And Scanner Radio has like 5 national disasters and some international ones going at the same time. It's just, it shouldn't even be called 2021. It should be called 2022.0. Swear to God. We just have to get through this year and learn our lessons. Okay, so let's go into web. Oh, actually, CAL FIRE has the information about the Frenchtown. We'll check it, and then we're going to look back at these updated webcams. There's a sort of ugly beauty to the sunrise with a wildfire. So let's go back to, where's CAL FIRE? There it is. Incidents 2021. That's Beckworth, ML2. Frenchtown. Date started the 20th. The evacuated places around Dobbins and Organ House. And this information is not updated. That's the same thing that we were seeing last night, that it was 25% contained at 90 acres, but that's such old information. It has to have changed by now. We will, 9 p.m. was that last update. So KCRA would probably start, it'd be the news organization would really start updating things. They're the big Sacramento, local channel. We'll check back with them, but first let's look at these. Let's look at these cams. So we're looking northeast with the Jarbo Gap camera, which is eyes on the Dixie Fire. This is the current image. Hazy as hell, and I don't know if they'll be able to use air attack today if it's going to look like this. Hopefully it'll clear out if the wind picks up, but slow wind is a double-edged sword. On one hand, it slows fire spread. On the other hand, the smoke doesn't clear, and you can't attack it from the air. There's a Goldilocks zone where the wind isn't too fierce and it's not too lazy, and they have to see. I'll also just run into a mountain. They won't put airplanes when this is what it looks like. So let's do a 12-hour time lapse. Jarbo Gap. And it's not a volcano erupting. That's just the latest fire brought to you by Pacific Gas and Electric, who is now essentially taking credit for starting the fire. And it's beginning to feel like almost like terrorists taking credit. The way they constantly kill people and destroy the landscape and burn up towns, and then charge the same victims for the expense. But sorry, I'm a little bit upset. The whole region is a little bit upset with pg&e, but I'll rein that in. Let's see here. We got stars. And then once dawn breaks, there's a kind of a flash of purple as the aerosols hit the area. And you can see the smoke moving. So, wow, it's almost beautiful. Until after sunrise, in which it's just completely ugly. So that is our current conditions looking at the Dixie Fire from Jarbo Gap, which is just due east of Paradise quite a ways. So let's look at the next cam. We got Flea Mountain. So 12 hours. Wow, look at that. Love you, Kathy. No, I love you. I love all my viewers and everybody with us. We're one big supportive family. I'm really trying to rein my anger in as much as I can, but you must understand, this company started so many fires that erased towns. They started a fire where my family used to live. They moved away. So a family friend still lived in the area with the Cascade Fire, and he burned alive with his girlfriend in his house. And many other people didn't make it either out of the Cascade Fire, which was the same region 1 year prior to the Paradise Fire. So 1 year later, we're still in shock from that whole situation happening. The same power company, Pacific Gas and Electric, starts the fire up by Paradise, and all of a sudden my brother's a missing person, and he drives through the fire and escapes Paradise, but barely, with crying kids in the back, and we had to wait for him to check in. This is really hard to be a straight up objective type journalist, and that's not what I am. I am a citizen. I'm a writer. I'm a history lover. I'm a video production student. Just somebody who noticed the government and wasn't doing their job informing people of evacuations and like the actual situations and how to survive. So I just randomly got online and did this. This isn't my job. I'm not getting paid. Unless people want to give me money, which is totally fine. I accept Uber Eats and gift cards for food too. Thank you very much. You don't need to tame your anger, homie. Thank you. Thank you for the validation. You're totally right. I'm expressing what a lot of people can't. There's a lot of firefighters and officials who are just pissed. They're righteously pissed. And, you get your governor who covers the ass and preserves this murder company. Has a history of murdering people even before wildfires. Just watch the Aaron Brockovich movie. They really have a kill count into the hundreds now. 85 alone at Paradise. And they started 23 of 28 fatal fires in a single year that erased towns. They've caused billion-dollar disasters, and all they got was a $10,000 fine for Paradise. Yeah, the company was going to go bankrupt. They're going to liquidate the assets and give it to the victims and return, control the state because they weren't taking care of their power lines. It's called negligent homicide. They let them stay up until they fall down. And they do fall down constantly, and then they kept breaking their promises. Oh, next time there's 90-mile-an-hour winds, we'll shut the power off because, well, technically our lines are supposed to withstand those wind speeds, but they don't anymore because we haven't maintained them in, 40 years or so. In the case of Paradise, they hadn't maintained it ever. It was the original equipment from 94 years ago. So that is why the locals are pissed. And the last governor signed one of the last bills on the way out, kept that company alive. Not only were they not going to be liquidated, not only were handcuffs not going to be put on their leadership, but he protected them and limited their liabilities so that the victims couldn't get as much money. And so you and me and the taxpayer are paying for all this, not the company, not the people at the top. They still keep their Lear jets, and whenever it gets smoky, they can fly to Hawaii and somewhere else where the skies are clear. So there's a lot of simmering anger, and the problem is that government workers can't comment on the government, and neither can a lot of the news agencies because there's a lot of danger in their organization. They can get sued and libel and slander and such, but it's not libel and slander when you're actually just saying like it is. I'm just spitting the facts that a lot of people won't. There were a couple of brave news agencies that did cover these things. Pretty much like I think it was the New York Times pointing stuff out like this. But this is a big, powerful company. They make big, powerful donations to big, powerful people. The good thing about me is I have freedom of speech. I am not part of a corporation. It will be libel and slander if I accuse people of doing stuff. There's no actual, nothing actual like to support it. But they have gone on record. It was us, Paradise, and then they just kind of shrug. They don't really suffer very much. I mean, the state said put up some webcams everywhere and we'll forgive you, and that's why it says image courtesy of Pacific Gas and Electric. Unreal. The fire is courtesy of Pacific Gas and Electric. This fire we're watching. This is the same traumatized spot. This happened at basically the same spot. You could throw a rock. And this new fire that is now devastating the landscape and burning people's homes has started where the original campfire one did. Whoops! On Camp Road. This is how campfire got its name that burned down Paradise. So they are continuously traumatizing and destroying the economy of this entire region. And it's a monopoly. And what they get to do is increase the rates on all the taxpayers, on all the people, which is basically every single citizen in Northern California, the most populous state of the union. Instead of taking a loss, their stocks skyrocketed after the campfire. Went down for a bit, but then the governor, the last one and the new one, this Newsom guy, signed bills that limited their liability, limited the amount of money that the victims could get, and authorized them to raise the rates to pay the victims. It's like saying, you know what? This is the most gangster thing ever. I just said it a little bit earlier. Imagine someone kept coming up to you, "Hey, I'm a monopoly. You have to give me money because I sell the thing you need. But I'm going to play Russian roulette with you. Do you mind?" Of course you don't. And then, oops, I just shot you. Well, you have medical bills. Go ahead and sue me. That's okay. I'm just going to raise the rates on you. So you hand me the money. I'm going to hand it back to you, and you're still shot. Have a good day. And then a couple years goes by, and you're healing from your gunshot wound, right? As these towns rebuild. And then they're like, "Oh, I'm still playing Russian roulette. Oh, I just shot you again. Oh, well, see ya. Your rates are now higher again because you have more medical bills." This is what's going to continue. This is the second fire they caused over here. Or the third, sorry. I forgot, the one that killed my friend. The Cascade Fire. Sorry, I don't want to linger too much on this because I'm here to provide fire information, but let's go to different camps. The other cam, this one's amazing, the Bootleg cam, can't make this up, is facing the Dixie Fire as it approaches it. So let's do a 12-hour time lapse. Oh, look at that color. You would think the camera has like a filter on it. Something like a polarized lens plus an amber. But that was just the aerosols turning the sky colors. So you can see the fire approaching, and that's the moon. This camera is looking southwest. Fire is coming towards it to Butte Lake. No jokes. That's what it's called. And Carney is saying sponsored content link in the description. Yeah, for Pacific Gas and Electric. It's like I'm doing commercials for them. Oh my God. I kind of am if you consider the bitter saying that no press is bad press. If you get attention in your corporation, you're succeeding. Wow. There is ash all over the lens. There was kind of some spit and rain activity, and that's not really good. Unless there's a downpour, you don't want thunderstorms anywhere near a fire. It destabilizes it, even if there's a little bit of moisture. It's just mostly bad. So the fire did not crest. I mean, there's a lake on the other side of this hill. I don't understand why the camera isn't located over here so we can see the distance. Why they keep putting cameras behind hills, I don't know. Just relocate the mast or little tower, whatever the hell this is on, or put it higher. And this is pretty. It's pretty. Well, I'm just gonna say it moronic. But I'm in love with that color. Just as a photographer, like I could get this effect. I'm an amateur. Don't get me wrong. By putting an amber, a yellow, and an orange together in front of each other of a camera, but there is no filter. This is a webcam. This is unreal. This is the kind of thing I experienced when I was driving south from the Portland area on I-5, and the Beachy Creek was going, the one in Clackamas County was going, and the sky just kept turning different colors on my nightmarish drive. I did record a lot of that. Poorly, but I did, and I'll be able to show you guys that stuff later. That's what I thought my stream would be like when I came back. It would be like, oh, yeah, whoa, 2020 was a bad fire year. We learned our lessons, and we got a whole lot more manpower and stuff now. And boy, we're going to just look at the aftermath and how people cleaned up, and no, it's fire time again. I thought I'd be sharing my stories of how I walked around and film stuff, but I haven't been able to get to that. Alright, let's look at the Dixie Fire from other camps. We could look at Tamarack again. There might be a fire on the Tamarack. In fact, that's what my new choice is. Let's look at the Tahoe cams and such. There's Eagle Peak. I'm so sorry, excuse me. Last night, after midnight, we were able to see the Tamarack fire, which is down here all the way from the cam up here at Tahoe. So let's start there. This is the Snow Valley Peak. There's lovely Tahoe. Let's do a 12-hour. There's the sunset. And that I was perplexed, like, what are those moving lights? It's actually lens flare from the moon. And the moonlight on Lake Tahoe, and you can see the fire in the far left. And that flashing right there was the fire kind of coming to life, and some first responder vehicles, I believe, over there. And the smoke going that way. Boom, the fire flares up around 3 in the morning. This is very far away. We're about to have the sunrise. You see the haze just lingering and settling down in the valleys. That's just nightmarish for people to breathe stuff. It's looking south, so that's southeast. But there's a lot of mountain wind. Apparently New York City is getting a lot of this wildfire smoke because the winds are blowing stuff across the country. So let's look at the other cams and put eyes on the Tamarack. Gosh, if there was any... Oh. Yeah, this might be perfect for observing it. Yeah. Oh God, but there's ash all over the lens. This is the current view from Hawkins Peak looking at the Tamarack. And it's, yeah, that's exactly the place where the fire's burning right now. And that down there is, oh wow, that's where the home video was shown for the Iceman shot. If you rewound my stream about an hour ago, he sent us a lot of awesome citizen journalism home videos where he was around here on the 17th. And now the fire has reached this point. And he showed some of the gearing up that the fire crews were doing to save this little town, to save all the structures over there. So there is a fire, there is a battle being waged as we speak right now. And we're just sort of refreshing the things again and again to save Woodfords. So the cam is looking right at Woodfords. Why didn't I think about this before? It's down there in a smoky valley, but let's put the time lapse on. We may not be able to see too much, but let's take a look. This is starting from 12 hours ago. Man, that looks like a volcano. Wow. So hugging the left side of the screen down there with the lights, this would be Woodfords right down here, and Minden in the distance. Minden is the airport area where they're taking off, like the Sikorsky Sky Crane helicopters and such. You see the broad reach of the fire. This is the run that we were examining earlier, the horn that's going off to the northeast, that broke into Nevada late last night. You can see the winds higher elevation are much faster than down lower. You can see the clouds just sort of tearing across the sky there. Oh man, that lens is dirty. You get a little bit of moisture mixed in with the ash, and that's what happens. When it coats your car, you have to do a touch-free car wash, because if you smear it around on the paint of your car, it scrubs it right off. It's like, yeah, it's just bad. But you have to get it off too, because it's somewhat acidic. So that's what's going on. This is the latest for the battle for Woodfords. If we go to ABC 10, maybe they're more likely to cover this than the big guys. The Bootleg and the others are taking the limelight. Oh no. Gosh, that's Sad. Evacuations to remain in place as the Frenchtown fire sees containment gains. Yay! Well, that's good news. I was hoping that we would have an update on the Tamarack fire. So, update on Facebook. We could take a look. Yeah. Speak of the devil, there's a link to Facebook. Wow. It says organization. So I'm going to bookmark that. That is to California. What? That's misfiled right there. Put it back out. Pull it. I guess I can't. Okay, but that's bookmarked now for Tamarack. So this was the evacuation order at Douglas County Sheriff's Office. That's Nevada. Voluntary evacuations have been issued for all residents in the Leviathan Mine Road and the Holbrook Junction areas. But we are so happy to see that clear blue sky that's currently at the Holbrook Junction area. And if the wind keeps blowing it to the north, hopefully that place will be spared. All residents can use the Topaz Ranch Estates Community Center as an evacuation site. Emergency warnings are being sent to cell phones, followed by emergency personnel. So yeah, they went door to door and such. This is kind of a small community sort of a thing. Looking back at chat, Rain says, Kathy, I love your channel so much. Thank you for all you do. No, thank you, and I love you guys. I love you and support everybody involved. Thanks for keeping me going. I love these little tokens of support are so wonderful. So looking back, I'm so sorry I missed chat. Love you, Kathy. No, I love you, Mr. Saxkeet. This type of stuff makes me become very sympathetic to. Yeah. It's everything. Sanity is in the center. Extremism is bad. We never get anywhere with extremism, and just pointing fingers and blaming other sides never works. We gotta have compromise. We gotta have teamwork, and everybody can be happy, but not if the extremists are given a microphone and any damn attention anymore. We should take it away. So we've got a Facebook Live virtual community briefing scheduled. Looks like, wow, yeah, it's scheduled. That will occur on this Facebook official Tamarack Fire page. What time, though? Did it already occur? It had a button that says interested. I guess it did. Oh yeah, it was Tuesday. I'm sorry, I can't read. That was at 6 p.m. Let's see how long this is. It's 21 minutes. So I want to quickly find information before we commit to watching something like that. I was supposed to be in bed an hour ago. People have posted informative photos and videos of the fire at the east end of Woodfords Canyon on this Twitter link. Oh, jackpot. We can get eyes on the ground. And see what our heroes are up to. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, that's blazing. That's pretty sad to see right there. Yeah, like I was describing, it's nightmarish to try to defend fire lines. I mean, this is a very good one, a paved road in general. But you can see how intense that is. That's scary stuff, and our heroes are heroes for a reason. So, let's see here. New fire maps have been uploaded of the incident. Oh, okay, well, let's hit the map section. Okay. Yeah, that's basically what we're seeing with CalTopo. These are, of course, out of date because we know the fire's right up here. right at Woodford's doorstep. But this shows you where the divisions are: Kilo, Oscar, Tango, Alpha, Frank. And they were talking about trying to man Tango, which means nobody, as of when they made that announcement, I think it was yesterday at 9 p.m., nobody was over here on Tango trying to do anything, but that is less important because the winds are blowing this stuff north anyway. Only with wind changes will we really see a lot of spread over there anyway. So they said that was like on their wish list, but they were throwing all the resources around Woodford and on the northwest and northeast area, trying to keep it out of the Carson Valley. It jumped the line into Nevada. We know it's up here. It made a quick run at where it says Kilo. And they're quite worried about the Leviathan mine area because of the Superfund site, which if you rewind the stream, I explain. So they did have a community meeting that we could talk about. We could watch this. We might as well. Let's tune in here. This was yesterday, 6 p.m.
What we have done is notify residents along two areas of concern. The first area that we have that we want residents to be aware is Fredericksburg Road from the state line to Foothill to Centerville Lane. And the other area of concern is Highway 395 from basically Ruinstroff to the state line down at Topaz. We're asking you just to be aware, have a plan in case we do ask you to evacuate. We will contact you in person or via our reverse 911 system through dispatch and give you plenty of time to get out safely. Be aware of possible power outages and road closures. So if there's something specific that you need now, we encourage you to take care of that and have that on hand so that you're not out of it or unable to get it when you need it. So thank you very much.
All right, good evening. I'm Pat Seekins, operations for the Rocky Mountain Area Type 1 team, and going to give you an update on where we're at with the fire as of this evening. So we'll start up here in the northeast corner of the fire, just south of Woodford here, right along the Black Edge. We've had really good success here. The previous team and firefighters have done a really good job going direct right along the fire's edge with dozers and hand crew with hand crews. We've established a good anchor point, so there's been really good progress, and we've got some really good containment right along the fire's edge here. So we've been really successful, and we're going to continue to build off this success moving forward, turning the corner on the north end of the fire. Continuing on kind of in the northeast section of the fire, things get a little more complicated. This ground is pretty steep and rugged terrain. Today there was quite a bit of fire activity that picked up on the north end of the fire, as well as the northeast corner of the fire here. This fire perimeter has grown as of this evening, somewhere just shy, within a half a mile estimated of the state line here, towards Douglas County and Alpine County. Crews are looking at assessing some direct options right along the fire's edge, but the fire's just been too active today. So we've got a lot of crews that have backed off along the 395 corridor. We've got a ton of resources, engines, firefighters, working, assessing all the values at risk, some of the structures right along the Highway 395. We also had crews looking for options to keep any kind of fire spread with potential dozer lines. Some dozer line was established right along here, just to exclude any kind of impacts from that fire that wants to continue to push to the northeast here. So there's been a lot of good work done up in here, but there's still a lot of work to do, and there's still a lot of potential for this fire to move around in here. So we're going to continue to highest priority of the fire right now is this area in the northeast corner of the fire. And of course the Highway 395 corridor with a lot of engines and firefighters coordinating with the county, any law enforcement, and just really prioritizing the northeast corner of the fire. Sliding down into the east portion of this fire. This section of the fire has been fairly quiet over the last couple of days. However, today things picked up. The fire has progressed quite a ways, but it hasn't making a big run, but more or less it's just been chewing through some of the steep, rugged terrain in here where we haven't been able to access directly with firefighters. So once again, the hot conditions. So the plan here, once again, is to look for those options further out from the fire's edge. Looking for those natural barriers, whether that's rocks. We have some previous fire scars out here to the east that we're going to be looking at really close, as well as some existing road systems a little further out to start to keep everything in check from progressing further to the east. Sliding down into the southeast portion of this fire. Once again, this area has been fairly quiet over the last couple of days, but things did pick up quite a bit today. There was a little more activity in here that's been pretty quiet. So this fire's progressed just a little bit today and become a little bit active, but no values at risk, no real concerns right now for this piece. And they are looking for some other options a little further away from the fire's edge. Down here on the south end of the fire, this is some really steep, rugged terrain. There's a lot of natural barriers and features as far as rocks. There's a fair amount of fuel, and there's still a fair amount of heat and some fire behavior, but more or less this fire's edge is very slow in progress. So currently this area is unstaffed with firefighters. Once again, our priority focus is up here, as well as other portions of the fire where there's really not a ton of fire behavior or any values at risk or threats to the south. Moving over to the southwest corner of the fire, not a whole lot of activity along the fire's edge here. It does have some heat here, but once again, no real threat, no real significant movement from the fire to the southwest, all along this fire perimeter. So as we pick up here, moving back towards Woodford, on the northwest corner of the fire. This is where we've had some fairly significant fire behavior. Things have picked up, and this fire has spread back down towards Highway 88. So this is our dual priority here, as well as this northeast corner. So we've got a real high emphasis and focus here with a lot of firefighters on the ground to keep that fire spread west of Highway 89, where we have some indirect dozer line and some hand crews tied that into Highway 88 to keep any kind of impacts from any of these values around Woodford. So feeling good about where folks are out here. The firefighters done some excellent job in here protecting these values. And as this fire slowly backs down, they'll continue to reassess, and they've established some good lines here from impacting any values along Highway 88 here. So once again, kind of a recap, very high priority here around Woodford and the Highway 88 corridor, as well as the northeast corner here with the 395 corridor, as well as the state line, and protecting, really emphasizing the values and any kind of threat in here. We do have structure protection groups with a lot of resources, a lot of engines on this entire fire. Their focus not only is perimeter control and where the evacuations have been in place for future plans. We've got groups in here in Markleville. We still have a group in here assessing structures and protecting Grover Hot Springs, and then all the way back to Woodford. So aside from those three locations, we're out here in Mesa Vista, and we have a high presence along the 395 corridor, and that'll just continue into the future as we get additional resources and focus on those high values and those immediate potential threats as the days move on. So once again, a high priority, but we've been successful on this northwest corner. We want to build off that success and limit any kind of fire spread to the northeast. And obviously our goal is to keep the fire south of 88. South of Highway 88. We are staffing this fire 24 hours a day. We have a full night shift, night operations. Night operations is obviously their primary focus is structure protection in all these communities within and around the entire fire perimeter. So 24-hour staffing. We've got, that'll just continue throughout the next couple of days, and we'll add additional resources as needed moving forward.
Thanks, Pat. Good evening. I'm Glenn Lewis, Fire Behavior Analyst with Rocky Mountain IMT1. So the conditions over the fire area have been very hot, very dry, unseasonably so, more so than what would occur in a normal fire season. But also above the fire, there's been a mass of very unstable air, which has helped to promote the fire growth as it gets going. Just taking a little bit of wind, that unstable air, if you think of it kind of as a chimney above the fire, and if you have a dampener on that chimney with more stable air, it's not able to vent as well, and so it doesn't burn as well or as rapidly or spread as rapidly. When that's all the way open, then it kind of draws the fire in, and it really kind of accelerates the growth under much lighter wind conditions than what we would anticipate. So over the last couple of days, we've seen those lighter winds, but still seen some fairly significant fire growth out there. Those conditions are anticipated to continue for the next couple of days. The one advantage that we do have is that in some areas of the fire, out in particularly over towards the east here, the fire has moved into a little bit lighter fuels, where it is going to take a little bit higher winds to see that same kind of fire behavior that we've seen previous to the last couple of days. So in the heavier fuels here, again, still very dry, and so the fire is still moving along there. However, it's moved on to some advantageous slopes where the firefighters have been in there, been able to be a little bit more aggressive, and have been able to check it up in some of those areas. So going forward, again, still looking at very hot and dry conditions for the foreseeable future. And with the unstable atmosphere still hanging around in the general area.
Thanks, Glenn. Hi, folks. Dan Dallas, the incident commander for the Rocky Mountain Incident Management Team. If you get to go towards the last, then a lot of it's been said, but I just wanted to share a couple things with you folks. So kind of wanted to tell you what you can expect from us while we're here, and then give a little vision of the future. But I wanted to start out with some kudos. First of all, the team that was here before us just did a really good job of kind of setting things up under some really dynamic conditions. But the main thing I wanted to get across, and you've heard some of it and you'll hear some more after me, for you folks out there, it's a hard time, especially for the folks that have been evacuated. But I just want you to know how impressed we are, and how your elected officials and some of the other county folks are really serving you in this time of need. And also some of the agency officials are just have really been impressive, really been helpful for us, and we hope helpful for you too. So what you can expect from us, we have an actual delegation of authority from Alpine County, the BLM, the Forest Service, now Douglas County, the BIA, and I'm forgetting one. Help me out. BLM. I'm sorry, Paul. Did I say it? All right. Anyway, 5 different entities right now, and so we're in support of them. They've given us, it's basically exceeded their capacity, and so we're here to help them until locally they can manage the situation again. That's our basic job. The second thing is to support our firefighters in the field with all the things that you've seen. Might have seen the caterer at the Douglas High School, that sort of thing. But the third thing is we're here in support of you. So just wanted to kind of pass that along. If there's any issues that come up, I know our liaison officers and our public affairs function, they answer a lot of questions as the day goes on. And if they don't know, then involves another one of our functions, operations or logistics or whoever, then they get that to us and we make sure we can answer your question. So
I am in love with this man. Oops, I accidentally just shut that down. We're going to play it again. How awesome is that? That he's saying, here, if you need any support, here, let's do this. He is so cool. Man, this is awesome. Okay, I'm so sorry that I lost track here.
Alpine County, the BLM, the Forest Service, now Douglas County, the BIA, and I'm forgetting one. Help me out. BLM, basic job. The second thing is to support our firefighters in the field with all the things that you've seen. Might have seen the caterer at the Douglas High School, that sort of thing. But the third thing is we're here in support of you. So just wanted to kind of pass that along. If there's any issues that come up, I know our liaison officers and our public affairs function, they answer a lot of questions as the day goes on. And if they don't know, then and it involves another one of our functions, operations or logistics or whoever, then they get that to us and we make sure we can answer your question. So really appreciate your participation tonight. Wanted to give you a little vision of the future, and you folks have heard it, so I'll just summarize it. Going to continue to be a bit of a dynamic situation out on the fire line until we can get some more control in place, but we're making pretty good progress on doing that. But at the same time, so you saw it got hotter, drier, clearer. Thank goodness the smoke kind of cleared up, but that's a bit of a trade-off, and the trade-off is particularly with our aircraft. When it's sunny like that and clear, then we can fly aircraft, helicopters, retardant planes, that sort of stuff. But at the same time, the solar radiation heats up the fuel that, as Glenn shared with you, is just about as dry as it's possible to get right now. And so that's why you're seeing some of the fire behavior, and that's expected to continue. Hotter, drier, dry out. There'll be not as much humidity and stuff like that for the foreseeable future, at least until next weekend when they, then forecasts become a little less accurate. So that's what you can expect. We'll have additional meetings, I know, as time goes on. Not sure what the schedule is right now. We don't have another one scheduled, but certainly wanted on our first day to connect with all you folks and look forward to talking to you some more.
Paul Fuselight, Bureau of Land Management, Carson City District Agency Representative. We look forward to working with the local government and communities to bring a quick end to this disaster. In the future, we look forward to working with you in the recovery and restoration of your public lands and communities.
Good evening. My name is Matt Zoomstein. I serve as the District Ranger for the Carson Ranger District of the Humboldt-Toyabe National Forest. On July 16th, this fire took off, and we spent multiple shifts with our local resources here working hard to preserve life and property. I'd like to thank all of those who put themselves in harm's way towards that effort. It was heroic and to be commended, and I'm extremely thankful. Additionally, when we saw that the fire was beyond our capacity, we pushed the button on and bringing in a Type 2 team. Those folks were excellent in taking the assignment and improving the situation further, and then creating a nice handoff to the Type 1 team, which we needed the horsepower with the complexity involved of this incident. So today we transitioned to Rocky Mountain Team 1. We're grateful that they're here, and we're excited about the prospects of making further progress on this fire. In terms of leaders' intent, the objective of this fire is to stop it in its tracks at its smallest possible size. Our first priority is human life, the life of our firefighters and the people who are on the line, as well as the public. Our second priority is property. We understand that people have been evacuated. That's a heavy burden. We're doing everything we can to protect those resources and to protect those values and homes, and make sure that they don't burn down, and that they're there for you when it's safe and you're allowed to move back in. Third is the infrastructure that supports those communities. And then last, we definitely want to ensure that we're doing everything we can to minimize the spread and give our diligence to the beloved lands and watersheds that comprise the HT and adjacent land jurisdictions. So that's going to take 100% of our focus in collaboration with our stakeholders and our partners. We're appreciative of what we've seen out of everybody so far. It's going to take a large coordinated effort to maintain safety, to preserve life, and to be effective in facing these issues. So we look forward to moving forward, and we're going to continue to work as hard as we possibly can. We appreciate the support from the affected communities, and we'll do everything we can to assist you in getting back into your homes and on with your lives, and then being there right with you in the restoration and recovery afterwards as we move forward into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Kelly, Public Information Officer with the Rocky Mountain Incident Management Team. I want to thank you all for taking time this evening to be here with us. You can ask any questions that you may have come up with during tonight's meeting by sending them to our Facebook page, or you can also email us. Our email is listed on our Facebook page. We are also on INSEE and you can look up the Tamarack fire there, and you can link to us there. You can follow our daily updates with a daily map, and we will also be posting air quality updates for you at INSEE on Facebook and Twitter. So we look forward to interacting with you. We do have people answering our information phone, so you can get real live information, and we can specify specific information to you individually. We also have a media line set up for the media to get their questions answered, and we just thank the community for all their support, and thank you to everybody who came before us for the great job they've done. Have a good night.
Well, looking at the comments section, when I was able to read, I did go to the kitchen and make something for myself. A lot of people were asking tons of questions that were not addressed, but during this meeting, I don't think that they were able to take live questions and answers. Like, some people were getting upset saying, "Why aren't you answering my questions?" Well, they're looking at a camera and have a microphone. They're not looking at a laptop and looking at the questions. So they just basically said at the end, put your questions here and we'll get to it later. So that's a different kind of press meeting, press conference than that. That was pretty scripted, and that was kind of like on a timer, and each person had an X amount of time to talk. So but people were asking questions like, is it really crossing Highway 88? Somebody said, I have a photo proving that it did. Can I post it here? There was a lot of chatter there, and a lot of people felt like they're in the dark. That became very apparent. We kind of are too. We're looking at webcams, trying to figure out what's going on. I do think that in the future that a lot of people's anxieties and fears could be allayed if they would have kind of embedded media kind of funneling them around, constantly updating the public, because there's really nothing more stressful than being evacuated from your home. It's just one of the most stressful things you could ever imagine, and not knowing what the heck's going on. Josh in the chat says, you would think in 2021 that these PAO and PIOs would be more efficient at answering questions and disseminating information. Yeah, it's all scattered. That's why I monitor fires with 64 tabs open at a time, because there's nothing centralized. You have to look at the sheriff's office for that county. You have to look at CAL FIRE. You have to look at the federal. Like for Plumas County, you have to look at the sheriff's plus the Forest Service. And then fire crosses in the different lands. And let's look at BLM stuff, or no, InstaWeb has it, no, CAL FIRE has it. No, we just changed teams again, and it's just, well, where the heck do we get the information? It's sometimes Twitter has it, sometimes Facebook has it. And sometimes I click on Twitter links, it doesn't even let me see anything, and there's a lot of people that really don't do social media, the old timers and stuff that have a flip phone. How the hell are they supposed to get information? So that's why I was saying that everything should be centralized in one spot. This is kind of a nightmare to kind of figure out what's going on. As I click through 64 open tabs and look through my bookmarks and whatever I'm looking at, I see other people have found the information because they're covering something. Why isn't there one app on the phone that'll give you all information? We've got a long way to go. But most anger is because of a lack of information and people feeling like they can't trust the little that is provided, because there's wow, we got a 7 minutes ago update. Let's refresh that on InstaWeb. And why isn't this website, why isn't there a button that says notify me? Why do I have to keep pressing refresh on 64 tabs? It's just, I can go on about this, but it just seems like there should be one app on your phone that would ring you and say there's new information, and that everybody could put their questions and comments in one place, because that's part of what the media, the nightmare is for these people trying to answer the questions, is where the questions coming from. Some of them are on the telephone, some are on Facebook, some are on Twitter, and some of them are on the live video, some of them are on the homepage, some of them are private messages. Some of them are on emails, because she just was saying, email us too. What a nightmare. There should just be one centralized app, just one place, one-stop shopping. But I'm taking notes here about my suggestions, but a lot of this, we won't have this problem in the future, when it finally comes together. Okay, let's look at the 7 minutes ago update, and then I'm going to sign off because I've been up all night, and I promised myself I wouldn't do this. And I feel myself getting sicker again every time I get exhausted. So, oh, that's right. I'm stuck on the map tab. Let's go to information. And also, my suggestion would be a part of a website like every good blogger has that says, what's new? Highlight what's new, or at the top say, what's new? Like right here, I went to school for web design. This is cool that they have segments up here. This is neat. This is across the top instead of on the side. You can click through the video section, photograph section. There's news, but then whenever you update a website with some new information, you've got to tell people what to look for. You can highlight it, or at the very top, you can have a paragraph that says what's new and a hyperlink to the rest of the content that is new. Basic web design, but I digress. This is a 1 day ago update. I'm already having trouble figuring out what did they update here. So, not the personnel, not the acreage, not any of the information about what's burning. They have an estimated containment date of 12 a.m. July 31st. Okay. All right, that's interesting. So, the outlook, the weather thing is still talking about Tuesday. It is now Wednesday. I really don't see what is new. What I think updated 4 minutes ago, it's got to be like the map section. Yeah, 8 minutes ago they issued a smoke outlook. Okay. So it says smoke outlook for today. The Tamarack fire is around 39,000 acres. They issued a smoke outlook instead of what the heck's happening for the battle to save this little town. Okay, but this is what they gave us. Let's read it. The smoke outlook for Gardnerville and Carson City is abysmal. Gardnerville is in the red. Reno and such in the green. Colville, Tahoe, Truckee, you're in the green. Virginia Foothills, Spanish Springs, and Sparks, Reno, you're all in the green. That smoke may settle in the valley overnight and into tomorrow morning, but it's in the green. But Gardnerville and Carson City is not looking so good. So that's what they handed us. It was a smoke update. Okay. Now we're dependent on looking back on our webcams and refreshing pages again. All right, it really looks the same. Let's look at the last hour time lapse. This is the greater Hawkins Peak, south of Tahoe camera, looking northeast towards the Nevada border. Just like you were talking about with the aircraft, you know, I can look and see if any aircraft have been launched. Typically, it's after 9 a.m. anyway. I'm going to log into Flight Radar before I sign off here. I keep saying this is the last thing that I'm doing, but we could see if any aircraft are aloft right now in the area. I'm going to just hazard a wild guess right now and think that's going to be a no. A, it's pretty early in the day. B, look at the visibility. It's trash. So yeah, south of Lake Tahoe. I'm putting in my filters for Flight Radar. Gotta log in. Flight Radar 24. If anybody has any questions, this is last call. I want to sign off. If you want any information on any specific fire, you want me to look at a specific webcam, you want me to explain anything you're confused about, or if you want to shoot the S, as it were, introduce yourself or say hi, that kind of stuff is good too. We're all about family support here. This is my kingdom, you know. I get to do whatever I want in my own channel, and I made it a supportive family atmosphere for a reason. You know, this is about us coming together to support each other. I do not see any aircraft flight radar here over the general vicinity at all. So I have a filter, don't I? Why is it saying log in? I did. Hang on a second. In order to filter, I gotta log in. Ahem. I'm typing my password in the other browser, of course. Okay, and the login button is grayed out. Okay. Alright, cool. Yeah, sometimes Flight Radar has problems. Every website can run into issues. I know that because I went to school for it. And there's a lot of people, like the Blanco Lirio channel, which is totally awesome. He talks about the fires whenever he gets an opportunity. Juan Brown, he knows very well this whole Butte County area. He covered the Orville Dam. He's really awesome. He does pretty much the same thing I do. In fact, when I saw him covering the fires, I thought he learned from me. I'm not trying to be arrogant. I mean, I actually went, oh, cool. Somebody else is doing it too, because I was trying to teach people about this. Maybe it's, you know, there's only so many resources. He was just doing his own thing. Because when I enthusiastically got into his comment section, I was like, oh, hey, maybe we should get up and have a beer or coffee or something together sometime. No reply. He's probably like, who the hell is a stalker? Oh, okay. Yeah. I went slightly viral. I had some of my videos had 18,000 views and such during the fire, and he was covering it much just like me, so whoopsie, foot and mouth. Looking back at the chat and see, you can see no aircraft. In fact, we can see no aircraft. Okay, the website is perhaps down or having issues, so now we're double blind. Now we're super blind. We had no idea what the heck's going on. Let's go back to the good old CalTopo and do a refresh. Looking back at the chat, Josh is saying, have you seen the photos from Chicago and New England being smoked out from the fire in Oregon? Yep. Yeah, I have. Mike C says, good view of the Dixie Fire on Indian Ridge Cam. Okay, let's take a look. All right. Is there a way to just search the cams? This is the beta version of it. Grass Valley, the Poplar. I'm not sure where Indian Ridge is. Oh, yeah, here. Helps if we get in the right vicinity. Nope, why did you go back down there? Sorry, mouse is having an issue. Yeah, that's Flea, Sawmill, Bald Mountain View, and then there's Butts Lake over there. Whether or not you call it Butts or Butt, it's right any which way you want to say that, because it's so wrong when you say that. There it is, Indian Ridge. Oh, from Indian Valley, I get it. Sorry, I haven't slept. Indian Valley's gorgeous. It's by Greenville. Yikes, you are correct. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I didn't even think of clicking something like that far away. It was probably facing the wrong direction or something. So that's our current view of the Dixie Fire. The fire and image brought to you by pg&e. We should make a fake commercial for pg&e that has a slogan, something like, we're number one at starting, wildfires. And yeah, I'm kind of bitter. Sorry, I'll get off that. Well, you can see the little cars driving around the forest access roads. So they're out there assessing and getting ahead of things. This is our 12-hour time lapse, the last 12 hours from the Indian Ridge camera looking at the Dixie Fire from quite a distance. What a heat signature. Look at all that white. Incredible. So it's going through the night. At this point in time, it's 4:30 in the morning in this time lapse. Dawn's about to break. Now it's 5:20 in the morning. The camera pans and zooms. Feeling a big wave of nausea. If I suddenly disappear, I went off to worship at the White Bowl again. I just tried to eat, and that was a mistake. Yeah, look at that. I'm speechless. It's getting close to so many places I love. In fact, inside of that is probably the destroyed, not only people's cabins and livestock and landscape and animals dead. That's a lot of our gold rush history, our gold rush ghost towns and history and stuff just going up in smoke. The mines with stamp mills and the remains of those sorts of things outside of them just being utterly destroyed. I have no words. So with that, I am going to leave you guys. So sorry I can't remain. I'm just absolutely rocking back and forth with nausea here. And thank you so much for being here. The cameras are listed in alphabetical order. Where at? I do need that. Am I just not? Oh, down. Oh my God, I didn't scroll down. Thank you. If you're wondering, I am a natural blonde. So, of course. Yep, camera feed unavailable. Oh, and you can see which ones have got fire. Here I was clicking on the individuals the whole time. So this is the beta version. I'm not familiar with this. I thought that this was it, that the cutoff was right down here, and that we were just seeing this like side key regions, blah, blah, blah. I was like, this is the worst website ever. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to sign off, guys. Everybody, stay safe. If you're evacuated, just chill. It's really hard to try to remain calm when you don't know what's going on. But when you don't know what's going on, that's all you can do. You know that it's completely out of your hands. just breathe, and whatever's going to be is going to be. And the time for sharpening our pitchforks is now, and the time for flinging them is later. We'll get through this, just like we got through the others. And we're learning here, if nothing else. When disaster happens and bad things happen, the good that can come out of it is change and learning. And that's what we're going to be doing here. So the future will be different. And I will try to be back with you guys this evening. I don't know when. I'm just going to take it easy, lay down, and see how that goes. And we have special thanks to everybody in chat. Thank you for being here. Thanks everybody for listening and the well wishes of support. Thank you all of our first responders. Thank you, Iceman, for all those lovely citizen journalists. Thanks for the people in chat giving me the links. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm on the fence about traveling to California soon. Yesterday I got all hyped about it because I felt so much better, and all it took was me staying up all night and eating a meal to realize I'm back in bed. So I do have to take care of myself and strengthen up for sure. But I'll be monitoring the situation, and I want to do in the field type reporting as well. The quality of the stream will be pretty much me pointing a camera at myself and wind like really blowing through the mic. But you know what? I'll do what I can. If I do make the journey, I'll let you guys know every step of the way. This is something that really bothers me. If I don't go out and film some of these places like really quickly, they could be gone within a week. Historical places. There's even a faint possibility I'd have to evacuate family members and help them transport things. It's pretty tense. So I cover these not just because of public service, but I'm personally affected every step of the way here. Just like so many are. It's hard to know anybody on the West Coast now that hasn't been affected by wildfires. This is an unreal new thing. So yeah, everybody, thank you, Mike C. Thanks for being here. I'll get back on when I can. Until then, everybody stay safe and stay sane. Have a good one.